Hello and welcome everyone to the wonderful Mystic Challenger Showdown number 8. I, of course, am your host, EDU, also known as Edu, also known as the guy who's hosting, joined by the wonderful Sir Mickey right now. Mickey, how are you feeling to be back again at Team Mystic?
Man, I gotta say, I feel like I've been retired. I haven't casted in about a month or so, and I'm coming out of retirement, got the dust wiping off, get the little feather duster thing, and I'm here, I'm ready, I'm excited, jumping right into it. Day 2 of the Challenger Series, number 8, like you said. I'm ready, man.
Yeah, I'm also ready. We have 16 teams. Of course, we're going to be starting off with someone we know and love. It's going to be Final Form Esports versus the none other than Cat Made Boys. And yes, that is made with an I, but let's see how they're actually going to be able to fight each other here. It is a best of one starting off on Icebox. Of course, we are going to be following our wonderful observer here, Ben, as well as the winner of this fight will move on to fight against Limit GG's. Obviously, there is a lot of gameplay to be seen here, but we just want to get straight into the action. Mickey, how are you feeling with that intro? How are we feeling with these kind of teams immediately competing?
Well, to be honest, like you said, Final Form, we've seen them here and there before, but not the most familiar team, at least personally for me. Catmade Boys, complete wild card in my opinion, complete question mark. I've never seen these guys play together. I've never seen them play, period. So I'm definitely ready for some stuff we've never seen. Maybe some good old reliable strategies that we see constantly. And we are not going to have Split or Lotus in the pool today. Harbor is free game, so we're going to be able to get a new agent, but those new maps or that new map is going to have to wait for possibly next event. But all in all, I'm definitely ready to see what these guys have in store for us today.
Absolutely. And speaking of the next event and this event, they are both brought to you by Community Gaming here. So make sure to check out Community Gaming. They are a great hub to find other tournaments as well as many resources as a player or as a producer. So head on over to Community Gaming to find out some more information about that. Also, we do want to say that next tournament is going to be the Singularity Series number 3. So be sure to make sure to watch that. That's going to be the weekend of February 12th. And lots of things are going to be moving on here. Obviously, we did talk a little bit about this team, Cat Made Boys, and looking at the rank standings of these players, we do have, of course, Darren here and Zerona. If you guys know who Zerona and Darren are, they are quite high-level players, decent following on Twitch as well. And Darren currently sitting at Radiant number 80. That is quite a flex indeed, but let's see if they're going to be able to keep that going for them as we are going to jump right into this game of Icebox soon. And I'm hoping that we can see what they're going to be picking here.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is round 1. It's just the best of one and done, and we're heading to the next one. And you got to remember, Adrian, there's literally $1,000 prize pool tonight. Someone is going home with a very large amount of money, and it could very well be one of these two teams that we're about to see here. But again, like you said, we're heading into Icebox. We have I spoke too soon.
It looks like one person had the bug with custom matches where it just kicks one out, has to restart the game. So that happens a few times. It's nothing too crazy. It looks like that did happen on the defender side. So Final Form Esports gets to celebrate that their PCs are properly working. And looking at who we lost there, it's going to be another Cat Made Boy who needs to go re-put on the outfit. How are you supposed to be a maid boy without the fancy maid suit? But let's see if they're going to be able to wear their clothes the right way, walk back into this lobby, and get ready to freeze their butts off on the map of Icebox. And while we're waiting for Icebox, let's also talk a little bit about what are the best picks there. I personally love Viper on this map. How about you, Mickey?
In terms of controller, I have to agree Viper is a very solid pick on this map, but I don't want to shy away from Omen. Omen is so territorial on this map. He's very good, especially with the close quarters. The verticality that Icebox has to offer is totally a different playstyle from a lot of these maps. Maps like Icebox and Split, Omen reigns supreme. But like you said, Viper's usually the number 1 pick, so I'm definitely ready to see. And also, in terms of just agents in general, initiator-wise, you're going to want Sova or KO or maybe a KO of a duo, maybe even Sky coming into the mix. Fade is great on this map. So you really have to pick and choose your agents here because it is very close quarters. Maps like, agents like Breach probably aren't going to be the best for these close quarters scenarios as when it comes to those flashes. They're pretty solid, but when it comes to, 3 inches away from you, it's pretty easy to dodge a Breach flash considering the fact that it has to be through a wall. So there are definitely picks on this map that are going to be way more useful than other people. But at the end of the day, the verticality is definitely going to rule here. So I'm hoping to see a Raze. I'm hoping to see a Jet maybe or both. We might get a double duelist pick on either side, but it looks like we are going to be heading back into Agent Select. Hopefully all the players are good. No more noodle computers as we're heading into this Agent Select. We're right off the bat. We're going to have a double Sentinel on the side of Final Form here.
Yeah, and we are seeing a pretty decent team composition ever since Chamber had those nerfs impact them. Used to be one of the most picked Sentinels. Instead, Killjoy and Cypher seem to have taken his place at the top of the podium. But obviously, with that being said, you're also seeing Reyna for some reason being locked in. And if you want to think about it, Reyna on a map that's very small, like Icebox. Icebox is one of the closest quarters and tightest maps that they really have here. So you're kind of wanting to be a character that when Empress pops, you can easily walk to all the different parts without running out of time. That's why she is not very good on maps like Haven or even Breeze at that. But both teams pretty similar. I do really like the double Sentinel pick, as you pointed out, having a little bit of heal with Sage. I don't think Sage will ever fall out of the meta. I mean, also Viper as the current control agent, definitely falling in line with the meta.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like we were saying, the controllers are, well, in any map, especially a map as open as Haven, you're going to need a smoking character. There's no two ways about it. And Viper isn't the strongest on a map like Haven where it's very open. But when you get a close quarters map like Icebox, like you said, it's one of the smaller ones. It's very narrow. Viper's going to be very, very pivotal with the wall, with the poison cloud, even the snake bites for that post plant. And I am very interested in the fact that we have, like you said, we have Killjoys on both teams, but also both teams have Killjoy and Viper. So it's going to be one hell of a post plant retake for whoever's on that defending side. It's definitely going to be it's going to be interesting to say the least. And like you said, I mean, it's going to be interesting. I can't say anything else. It's just we haven't seen these teams before, or at least very often, in terms of Final Form. But Cat-Made Boys, complete and utter question mark. We have no idea what to expect from these guys, so it's definitely going to be fun.
Yeah, absolutely going to be great to watch how they're really competing against each other. But let's follow our wonderful observer of Ben. You guys know him, you love him. He's always the person on the cams. So let's take a swing over at the wonderful Ben. You do want to, if you aren't in the know, make sure to press the right bracket key. You will be able to find all of the things you want. But Mickey, tell me, are you watching our favorite observer Ben, and are we ready to watch some gameplay here?
Yes, and yes, I'm definitely ready. We're hopping on board with the never mind Zamal starting things off. We did touch on the fact that we could get a double duelist setup, and that's exactly what's happening for Cat-Made Boys. We have Jet and Reyna popping off here. Joey getting some early information with that owl drone, pivotal information right off the start, and the rotate is coming in extremely quick from Final Form, and it's from Cat-Made Boys, but Zamal picks off that fellow Jet. Zerona immediately looking for a pick here to provide a defuse. Blank picks up 2 beautiful shots. Joey puts down his fellow Sova. 3 versus 3.
Wow, 3v3 already. Darren, the Destroyer, gets one. Goes for a little bit of heal, but runs out. Unfortunately, these attackers are kind of stuck in this position. Obviously, the bomb is planted here, so it's just going to be the end of the round. I really like that the defenders did not care that the bomb was there and instead worked as a team to absolutely crush it there.
Exactly. They decided to prioritize getting the kills over the bomb defuse because they knew there's no point in trying to stick that defuse if all five are still up and fighting against you. So it was very, very important that they isolated the bomb and isolated players one by one. It's exactly what Cat Made Boys did. Again, if you are just joining us, we are in Mystic Challenger Series number 8. I'm Sir Mickey with my man Ejucast. And final form is on the attack. Cat Made Boys is on the defense. And once I get my words back, we'll be able to have a solid game here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like that we're seeing a little bit of split so far. Util used. This is where the attackers need to try to pick up the pace to move forward. Manish in a very nice high ground spot. Is FFE going to be able to find him though, as Yum gets the first pick down, and already FFE has hit it big. 2 picks for the price of 1. Manish still above though, and was not able to capitalize on that player. Just going to be Zerona here.
Oh, he has no idea. Zerona has no idea. They just gave up A site completely to 3 members of Final Form, clearing site beautifully, and they're going to be able to get bombed down here as Blank and company still have a lot of attention towards the B site, and all that space is ready and open for the taking at A site. Poppy Can going to go ahead and get bombed down. Now the rotate comes through from Blank and Zerona, but it might be too late because Zamal is watching that flank with so much diligence. Going to pick up a 3-piece. Blank's going to go down, and now it's just Zerona left to his own devices. Full health, half shields, a Vandal, and a Dream. This is definitely doable, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, definitely a possibility for them, but they're flexing a Radiant Gun Buddy. That means that they've been through these situations before, but a 1 versus 4, and somehow this is a round where they only bought pistols, and yet these attackers are so confident that they are going to be taking back the momentum, completely removing it from them and doing the damage as possible. But Thrifty round takes the cake, and Zerona forced to save only a Vandal, but it's okay because now the real buy rounds are starting to begin.
Yeah, the buy rounds definitely starting to come into play here. We're able to get that Vandal saved on the side of excuse me, I don't know what I'm saying, but no, you're 100% right. In terms of the economy last round, Cat Made Boys, they played that beautifully, played it nice and slow, got their information, allowed Final Form to outthink themselves, and were able to take site nice and quick, even though they did, or not nice and quick, but nice and efficiently, even though they didn't have weapons to help them get onto site. They just used their utility, played it super patiently, and it worked out. And now Darren getting super aggressive with the help of Zerona, Manish as well, aggression down mid. Zerona down to 66 HP with a stinger in his hand. This could be pivotal here. Jet goes down. It's not going to be an even trade, though. Just barely. Tommy going to take out Zerona. Poppy Cam picks up 1 for himself, and that's going to be just over a minute on the clock as the attackers need to think about a rotate here. They're getting shut down a little bit, but the defenders are not putting up that much of a fight, and it is going to be a quick rotate from Poppy Cam with bomb on the back.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a fast one as they have to try to work their way over to B site. Luckily, they were prepared for this. They already had the Viper util set up for the post plant. And I got to hand it to them. They definitely were able to think ahead. They got the damage they needed to, getting those 2 picks over on A. And B site, it will have all 3, but these players are not well armed. Only a frenzy in the hands of Yum. The spike is going to get planted down by Pappy. And now it's the Viper, up close, personal, waiting for the Killjoy, waiting for the Jet to make some space for him. Manish, incredibly low, 44 HP, no armor remaining, and they just have to find the site. There's one headshot. Pappy Cam clean with it. Now has to find the last 2.
Blank's reaction time just not showing up there, but we've seen some crazy things with a Sheriff and a Frenzy, but unfortunately, Manish not able to make it count. Yum now in a 1 versus 4 with a Frenzy. This is not the situation you want to be in, especially with Joey sitting on that angle, beautiful angle next with Tommy next to him. Tommy is going to be able to clutch it out with a beautiful headshot on the Yum. I don't know if that's really a clutch per se, but they got the kill, ended the round, and now it's going to be 2 rounds in a row for Final Form.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row, exactly the kind of gameplay that you want to be watching. But one thing for certain is this is now the full buys coming out from these defenders. If they can use the newfound Vandals, Phantoms, and armor to their advantage, they might be able to push back FFE's very honestly great use of regaining momentum and ability in this game early. But hopefully they can keep that up. We're already seeing Darren have to back it up after using a pretty uncapitalized on piece of util.
Yeah, we love to see Reyna back it up, but unfortunately, it's not in the context that we really need it to. Joey is able to make sure that site is essentially clear. This could be another A site take, but Zerona going to return an Owl drone, gets a little bit of information, and that's going to trigger a quick rotate from final form. But Manish is ready and waiting with the help of that fellow Reyna. The duelists are taking control of mid. Zamal takes down Darren. Manish now completely alone, 34 HP. Putting up a fight, but is it going to be enough? Very little HP on both jets, and the res is going to come out. Joey's back in it. Oh, the blank picks up a 3-piece off in the resurrection. That could be all she wrote. It's 4 versus 2. 45 seconds on the clock. Bomb is down. Zerona had the angle. Barely not going to be able to capture it. Finally going to put down Zamal. Now it's a 1 versus 4. XNB is dead, unfortunately. Not in a good position. Now it is going to be a tie game 2-2.
Yeah, tied up 2-2. We are seeing that when these players get rifles in their hands, they are able to get those kind of picks. Blank there, not blanking out this time with the reaction time to get that 3-piece. Exactly what you really want to be seeing coming out from a Killjoy, especially a Killjoy on defense. You know, on attack, Killjoy is pretty much only good for post plant and maybe watching the flank with the turret. But on a map like Icebox, it's very not ideal to not have maybe a cipher. Even a chamber still might be a better watcher of the flank. But let's see how they're going to be able to work it out with Manish up in the front, needing to try and defend against a pretty large rush towards the B site.
Well, I gotta disagree just a little bit on there because Blank is doing some major work as Killjoy. 5 and 3, holding down the flank with the alarm bot as well. Papicam gonna open up site, allows easy access for bomb to get planted, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's actually a huge entry because now it's just 3 people on the board for Cat Made Boys. Oh, Yum with the snake bite of a lifetime is able to take down Papicam and bomb, but Joey's able to recover it. Going to trigger a rotate once more back to A site as Zamal tries to buy time for his team to make that rotate. Next MB is ready and waiting. Here's the footsteps. The footsteps. Check your corners, Yum. You got to check your corners, champ. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, check those corners. That's a 1-2. Beautiful use of trigger discipline. And now these attackers incredibly happy. Blanking out in a 1 versus 4. Just has to try to get maybe 2 or 3 picks here to make it worth it. Does have the ultimate, but going in on this would just be suicide. But Blank doesn't care what it would be. This is what they want.
He gonna do it.
Straight for it.
He gonna do it. 1v4 is fine. It's fine. Everything's going to be fine.
It's definitely not planted for him. Will spot 1 arm on top of the zip. Grabs 1, but stuck on the zip. Gets 2. Blank has worked it away. Amazing. Clean job.
It was a very, very close round. Blank, you got to give it to him. It was definitely an NT. Nice try on that one, but unfortunately was not able to close it out. And final form going to go ahead and continue, or at least regain some traction here now, 3-2. And we have 4 ultimates on the board. Yum is about to get that Viper's Pit, but we do have the Empress and a lockdown from Darren and Blank on Cat Made Boys. And meanwhile, on Final Form, we also have Bladestorm and another lockdown. So this could be some utter chaos within the coming rounds just due to the fact that we have so many ults about to be online, ready and waiting. And now Tommy and company looking for a pretty swift entry here on A site. But Blank and company have already read this, and both duelists for Cat Made Boys are already pushed all the way down B long. They sensed that fake Viper wall, and they're pressuring it immediately, but I don't think they're ready for XNB to be in this position, and they're not. Oh, but he gets spotted out. Manish gets taken down. 10 HP, and a Dream picks up a 2-piece. XNB has been so solid on those flanks so far. Zamal gonna go ahead and risk it for the biscuit as the Killjoy lockdown comes out. Zerona picks up 2. Zamal is there to trade him out, and suddenly it's Yum in a 1 versus 3. Spike has been dropped, but quickly recovered, and it's gonna be an A-site plant from Tommy.
Yeah, A-site will get planted down. We do have also a Viper ultimate. This is a pit that will try to push these players off. Obviously, it's just 1 player remaining. Yum 07. Kind of strange that we are seeing this ultimate be coming out in a 1 versus 3. And it still doesn't even stop
There goes
Yum
the
from
pit.
getting you. But let's see, can they do it again? Just looking for one, and Tommy is going to get the final shot down, and attackers are taking this back. FFE making this FFEZ.
It was a very risky play there from XNB to pop that ultimate, not only when you have the advantage, but also even 10 HP. I mean, it could have worked, but unfortunately, it worked enough. It worked enough for Yum to be able to just only get 1 kill, and then he was shut down immediately after. So it bought time, played time for the attackers to be able to bring their attention to Yum. And unfortunately, XNB did go down in the process, but all in all, it allowed them to get a 4th round on the board. So it's definitely not in vain. Manish getting up early to grab that Bladestorm ultimate. Zerona sitting with a stinger. Now Zamal picks up a 3-piece, but Manish gets an immediate trade, and the Sova drone going to tag them out. 1:20 on the clock. Blank is ready and waiting, not going to hit a single thing. Manish now left in a 1 versus 4. Bladestorm and a Dream with 1 minute on the clock. I don't know if Manish is going to be able to get much done just based on the utility here.
Yeah, I mean, utility alone, we do have, of course, 3 knives. You get 1 headshot with that, you're going to be able to find something, but no more knives, just a shorty. Unfortunately, this round will come out short for the team of Cat Made Boys, and hopefully they can try to get maybe one camping around the corner, does have the knife out. But this is Pappy Cam, and this is a Sage that's been absolutely duking it out, battling through these players quite consistently, and I think they might even go for the knife kill just to flex on this one. Nope. Just going to shoot him in the head. Pappy Cam, beautifully played, and attackers are now up by 3. This is not the kind of gameplay you want to be looking at if you're on the enemy team. FFE is pushing you back really hard.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like a favorite. We're still in the first half. There's still plenty of game to be had, but Final Form is looking very dominant in these first couple rounds. It's only a 3-round difference. It's not going to be impossible for Cat My Boys to pick it up, but if they lose this next round, they're already broke. They're on a force buy. They're already broke with 450 coming from Manish with the operator in the back pocket. I mean, this is going to be a risky round to say the least, and they're going to have to really push this in order for those weapons to make a difference here. But we're going to have a Sova drone clearing down B long, and it looks like Cat Made Boys are going to have some issues on B site.
Yeah, gonna have a lot of issues here. Needs to find maybe 1, maybe 2, but what a little bit of damage actually dealt Zamal, acting like he doesn't have a wall in front of him, spotting Yum out of nothing and managing to tickle them just a bit with some Vandal shots. Now, we do have, of course, a 5 versus 5 still cooking here, and the only one that isn't on B for these defenders is actually Reyna, who's sitting all the way back, anchoring the A site. And you have to kind of play it slow, especially when you don't know too much, and you're really relying on the rotates to come out. Obviously, Manish here, holding mid with an op is the play to try to see if anybody's really going to be hitting A, but they're still sitting B, being extra patient.
Yeah, patience is key, especially on a map like Icebox, where literally danger could be lurking around literally every corner. So you have to have that information. And fortunately, both teams do have a Sova for that information. But at the end of the day, what is information going to get you if you don't have the ability to do anything about it? 20 seconds on the clock as bomb. They've got to get bomb down, and they got to get it down quick. Final Form is in trouble here. They have to push that buzzer, and they got to pressure it right now.
Yeah, and they're pressuring it pretty well. The op in the hands, and that's a double kill down. Zerona is here to stay, and the spike is there as well. But there's XNB getting a shot down before Blank gives him a blank head. As amazing gameplay by the defenders. We're not seeing them be as aggressive as they have been. The second that they overstep a single inch, they get bullied by FFE. That round proves that if they just enable their patience, they can absolutely bring it back.
Absolutely. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy road. It's going to be a long road, and it's definitely going to be difficult for Cat Made Boys to bring it back to a tie. But that round definitely helps out in terms of economy. And now we're going to be able to see that operator come back up in the form of Manish. Yum, going to go ahead and send it with a Judge early on with a Viper's Pit. That's your best friend as a Viper. The Viper's Pit with a shotgun I mean, you got to be able to get at least 1 or 2 in that scenario. Zamal already looking for the pre-fire and expecting someone to be sitting somewhere. Unfortunately, not going to tag anyone up. Very little information for both sides here. All they know is that a Viper's Pit has been popped on a site. And when you're final form, what's the thought process here, EG? What do you do when you know where, the ultimate that you don't want to go into? You know where that's at. What do you do? What do you do?
Usually waiting it out is a pretty solid move, especially with the nerf to it, but unfortunately not the move is trying to take over mid. Luckily, Tommy is that guy getting the trade, but Blank, also a killjoy you want to be worried about, will immediately get the trade for the dead Jet. And already we're seeing that defense is tied up 4-4. You still can't hit that A site. You might be able to work around by going through mid and hitting A that way, or just rely on Joey to make that space. But Joey, oh, Yum is going to spot you out, and that is a free pick, and they still want to hit A here. I'm really questioning this kind of gameplay, but they might need to get Blank. That is an op in the hands of Killjoy.
Oh my. Blank not able to capture a second one. Gonna get put down now. It's just gonna be Poppy Cam and XNB on the attack. Bomb is still on the back, so this is doable, but the problem is Zerona is ready and waiting, but the timing might be on his side. Beautiful work from Zerona. Heard the footsteps, played him like a fiddle, and that's going to be all she wrote. It's going to be 4 rounds on the board for Cat Made Boys, 5 for Final Forum. This is 3 rounds left in this half, Edu, and I don't know who's going to take this. It's just been really close so far.
Yeah, it's been an incredibly neck-and-neck game, as you said, but I really think if we look at how the curve is going, economy-wise, we're seeing that FFE is still taking this, and also Ultimate. They have the Killjoy, they have the Silva, they even have the Blade Storm in the Jet's hands. So all of those little pieces of util can curve their economy, regardless of if they lose the next one. But how are they going to be able to pop it off? We already see Zamal might be going for an op here by popping it this round, and needs to find the pick on a Darren.
Yeah, that early pick would be pivotal. Lockdown comes out. It's the attacker lockdown, so this could force the entire defenders off. Darren just getting the head ripped off through the Viper screen. Zerona barely gonna spot that Jet. Doesn't matter, takes out Joey, gets caught in the lockdown. Easy clean up from Jamal. Zamal takes out 2. Blank with a trade, and now 2 versus 3, a minute on the clock. The bomb is still up here for Final Form, so this is definitely it's not the position. I honestly, this could be a better spot for both teams here, but XNB is playing the beautiful lurking position on B site, ready and waiting for that rotate to come in.
Honestly, I'm really happy that they did not plant the bomb on A. They realized that Blank was just a little bit too powerful of a player. Now Manish, stuck on site, does have an op, decides to go with the classic fight, and Blank, running with his knife out, gets gunned down by XNB, who's been sitting on that guard for the past 15 to 30 seconds, waiting for his team to rotate, and it's just Manish. 1 versus 3. Needs to find something with that op. I don't think he's been spotted quite yet, but that wall, very, very unlucky to have it pop up right in front of you, right as you're about to get the pick onto the Sage. Bad timing is always not your fault, but funny to see nonetheless.
Yeah, it's honestly a map like this, a map like Icebox, so close quarter, so tight. We've been preaching this the whole time, but it's true. This map is so heavily reliant on that information, on sound cues as well. I mean, you're close enough. The spawns are even close enough that you can hear essentially a footstep from halfway across the map. So playing with those sound cues, playing with that information, the fact that both teams have Sovas, both teams have Killjoys for that information is huge. And you have to be able to know how to utilize that. And at the moment, both teams are doing a splendid job of utilizing all that information. Darren with a beautiful headshot onto Zamal as he's dropping out of nest here. Darren not ready for Joey to be under pipes. Gonna get taken out here as Manish takes out XNB. A quick refrag on the other side of the map, and that's gonna be a site in the form of Final Form.
Yeah, in the hands of this team, definitely something that you can't retake easily. Zerona only armed with the Sheriff. The Jet is armed, of course, with a Vandal, but at the end of the day, if you only have 1 player, 1 piece of util, 1 main rifle against 3 players have been relentless to you, you're gonna need to work together. I do like this little bit of util, trying to find him out with the Owl Drone, trying to look for something. We will spot only the bot, though. And if you spot the bot, you're going to have to hit the next shot, or you are going to go G to the G. Let's see Manish now pushing right up on a pipes, and instead he gets piped by Tommy, and the ult coming out from Joey to force these players off the site. It's just going to be Zerona with the Guardian to make it work. Gets one pick, and there's still 2 remaining. He's got to just walk it forward. Got to find something, but that bomb's ticking away.
Oh!
And Pappy Cam is ticking his health away with some nice clean shots.
Beautiful, clean round there from Final Form. It's going to head into the last round. Best case scenario here for Catmade boys, 7-5. It's not where you really want to be, but it could be a lot worse. You could find yourself at a 10-2 or a 9-3 curse. But at the end of the day, this score line is probably not the most favored for really either side. Final Form, I don't think they would be too upset if they had a little bit of a bigger lead here, but all in all, both teams are doing a pretty good job of collecting information and using it correctly. And Final Form, once again, going to head towards A site here.
Yeah, going to have to head towards A. I do like that X and B has been the lurker, but it's the Maul over on A site in the top of conveyor belt to get the first pick with that op. Unfortunately, X and B might get timings here. But what is this? Yum! Again, Yum, check your corners because someone's going to be pulling up big. And there it is. Manish, luckily with the trade. Now it's a 4 against 2. We need to see if they can try to dent these players. Nice, clean lineup. That's a double.
Zerona!
Not a triple, though. It doesn't manage. 1v1. Has to go straight for it. And Tommy, Skeet shooting him out of the sky with confidence.
Beautiful first half goes in the way of Final Form, 8-4. I mean, it's definitely they're feeling good over there. I'm sure the Discord call just got really loud on Final Form side. They're definitely feeling themselves. I mean, you got to give it to Zamal and Pappy Cam, the duelist and the Sentinel, leading the scoreboard right now, 14 and 11. Zamal with 1 assist. Pappy Cam 11 and 7, 2 assists. I mean, they're, and as the Sentinel, it's not really your job to be getting in personal and getting all, you know, touchy feely with the enemy, but that's exactly what Papa Cam's been doing, and it's been paying off in dividends now, so much so that they're doubling the enemy's scoreline. So this is definitely going to be an interesting second half, and you do have to wonder if the Killjoys are going to go ahead and swap roles and if it's going to make that big of a difference.
Yeah, if it is going to make that difference, obviously we are at the half. We need to see who's going to be taking the cake, and it's actually Zamal on the defense. Beautiful shot to the back of the head, and Manish is going to try to avenge it with a clean frontal lobe dislodging. Now Manish with the Sheriff needs to do a little bit more than just that first pick if they really want to be taking this site. You have to be good for 2 here. And Joey just playing around time, playing it slow, looking for any kind of info. I really like what X and B is doing, though. Just consistently holding different angles in their team to make sure that any option is still available. But I think we might have seen an over-rotation, and right now the Killjoy's already making it back, but Manish is going to get 1 before done. Joey with the trade. Zerona up close, gets gunned, and that is it for the Silvas.
But meanwhile, B-side has been taken with ease off of the rotate. Yum and Blank able to get bombed down, and I mean, the post plan is ready. Yum again playing that beautiful rat Viper. The angle not going to be his. Joey picks up a 3rd, and Yum picked it up. He's like, hey, I got killed from my corner about 7 times. My turn. Unfortunately, didn't work out. Now Blank in 1 versus 3, but has utility on the bomb. But Joey's just so smart with the utility of his own. The shock dart going to be able to take out the nano swarms. Blank had to peek that angle, and Tommy just going to lay him to waste. 9-4. Final Form is going to keep that momentum going.
Honestly, I am not exactly surprised that Final Form is doing so well. More so, I'm surprised that we're not seeing the same level of competition coming from Catmade boys. I mean, the team themselves is stacked with some of the best players in the pool right now, and yet they just seem to not be working as a team. I haven't really seen a lot of combinations of flashbangs then pushing. It's more so just everybody trying to take 1v1s and occasionally getting those picks, and that's why if you look at the scoreboard, you have Arena going 4 and 11. So let's see if that's going to change up here. Darren D. Destroyer right up to Zamal. Gets 1 tapped, and that Jet is happy.
Now 4 and 12 is that Reyna. Like you said, the fluidity from Catmade boys could be a lot better here. Zerona with a shock dart to Joey. That's going to be a huge difference maker. Manish able to pick up a Guardian and that's going to rip Poppy Cam to shreds. Bomb now planted on a site. And again, the fluidity here from Catmade Boys has not been too, it hasn't been that great, but now we're starting to see a little bit more of a team-oriented side here heading into the attack, because let's face it, defense, all you got to really do is hold angles, and the fact that they're down 5 rounds is no bueno in this scenario here. And fortunately, Yum is going to be in the position that he needs to be in to pick that up at Catmade Boys, despite their no bueno-ness. They are going to be able to pick up a 5th round on the board, 9-5. Final Form still in charge, though.
Yeah, still in charge here. Final Form definitely happy that they were able to take a few guns out. Unfortunately for them, that was the 2nd round. And as they know, because they just did it last half, is once you lose that pistol, you're going to have to now pretty much just give up the next round. And momentum definitely for this half given over to Catmade Boys. But are they going to be able to keep that momentum is the biggest question of 2023 right here.
Yeah, both teams right now, they're both at a 50% win and loss rate for the pistol rounds. Both have 2 rounds under the belt in terms of pistols, and the economy is definitely showing on the side of Catmade Boys. The right click from nowhere from PoppyCam. Zerona, you got to check those corners, my man. Manish going to be able to get the trade out. Yum to refrag, and suddenly it's Tommy. Not in a good position. He knows he's trapped completely. Going to swing the corner and get his head ripped off once more. Finally, we're starting to see some real teamwork with Manish and company. Catmade Boys is starting to show up as a team rather than just individuals. If only we could get Darren to get a few more kills as that Reyna, as that entry fragger, I think we're going to see a pretty good match here from Catmade.
You know, I completely agree. I think that if they could keep what they got going on, they will be able to bring this back. It reminds me of what I was casting this morning, an incredibly close game that immediately shifted after the 1st and 2nd round of a half were won. And hopefully, though, now that we see a buy round coming around for FFE, they can try something. But Manish, right away, running it down with the knives, snipes Joey.
Yeah, I mean, both Jets have been pretty solid in terms of the Blade Storm usage. 16 and 14, 14 and 12, Zamal and Manish, respectively. I mean, they're both definitely laying down the law with those knives, but Zamal just a little bit more so. And we're starting to see Manish answer back in the form of those Blade Storms. So now PoppyCam and Joey both go down, and it's a 3 versus 5. 5 buys on the attack. The advantage is definitely in the way of Catmade Boys, but Final Form have been so good at holding those angles. Unfortunately, Zamal, the timing was not on his side there. Now it's just going to be Tommy and XMB. Tommy, again, getting the head ripped off the shoulders. XMB going to get spotted off of that rotate. Manish picking him apart with the help of the team. This is not a good position for XMB to be in.
Not at all, and that's where it's going to end. A flawless round. We're seeing FFE honestly not looking too hot there. That was the buy round. That was what they put their eggs in, and that's why we're seeing a timeout get called by the IGL Zamal. And, you know, my question to you, Mickey, is with a timeout like this, what could possibly be different at the end of the 60 seconds?
Man, I mean, I touched on it, but we need to see Darren get in there. We need that duelist, arguably the best duelist in the game. We need you to get up close and personal, do damage, throw your what are those things called? The purple balls, blinds, those things. Throw them up. Take away their eyes. Take away their eyeballs. Pop that Empress when you can. Speed is your best friend as a Reyna, and we just haven't seen that from Darren. And I think if Darren is going to pop off, they need to do it relatively soon, because at this moment, I feel like if we don't see more teamwork from Catmade, then Final Form is eventually going to start taking this back. But again, the double Sentinel on the side of Final Form is kind of an advantage at the moment, especially on the defensive side. Tommy and PoppyCam on the Killjoy and Sage, respectively. Not to mention, Sage Resurrection coming up from PoppyCam. This could be detrimental in this next round or even the one after that. Getting that extra body back up on the ground, or off the ground, I should say, could be very detrimental, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I like the way you put that. It's really just all about waiting and seeing who can really bring it into this game. The A game is not underneath the foot of FFE. If anything, it's being slowly chipped away out of their hands by Catmade Boys. And Hopefully, with an ultimate from Zamal, it might be able to switch that up a bit. Manish over on the attacking side is the Jet that has been getting the entries, but now with the Defender Jet popping the ultimate, might shift things hopefully in the favor of FFE for their sake, not hopefully in my sake.
I mean, it's okay. You can root for him. I won't tell anybody. But at the moment, the economy is definitely on the side of Catmade Boys. There's no argument about that. I mean, Yum's up there with 6K, almost at max money. If they drop this round, they're still going to be able to full buy. But Final Form, they're at dividends at this point. They're going to be working off a loss bonus here pretty soon. X and B, beautiful snake bite to prevent that site take, but it's just going to go ahead and reroute bomb to a different position. Now, no eyes have been put on that just yet. X and B is going to get taken out due to that snake bite, but now Joey and company are on the rotate. Manish again picking off Joey, been so solid, but Zamal getting absolutely blasted out of the sky. Darren getting some picks. There we go. Tommy goes down. Now it's suddenly Poppy Cam in a 1 versus 4. Got the resurrection on the back. If they take down one more, I'd say use it, but Manish with the loop-de-loop and pull, gonna go ahead and pull Poppy Cam right down into the ground and surrender their life to the spaghetti monster themselves, as now Catmade Boys has reached their eighth point on the board. Final Form barely in charge here, barely at the point advantage, 9-8. Catmade Boys is coming up so strong these last couple rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, loop-de-loop and pull, you know, they're tying this team up right now. Absolutely bringing their A game back. We did see a decent pistol round, but that was it. They're at a 4-round lead, but this is the buy round yet again, and Zamal has an op, taken down Zerona already. The only initiator for the attackers is gone, and not gonna lie, this Silva has been crucial in getting just enough information for them to be confident enough to push, and now they're pushing in blind, and X and B is capitalizing on it before Manish is going to shut them down. But Pappy Cam over on this A site does spot a little bit of Darwin here. And Darren needs to just try to do what he can, but unfortunately, sorry, not Darwin. I mean, hopefully, you know, yeah, sorry. I mean, the way that he's been playing, it always makes you think of, you know, Darwin's rules of
got a big
survival
brain like
of the
Darwin
fittest there. Yeah, especially when he's currently sitting at the bottom, 8-13. But let's see if this team can now move on, do some damage. We do have, of course, Pappy Cam up here with the rest. Nice owl drone. And they got to re-hit this right now.
And we've seen a couple times where Catmade Boys use the exact strategy that they just used, where they send a couple people A and the rest go plant on B, and it works every time. And now Manish complete control over mid, picks up a 4K. We could see an ace here, but no, Zamal is going to go down from blank. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a tie game. That's 5 rounds in a row for Catmade Boys. Final Form. And they're putting the FF in FFE at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And Final Form Esports might just be their final game in the tournament if they can't pick up the pace. I really think that Zamal with the op got that one pick, but Zamal can't get them all, get absolutely demolished by blank there at the end. And so much damage is going to be flowing out of the hands of these attackers that I don't know if these defenders are going to be able to shut it down without using every single one of their ultimates.
Yeah, it's a chore. It's definitely going to be a challenge for Final Form to come back here. I mean, not come back. It's tied, but you know, at the moment they're just not playing like they need to, and they need to get that utility up on the board. They need to create that, take over that space again. But oh, Yum again. The Rat Viper doing ratty things, taking out that fellow Viper. And again, we see a lot of Catmade Boys over at A site when Yum and Blank are all the way on the other side of the map, creating space, taking over B site. And it's worked how many times? When is Final Form going to pick up on the fact that they keep leaving B site completely open?
Leaving that B side open, and now the defense has to work with something. Joey managed to take out the Reyna, but that's not much of an accomplishment right now, as Manish is going to just finish him off regardless, and that is a 4 versus 5, ended so quick. Honestly, I'm not really sure what you would do in this situation. You've already used your timeout. If you're on FFE, you're going to need to now close the game, open up some aim labs, and practice for about 5 minutes, come back and clutch it up.
Yeah, this is it's definitely it's kind of crazy. It's very unfortunate for Final Form. They came in relatively strong. They took that first half 8-4, and then they've only won one round since that first half. It's been 6 in a row from Cat Made Boys, and I'm not gonna lie, we were kind of dogging on them. We were kind of dogging on Cat Made Boys for talking about how they weren't really blending as a team, and I guess they hurt us because they have stepped it up so much. Manish, especially now with a 24th on the board, that Bladestorm has been more useful than a Vandal so far in the hands of Blank. But Blank is going to be able to take out Poppy Cam. Oh, Zerona with a quick trade on the Joey, gets traded out themselves. Nail Swarm barely going to prevent the, going to have to signify a rotate here from Cat Made Boys. And once more, we're going to find Yum and Blank. Blank, get your gun out, my guy. Get your gun out right now. XNB is ready and waiting. You're making all that noise. Big old feet, lead boots, creating all that noise. And unfortunately, XNB was just ready and waiting, and now it's Viper versus Viper and Killjoy. Tommy and XNB could have this in the bag, but Yum has been pretty solid on hitting their shots. They just have to avoid things like that where they telegraph their position. But Spike is on the back, less than 40 on the clock. They have a chance to at least get bomb down, but it's not going to matter if they aren't. Well, it matters. Get bomb down either way, get that money on the board, but I don't know. It's looking like a Final Form round, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks like Final Form is going to be taking this here, but unfortunately, they are facing off against Yum 07, and Yum also has popped the Viper Pit. This is a dangerous location to really be walking into, but XNB as a Viper as well should know how this player is going to play it out. I do like this ultimate, though. The counter ult but takes it out. Yum is going to grab one, but Yum! Oh, that is delicious. Beautiful play to clutch that up, and even the enemies are just not having it right there.
That, I mean, you have to give the nice try to Tommy. Popping up the lockdown forces them out of that Viper's pit, and they have to take that fight to destroy the ultimate. And it worked. I mean, it didn't work. They lost the gunfight, unfortunately. 2v1 didn't matter because, fortunately for Cat Made Boys, Yum is kind of a beast on the sticks. But when it comes down to it, that's exactly what they have been doing. It's exactly what Final Form needs to be doing, working together as a team, and it just didn't pan out that round. But now we have absolute hell breaking loose. Zamal gonna get ripped apart by Darren. Oh,
wow, Darren finally picking up the pace, getting Tommy as well. We're looking at a decent round here, and this is match point advantage. I mean, almost match point advantage if they can get to 12, but there is the shot. XNB takes out the Reyna on a streak, leaving just Pappy Cam, and Pappy Cam is leaving their mouse at home right now. Beautiful attempt from FFE, but somehow they have let this game get swiped from underneath their feet.
Yeah, that's this very, very unfortunate. This 8 rounds in a row, the entirety, one round. Aside from one round in the second half, Cat Made Boys has been purely dominant in this second half on attack. That's all they needed, was to get on that attack side, and that's where Manish has really come to life. Same as Zerona and Blank, they've all stepped it up. But Manish is just constructed alternatively, 26 and 13 at the moment, and I'm willing to bet that if by some miracle Final Form takes this round, Manish will get that Bladestorm back up and running, and they'll go ahead and solidify their hold here on Icebox. But Poppy Cam's had that resurrection on the board for a while, still not going to get the chance to use it, and it's all but a clean sweep here for the possible final round here for Cat Made Boys. They're just so in charge, it hurts to look at.
Yeah, Tommy, last player to really get a kill here. They need to now do a 2 versus 4. Obviously, you're at 50% of the team, but are you at 50% of the skill? That's the real question, is they have to make something out of this, or it's GG game 1 of today's casting. And in this bracket, you're gonna have to do it with Tommy. Clean shot down.
That's huge.
Destroyer getting destroyed, and up above you. No, it's X and B. Zerona gets a nice triple. Clean headshot, but Manish finishes it down beautifully. And I honestly, my man Mickey, I did not expect that game to go so sideways south, and kind of just all switched up with how we saw the half switch. And
that was
honestly
very unfortunate.
Did you expect that to happen here with this these players.
Well, in the pregame, you were telling me that you had seen Final Form before, and they were a very strong team. And I didn't see anything to really dispute that. The only problem was that once they got in that second half, it's like they just froze as a team. Individually, they were still doing work on the defense. They were still holding those angles, but I just feel like they were giving up B site specifically. They were giving it up way too early. Those rotates were coming in so quick that it allowed multiple times Yum and Blank to just whoop-de-wop down long, take out maybe one person, and the rotate wouldn't come in until it was far too late, and B-site would just be theirs. And that was the reason that Cat Made Boys was able to get around win so many times, was the rotates were either coming in way too early or not at all from Final Form. But again, both teams very solid. It's very clear that one of these teams has a bit of a advantage when it comes to communication and fluidity among the team. But again, Final Form, don't count them out altogether. They are going home, but unfortunately they're going home. But don't count them out as a team. They're still pretty strong. One more thing, I got to give it to Manish. 344 combat score, 27-13 on a jet on Icebox. I mean, good job, Manish.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there. We saw something different. Cat Made Boys had cat-like reflexes, absolutely being able to just hit their shots a little bit better than FFE at the end of the day. But of course, that is only game one of this here roundabout series. Obviously, it is a best of one. We now will be moving on to, I believe, One Last Dance versus Super Monkey Balls. And what a name, of course.
All right.
So we will see you guys in just a little bit, getting ready into desk as well, with the next team rocking and rolling. So stick around. We'll be right back.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
And welcome back, everybody. Of course, this is now game 2 of today. We have 2 amazing teams for you to really be popping off. It's One Last Dance, dancing one last time versus Super Monkey Balls. And obviously, Super Monkey Balls is going to be on defense and the One Last Dance on attack. So let's see how they're going to be competing. My name is Edju, joined by the wonderful Sir Mickey. Mickey, how you feeling about this map, Pearl?
Pearl is, I have a love-hate relationship with Pearl. I love it in terms of the fact that it exists, but actually playing it is very frustrating for me. I have every lineup in the game for KO, but actually executing anything on that map is a nightmare. But that's just because I'm stuck in silver. But when you break it down, it's got a similar play style to Split, which is the main reason that Split was taken out of the pool to make room for Pearl. But now with Split back in, we're not going to be seeing it today. It's not in our pool, but again, it's it's there in what's that symbolism? It's there in spirit. It splits there in spirit in the form of Pearl. So we're gonna see some crazy plays on this map, but all in all, I'm definitely ready to see some weird stuff go down.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just happy to be casting these players yet again. If you don't know, because you can't see the teams right now, we previously casted them over at the Singularity Series number 2, and I remember we talked a lot of crap,
a lot of mess,
a lot of messy stuff to Glyph there for going 0-10. Is he gonna go 0-10 again? Let's
Hopefully
find
not.
out. We're going to send it straight in to Agent Select here and find out what they are bringing to the table. Hopefully, we can see if Pearl is going to be the absolute beautiful gemstone that it is, or just fall flat yet again.
Hopefully we're not going to fall flat. Hopefully this is going to be a very I don't want to see a one-sided match here. Oh, we got double duelists already. We got Yoru and Neon. Okay, I gotta say, this is going to be my first time casting Pearl ever. What's crazy? I've only casted Fracture once, but this is my first time casting Pearl, so it's going to be an interesting map to say the least. But again, I don't want to see a one-sided map. I really don't. That's the last thing we want to see is a 13-4, 13-0. God forbid. The Valorant gods forbid. Let them shine upon us with their wisdom and ridiculous broken Phoenix flashes. But again, that double duelist coming out from One Last Day, that's going to be an interesting one. Or excuse me, that's Super Monkey Balls. Super Monkey Balls is going to be on the defense. One Last Dance is going to be on the attack here on Split. So I'm ready to get into it, man.
Yeah, I'm also ready to get into it here. I'm honestly just looking at this team, and this is the first time I've actually casted a high-tier game with Harbor in it. I've casted a lot of games on Pearl. It's been out since last summer, so, we've had a lot of time to really adapt to what Pearl offers. Double controller strat, quite common, but opting for Justin Harbor as your sole controlling player, very strange. Astra, I would say, is significantly better. So with that in mind, let's see how it actually plays out. Pistol round has begun, and we are seeing the wonderful One Last Dance on attack, and they're already launching themselves through art onto A.
I'm definitely interested in these compositions for these teams, because we don't have any mirrors here. We have no mirrors whatsoever. We have Astra versus Harbor, KO. Oh, actually, never mind. KO versus KO. But we do have a Fade on the other side. Instead of a double duelist, One Last Dance is opting for a double initiator with, oh no, Yape could be in some trouble here. Headhunter in position is going to lose one of those bullets without making a dent. But Pretty is there to take down Glyph. Glyph not starting off too hot. Come on, man. Come on, Glyph. You want to prove yourself? This is the time to do it. But Tim and Big Bean going to go ahead and take down Yape and company. This is already turning out to be a pretty interesting game. Taisama is there with a beautiful pick onto Crazy Mojo. 2 versus 3. The flashbang going to force them off that angle. Taisama getting whooped and pulled here, but going to be able to survive just barely. Now Taisama not in the position he wants to be in. 1 versus 3, very low HP from Big Bean, so he's got a bit of an advantage in terms of health, but no, gonna dink Cookie, but that's not gonna be enough, and the first round gonna be the way of One Last Dance.
Yeah, already we're seeing some immaculate gameplay here coming out from that attacking side. Obviously, we did see the defense hold their own for a little bit of time, but the problem that I'm seeing is, again, you only have that one control agent, and one control agent makes it, especially on a map this large, it's not going to be easy to cover so much ground, especially when trying to prevent a large amount of people from rushing your site. And I think if the attackers keep that momentum going and just hold the W key, this game should be easy for them. But this is a different kind of playstyle. All the defenders rushing right through mid. Looks like right into an AK.
Oh my goodness. The double flash, it doesn't matter because Crazy Mojo is putting, living up to the name. Crazy, absolutely ridiculous. Catboy, the defense is getting so aggressive and it's paying off in dividends. And now it's just Saint. Unfortunately, the final defender here, they were getting kills. They were doing beautifully, but unfortunately now Saint went a 1 versus 4 bomb still on the back of Glyph here as they seem to be making their way towards a site.
Yeah, making their way towards that A point. We do have Saint, of course, trying to be the one to clutch the round. It's against 4 people, and this was a forced buy with light armor and a stinger. But if you're going to force up a light armor and stinger, you're going to have to make it count. You're going to have to sting these guys where it hurts. And Saint is now inching their way through, going around flowers here just with the gun. Is going to be able to spot Big Beam. Nice clean headshot, but that's the better gun for headshotting people. The AK Vandal style, one tippity tapping through a little piece of the corner. Beautifully played, and already we are seeing that these defenders are broke.
Oh yeah, I mean, one last dance coming out of the gate, second round, force buying all the way through. It worked perfectly. It was gorgeous. They only dropped one body on that round, and it essentially didn't make a difference. It was gorgeous. It was a beautiful 4-man site take on a site. They got bombed down, barely even had to deal with Saint in the form of that Neon, just the last remaining defender for Super Monkey Balls. Just a quick tap from Big Bean. They shut it down nice and quick. And now Tim might run into some danger. Nope, I'm going to run into a bullet instead, which is the epitome of danger in the hands of that chamber, but pretty shutting down as well. Again, the defender's getting very aggressive towards mid.
Very aggressive towards mid. Saint aggressive towards himself, stunning the floor underneath him. Luckily, Big Bean is not going to take advantage of that, but here's a big fight happening. It's over, and Art, so much damage being dealt. These players are getting thrown around. Let's see. Can Cookie Oreo Yummy, what a name, really help this team? Attackers now 2 versus 3. Yes, sorry.
Cookie Oreo Yummy 1. Come on, man.
Okay, well, he needs to get more than 1 in this round to really clutch it up, and Big Bean is going to be there, and Cookie is getting 3. Beautiful play, and there it is, 1 behind. Trades out, 89 HP versus 20 HP. Big Bean versus Yoru.
This is
pretty.
This is Big Bean's round, 100%. Pretty could play the audio to perfection. Flash comes out as well. Nothing but white on the screen. Pretty played it beautifully. Very minimal noise. The flash provided the perfect cover for a little twist and turn bullet to the brain of that jet. And Big Bean, no longer Big Brain. Instead, Pretty puts him down 1-2 as Super Monkey Ball is going to be able to get a point on the board. But those pistol rounds, the pistol round, let's be honest, it was just the one, because One Last Dance had that force buy in round 2, and it worked beautifully, and it provided them with enough money, enough economy to get the guns in the 3rd round. But unfortunately, Super Monkey Balls was also able to buy. They were able to put their work in, and they pulled it off. They barely pulled it off.
Yeah, barely pulled it off is a way to say it, but hopefully they are going to be able to work it out now that they do have slight advantage weapon-wise. We do have Big Bean here, last player of last round, trying his best to make some space. I like that holding W. Glyph, though, getting a nice clean shot. Catboy needs to trade it out, and Glyph goes down. Catboy with the double, and everyone is down in Art. This is what you need to be seeing. Spike is down as well. Catboy is the boy to be clutching this up. Now 2 versus 2. Catboy on a 3K needs to somehow make it into an ace. Can they do it? I love the gameplay that we're seeing here, holding it down. Yoru, though, where is Pretty right now? At the other side of the map.
In Narnia, man.
In Narnia, and by the time he gets there, it's going to be a few hundred years in the future. Let's see Catboy being able to really clutch it up. Crazy Mojo's there, but the ultimate's down. I do like the ult that we saw from the harbor, but I'm not sure if that boat's going to be able to dock properly now, as R.E. Pretty has to find the clutch. Here's the footstep.
I see what you did there.
spots the gun there. Will TP all the way back, and what
Oh!
a shot! Oh my god!
They were ready for the
it.
gateway. They were ready for that gate crash. They were so ready, but they lined up perfectly, and it just took 2 bullets for 2 heads, and Pretty, absolutely, the second round in a row, gonna clutch it out for Super Monkey Balls. That's why you want a Yoru on this map, ladies and gentlemen. You want that maneuverability, that mobility, that Pretty just beautifully exemplified, and that was gorgeous. 2-2 is your score.
Yeah, I mean, Ari Pretty comes up beautifully with that double kill to clutch the round. Now, we're also at a 2-2 here, and it's a big B long push. Saint having the judge needs to hold the anchor if possible. Pretty will prevent the pre-fire. Unfortunately, won't prevent the knives from absolutely slicing and dicing through them. This round will not be clutched by Yoru yet again. Now, here is Saint, does have that judge. Needs to have somebody really peek him here if possible. Big Bean right around the corner, spots out and gets it.
Oh,
but that's what we need to
Saint.
be seeing. We also have the ultimate from the Fade, being able to push him back. How are they going to be able to do it? It's Taisama down again. Big Bean on a triple kill with these knives, but very low. Now 4K. Just one to the edge.
Yes!
Oh my god, Big Bean. Beautifully played. Yeah, Big Bean, big
Big, massive, wet brain coming into play. Beautiful. That's essentially what we were seeing last match on Icebox. Virtually every Blade Storm that was popped from Manish and the other Jet. I mean, both of them were just getting kill after kill after kill. I think there was only 1 or 2 Blade Storms collectively that didn't pan out, and we're starting to see that again here on Pearl. Obviously, that was the first Blade Storm that's been activated. Let me just say, but let me also just say, Big Bean is 10-2, so definitely knows how to utilize Jet properly, to say the least. But again, Edge, we're having another B push with very minimal defensive output from One Last Dance, or excuse me, from Super Monkey Balls.
Yeah, Super Monkey Balls trying their best to push these players back, but honestly, One Last Dance is just consistent with it. Luckily, Pretty is trying to shut that back. Will TP away immediately past the ult. But look at this, Glyph going straight in, spots out one, but it is done. Clean shot, Crazy Mojo with the double kill down, and now it is a 2 versus 3. Both of them popping the ult. Pretty now in a clean spot, but behind this wall, Tim is going to get him. Mojo with the pick, and it's over. Attackers are just absolutely decimating this team.
That round had a little bit of promise there from Super Monkey Balls, but unfortunately they just weren't able to hold it collectively, and it came down to that last man standing in the form of Taisama, and it just didn't pan out the way they needed to. That pop flash came through a little too late for him to utilize it correctly, and One Last Dance absolutely running away. Well, not absolutely. You know, it's 2 rounds. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not where you want to be if you're on Super Monkey Ball. So you got to step it up, guys, especially on the attack. I feel like they're really allowing B site to be open almost every round. At some point, you have to be able to read the attackers and say, okay, they love pushing B. We need to stack down there. And finally, Pretty getting a little bit aggressive is going to be able to have that help from the fellow KO, as all hell is going to be breaking loose on B site.
Yeah, all hell breaks loose. It's going to be Saint here trying to come up big. Obviously, Crazy Mojo's got the Crazy Mojo to get the picks, but Saint here finally, baptism by bullets onto Big Bean. Just has to find some more. It's a 3 against 4, and they're moving straight into this. Saint up on top, one up on the bottom. It's Catboy trying to push in with some util. And also, we got Chamber behind with the tour de force.
Oh, yeah.
Evo. Oh, Crazy Mojo grabs him. Now it's the last player standing, Saint. And Saint, unfortunately, might just have to walk it away. Cookie, though, jumps right into the stun. Saint might be able to get 1 or 2. The bombs took it away.
Oh,
yeah,
not going to happen.
Yeah,
unfortunately, Saint was able to get the first and second kill on the board for himself, but not able to capitalize on that. And One Last Dance going to continue to let's say a brisk jog. They're not quite running away with it just yet, but it's a brisk jog, and they're definitely making their way up to that point, and if they keep up the they're just working so well together. One Last Dance is just working so well together. I mean, Glyph throws up the flash, what do they call it? Flash drive, because everything is computer themed for KO. But Glyph threw up that flash drive, and it just created a lot of space because they're all peeking off that flash drive and off that 0 point, and it's just gorgeous teamwork from One Last Dance. And you got to wonder if that's where Super Monkey Balls is kind of lacking at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely what they're going for here. One Last Dance is popping off, but it's Big Bean really just carrying the team. The Glyph will be getting yet another one. Beautiful job, and already we can see that it is a hard game to defend. How is Super Monkey Balls going to be able to shut him down? It's Big Bean yet again on the flank, grabbing another, finds out Pretty, gets the
Huge
shot.
Bean.
Bean's just that guy. They know where Saint is.
Oh,
There's
my
nowhere else
God.
he could be. And it's over. Oh my
Absolute tsunami of bullets. Saint finally goes down. Big Bean, massive Bean, huge, colossal Bean at the moment, who is 14-4. Crazy Mojo, I gotta give it to Crazy Mojo as well. As a Killjoy on attack, you're not really expected, or you're not really expected to go out and get kills as Crazy Mojo is currently doing. But 10-3, they don't care. They don't care. I don't care if I'm a Sentinel on attack. I'm going to push. I'm going to get kills. I'm going to be useful as possible. And I do have to give it to Glyph. Currently has kills. They have kills, which is pretty good considering the last time we saw them. They were, I believe, on Haven 0-12 at some point. So definitely Glyph coming out, proving that they do know how to play the game, and they are very strong in this game, especially on KO. But Saint popping that overdrive. The Zeus fingers coming to play. Mojo gets taken out, and now it's bullet storm after bullet storm on a site as One Last Dance is able to get bomb down.
Yeah, able to get it down. Obviously, Saint here needs to work their way through. Defense has been trying their best, but it's Cookie, Oreo, Yummy, Wine getting one done, and Glyph holding long. Will trying to defend it against Pretty here. Obviously does have the Vandal in hand. Needs to get that headshot, and it is just a walk in the park for this KO. Beautiful job. And honestly, while we have downtime, because there's not a whole lot to talk about, this team, Super Monkey Balls, is getting steamrolled. But if you think you can do better than Super Monkey Balls, head on over to communitygaming.io and sign up for some tournaments as well. It's the best place and the sponsor of today's stream. Remember, Community Gaming, they have so many options if you are a player, a producer, or a caster. So head on over to communitygaming.io and see if there's any tournament that you want to compete in.
Yeah, I mean, we have tournaments essentially every month. The next one coming up February 10th, 11th, and 12th is going to be the Singularity Series. Be sure to get all the information on that, as Yape absolutely shuts down Glyph, who has been relatively dominant in this map so far. But nonetheless, that just a little bit less information there for One Last Dance to work with. But again, Community Gaming, always such a great group of people to work with. Every time we do an event with them, it's just flawless. It's great. We love them over there. But again, back into the action here. Big Bean pops the Blade Storm, 46 HP. There's no heals across the board. Let me just point that out. Neither team has any kind of healing resource whatsoever. So what happens, happens. And Big Bean, with less than half health, is not in the best situation. Not to mention the bomb is still up on the hands of on the back of that Astra, but Big Bean's not in a position to help.
Yeah, not at all. Taisama is going to get Crazy Mojo down. Defense actually in a very solid predicament here. Sorry about that. To hold it down. We are seeing the Harbor now popping an ultimate. RE Pretty clean shot. Unfortunately, Tim is him. Gets the player down. Now 1 versus 5. My question, is Tim actually him? That's a double. Needs to get the 5th. Could be him.
He could be him. There's a very good chance that Tim is in fact him, but he's going to swing this corner, and they're all three lined up beautifully. Doesn't even matter. Only Yape had the angle, and he made it pay off, and it was perfect. And finally, Super Monkey Balls is able to get that 3rd point on the board, 7-3. At this point, best case scenario for SMB is a 7-5 half, and even then, that's not exactly where you want to be. But One Last Dance has been very solid, so solid in the fact that even if they lose this next round, they're still going to be able to they're still going to be able to full buy, get the weapons on the board, and at the end of the day, that's what it's about, especially on a map like this. Economy is everything, and One Last Dance has plenty at the moment.
Yeah, plenty at the moment here. We can just keep watching this gameplay. Obviously, though, last round was a win for the defense here. Super Monkey Ball is
Oh yeah.
very happy about the position. But let's see, can Catboy bring up the pace? Looking at them, they are 5-10. That's not the best KD you can have. And Gape here, clean shot, will get rushed. And unfortunately, the Killjoy will not be able to repeat this. Or Die Evo.
That's what you need to
grabs
see
him
from
down.
a chamber. You need your chamber to hit your shots, and Big Bean takes down Catboy, but Saint is there with a quick trade with a headshot. 2 versus 4 for one of the few times in this game so far. One Last Dance is not in a very good position at a 2-body disadvantage. This is not going to be an easy retake, or not going to be an easy site take, I should say.
Yeah, it's not going to be perfect, but it is going to be what is required here. Glyph sitting inside of now nowhere. A clean shot from Taisama as Cookie Oreo Yummy has to try to clutch this 1v4 just like a previous teammate before them. Will spot out Yape, gets the shot down. This could be the round to clutch it. Does have the ultimate. That Nightmarish will be able to scare them away. The Nightfall can befall the enemies if they just find some more information. But look at this. Lineups for days. We are seeing a little piece of util. I want to see the ult come out here to try to benefit him, but with 15 seconds, they just got to run it out. And does secure the one, but defense will be grabbing that. And now we're at match point. Or not match point. We're at last round of the half, and they have to figure out how to make this work.
Yeah, the number games, or the numbers game, again, playing into the favor of Super Monkey Balls. That's the second round in a row for them. It's the second time that the numbers have come into play, and they've utilized it perfectly. Just overwhelm that last opponent, that last man standing. Do what you can, distract them, run at them, do whatever you can, overwhelm that player, and that's exactly what just happened. And unfortunately, that kill wasn't able to come through for One Last Dance. But again, they're still at a 3-point advantage, and Catboy is just going to go ahead and throw some pot shots through that Nebula. Doesn't matter. Headshot. Why not? Let's keep her going.
Yeah, keep it going. Big Beam going down. It's not exactly perfect, but Crazy Mojo is going to put something down. It's gonna be the lockdown, locking these players away from the B site. And if you could do that, you could definitely hold its own. But I like what we're seeing from the Harbor, being able to just consistently push these players away. But there it is. The ultimates are dropping it. The lockdown's detaining it. Glyph is able to try to get one, but he is not going to push that. Unsure what lurks around the corner. Saint with the 1-tap, and Crazy Mojo stuck in here. One on the flank. It's pretty. And a pretty nice clean shot down. And it's over.
Oh my. It was chaos for a moment, but for the most part, Super Monkey Balls owned that round, and that is going to bring it to a 7-5 scoreline. One Last Dance dropping the ball a little bit. They were in control for a while. They had 5 rounds in a row, but unfortunately, Super Monkey Balls is able to bring it back 7-5 at the end of this first half. Still plenty of game to be had. Still plenty of time for both teams to make up for that first half. And you got to wonder if now having that double duelist setup for Super Monkey Balls on attack now, if that's going to make a huge difference, because at the moment, Saint not doing too hot in terms of kills, 5 and 11. You want to see a little bit better of a performance from your duelist, but Pretty is doing pretty well, 9 and 9. But I want to draw more attention to Big Brain. Big Bean, 16 and 7 at the moment, just in the first half. As a Jet, obviously, go out, get kills, do damage. That's your job. But Big Bean is just putting a whole nother spin on this.
Yeah, absolutely putting the icing on the cake, but hopefully they can continue that kind of DPS. Right here, we do have Big Bean now on the defense, trying to hold it down on B. Big Bean on B, that is a lot of tongue-twisting alliteration, but who's going to actually be getting into some situations to pick off these players while Taisama just is playing slow? I really like this from the attackers, actually waiting for the defense to get antsy to rush its pistol round. You know that people want to get early picks.
Yeah, again, we saw last match on Icebox. It was a 50-50 for both teams. Both teams won 2 pistol rounds, and both teams lost 2 pistol rounds. And this time, the pistol rounds went right in the way of One Last Dance, and they were able to get refragged on that by Super Monkey Balls. But let's see if they're able to regain control here. Tim once again, trying to prove that Tim is him, able to get that first pick on the board, but the refrag is going to come through in the form of Glyph going down. Big Bean with a Sheriff and a Dream, able to get spiked down mid, 2 versus 4. It's going to be pretty on that Yoru that we've been hyping up so much. Now in a 1 versus 4, unfortunately, not able to capture anything. And Crazy Mojo going to put him down, and now 8-5.
Yeah, 8-5 here. Not exactly pristine positioning for them. Defense, honestly, I think defense does have a slight advantage over attack with this team composition when you only have one control agent. As I've kind of pointed out about 5 times so far, you're going to need to work it together and find a little bit of damage out here. I do appreciate what we're seeing from Pretty, though. This Yoru is so good. He's able to get behind the players, honestly rivaling Saint in the DPS department. But Glyph up close just needs to find that one. Look at that movement, though. They're already pushed all the way up Art, and it's an A hit, but they have to get past Tim, and they will.
Utter chaos in Art. Saint able to just go through and at least cause enough distraction for the kills to come through, and now Big Bean sitting back on Secret. He might be in trouble. No, takes down Pretty with ease. That Yoru, who has been so solid, just wasn't able to capitalize on that flash. Oh my goodness. Glyph picks up 2 of their own, and it comes down to Saint in a 1 versus 2. Again, we see these duelists in these positions. Is he able to do anything about it? No. Glyph again proving that he knows KO. He knows this map. They know the game so very well. And I mean, Big Bean, 19-7, dude. This is insane right now.
19-7. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, you're just gonna have to say this is Big Bean's game. It's just consistency all around. Doesn't have a single assist. That tells me that the headshot percentage on this Jet is insane, being able to absolutely finish off anybody that they do peak. Hopefully they can keep up that momentum, as we are seeing a large push up coming in for these players. Nice shot. Glyph is going to grab that one, and Saint needs to do some more.
Glyph has been really solid on the defense so far. I know we're only round 3 of the second half, but on the defense, Glyph has been putting in the work, getting the shots down, getting the damage down. Cookie Oreo Yummy 1 doing the same, and I still have to give it to Crazy Mojo, the fact that they were in double-digit kills before the half ended, and now, just now, starting on defense and still keeping up that same momentum. Crazy Mojo takes out Yape. That's a huge takedown. That Sentinel is off the board completely for one last dance, so that's going to make post plant that much harder. And now Catboy looking for an entry on the B site, where his teammate is going to be helping him from the mid direction, but unfortunately Tai Sama gets taken out. Now it's a 2 versus 4 with 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that he consistently pushed that in after his teammate went down. He did have the spike, did not have to bring it to the fight, but it's going to be Pretty here. And we've seen Pretty clutch these a little bit before, but this is not exactly ideal positioning. Luckily, we'll pull off one with the Bulldog before Tim grabs the final blow from the spawn. And that is yet another round in double digits secured on the scoreboard for one dance here. And I mean, how are you supposed to really be fighting this? The team of One Last Dance is showing that they can dance all day, and they might even want to dance at the finals.
It might be a little bit of dirty dancing, honestly, if they could totally just get Patrick Swayze on the roster. But I don't know. At the end of the day, these guys
reference. Oh my.
yeah, just a little bit. One Last Dance, though. Like you said, they've been so solid so far. I mean, it's a 5-round difference. Not impossible for Monkey Balls to come back here, but it's definitely going to be a long road ahead of them, especially with how well the Last Dance is playing on defense. I mean, Glyph is playing phenomenally. Tim is playing phenomenally. Big Bean has been playing phenomenally the entire game. They're all in double digits. Their economy is not the best, but it could be way worse. I mean, both teams are playing their hearts out, but One Last Dance, there's just a little bit of a kill difference there in those gunfights. They're able to hit their shots, and Crazy Mojo could have a beautiful flank here, but unfortunately going to blow his cover. Yape going to catch him on the back end. That was so sad. That was so sad.
It definitely does not put a smile on your face. It instead wipes it off of his. Let's see what can happen here. Cookie is holding down mid, but there's so much flashbang, so much utility.
Pretty what?
He just ducked underneath every bullet and turned this around.
What?
He's a fade. He's fading away and gonna be consistent with it. Let's see if they can keep that going. Defense is doing well. It's Tim on site.
Oh,
Wheel spot at one, get the pick. Beautiful control versus control. Flashbang, no Glyph.
Oh, no,
not
Glyph.
helping your teammate too much there, but Glyph does not care. Tim is still going to get one big bean with the trade, and it's over. That is yet another round won by the defense here.
And Team Flash and all One Last Dance is still going to take that round. That was absolutely, it was pretty gorgeous, pretty clean round. They dropped 2 bodies, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter. They've just been so solid. You could take down their whole team, and it could be Glyph in a 1-on-5, and he's probably going to come out with at least 2 or 3 kills. I mean, they've just been so solid. One Last Dance, I don't know how else to put it. They're just such a strong team right now. And unfortunately, Super Monkey Ball is just, there's just a little bit of a team difference.
Yeah, a little bit of a team diff here, and I love how that game has worked out for themselves. They were able to just keep it going, keep up the DPS if necessary, but hopefully they will be able to just shift that into even more of this round. But Big Bean pulling out an op. I mean, what can attack even do besides just try for it? Nice ultimate, buddy. Get out of there. Big Bean is the man of the hour. Now he's going to do it probably again. This op is relentless. Pops the ultimate, but he can't use it. Presence is detected. Flashbangs are out, but Crazy Mojo has the mojo to get the pick, and now it's Yape needing to get in here as Mojo shreds through these players, and it's all over.
My goodness. One Last Dance continuing their reign of terror. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Big Bean breaking 20 kills that round. Mojo right behind him with 17. Neither of them have assists, so that just makes it that much more impressive. But I mean, unfortunately for Super Monkey Balls, they're just, I feel like their team composition is not where it could be in terms of communication, in terms of actively working with each other's utilities and abilities. It's just, it's not where it needs to be. And One Last Dance is taking every advantage they can get.
Yeah, taking the advantage and taking the picks there. Already Big Bean grabbing another, but it's the trade, immediately traded. Everybody gets 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness.
All or nothing. Catboy has to try to clutch this up. It's not going to be easy. He only has a Marshall. And I think this Catboy might just try their best.
Poor guy.
There we go. Holds it in. Nice clean shot, though. You could say poor guy, but I think that was a rich shot. Needs to now grab that spike, hit up A site. If you got enough time. 1 minute, 6 seconds remaining.
Catboy doesn't know they've abandoned bomb, but he's going to try for it anyways. And the other two have rotated all the way around to Beast. Is he going to chase them on accident? Is that what's going to happen? Are we going to see a ring around the rosy? Are the pockets going to be full of posies? We'll have to wait and see.
I think everybody's going to fall down at the end of this one because there's not a whole lot of options that you have on Catboy's shoulders. You have to just use the 40 seconds to go plant B. It was a smart play, though, because he was able to walk around. He will not be picking up the orb. Just waste time. If he plants this, he does get the ultimate. It's not going to slow them down too much, but when it's the last round of the game and you don't want to go to the lower bracket, you're going to have to 100% rely on this. Now,
and
Catboy,
man, I just gotta give it to our observer, Mr. Ben over here, absolutely killing it. Those angles were gorgeous. Obviously, our producer Camcom killing it as well. But all in all, 1 versus 2. Catboy could clutch this up. He knows exactly where they are. Going to be able to take out Cookie, Oreo, Yummy. 1 versus 1. But Tim is going to collect the head in the bag. Tim, once again, proving that he is, in fact, him. 1-on-1, it doesn't matter. 13-5 for One Last Dance. What a beautiful, beautiful match. That was, I got to say, that was my first time casting Pearl, and I quite enjoy it. Enjoyed it.
The Pearls really is a fun map there, and obviously how that gameplay went out. One Last Dance is going to be dancing a lot more today. Moving on, and we as casters and production are going to be following along their road here. So whatever they fight next is going to be up here in just a few minutes. So make sure to stick around and stay tuned. GG to both of those teams as well. We will see them go into the lower bracket, but good luck. Have fun to the people who have to battle it in the dumps. We'll see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes here.
brisk, chilling air is calling, and out there we're free to run and jump and live so wildly. Head first we'll go tumbling through places unknown, with nothing but the stars to light our way. And though the sun may set at night, tomorrow looks so bright. 'Cause home is when you're by my side. No matter what we do, together we'll see it through. And I hope that we won't drift apart, even though things change. Without you it's not the same. I know it's true, life's better when it's me and you.
She's such a misfit, always ready to brawl. It's like her business, roughing up your friends. The law, there is no difference. If you believe you're strong, she's a bulldozer, making sure you're flat on the ground. She's like a boomerang that never gives up. She flies in circles till she hits you and you're bowed in the dust. So just remember this, when she's chasing you down, face first, you'll be thrown into the proving ground. She'll knock you out. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes mine. As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack that's safe for the bullets. She'll never pull back, just listen. Have you ever really wanted to be a total rebel, flipping tables on the enemy? Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes dawn will never rise again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is going to be game number 3 of the day. We just followed the team who previously won last game on Pearl, One Last Dance. And now we have a brand new team that has yet to be on camera. Berserkers here, ready to rock, roll, and shut down anyone in their way. If you don't know who Berserkers are, there are a lot of big names on that team. And obviously, those are some pretty heavy hitters like Eggster as well. So if you want to root for your favorite team, type in the chat right now as to who you want. But I'm also Edu, joined by Mickey. Mickey, who are you sponsored by?
Community Gaming, one of the best companies I've ever worked with personally. They are amazing. They help us organize all these big tournaments. They're today's sponsor for the Mystic Challenger Series. Every Challenger Series, I believe, they've been right behind us. Same with the Singularity Series. Speaking of Singularity Series coming up November. Oh my goodness, brain no work. February 10th to the 12th.
Those aren't even similar.
That's not even close.
I
Not
think
even.
February is the farthest thing from November, phonetically, how many days there are. But
Yeah.
anyways, we
don't know.
digress. Back to the game. We're going to be also on Pearl, I think, here, Mickey. So
Once again,
do we think
yeah.
that with the previous game being on Pearl for One Last Dance, they might have a slight advantage here, being a little warmed up?
Well, I mean, you gotta kind of you have to look at that last match very, very closely. It was a 13-5 score line. One Last Dance, absolutely obliterating. I don't even know where to begin with that one, but it's clear that they know their way around Pearl. They know their way around their agent. They know their way around this game in general. So to put it lightly, this is going to be interesting for sure to see a team that we just saw absolutely own Pearl, and then now they're coming into this with a team who we have yet to see. It's definitely going to be interesting to say the least. But I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'm also ready to rock and roll, and these players are ready to go. So let's jump right into Agent Select and see who is going to be picking what today. Obviously, we do have one of the best Yoru players on TikTok and Twitch in this game. So I'm really hoping that we see some of that kind of gameplay today.
Yeah, for sure. Eggster is up there with, Eggster's a top tier player. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Dude's insane. Dude is absolutely insane. But again, we are going to have a double duelist set up on Pearl here. And it's going to be in the form of Juice on Raze. Eggster, of course, going to go ahead and slap on that Yoru. We could see an Astra here in the form of Fear Rosen. We do have a double initiator set up once again coming out from One Last Dance in the form of Crazy Mojo again on that Killjoy, proving multiple times on that last map that Killjoy is their character. Absolutely phenomenal gameplay from them. The fact that on attack double digits heading into it, and then heading defense was even more so in their favor. And once again, Glyph gonna slide on to KO. We saw how strong he was coming out of the gates on last map as well. So I'm definitely ready to see some crazy stuff happening here. But we could see a double Astra, or not double, but mirrored Astra and mirrored Killjoy as well, and a Fade as well coming out from both sides. Again, it's going to be Berserkers on defense with One Last Dance starting off on attack, which is where they started on the last map as well. So we're going to see some fun things here, Edu.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Fun things to come here, especially on the map of Pearl. So let's hope that these players do know what they're doing. I love the Killjoy for both teams. We did see Killjoy absolutely be crucial with the lockdowns previously, being able to, I think last game alone, 2 lockdowns were able to secure many disadvantages for the enemies. But now we are going to be moving straight in with the attack side also having one, and that's going to be a little bit of a difference in dynamics. How do you feel about having a double duelist instead of a double control, or what's really going through your head right now, Mickey?
I mean, we had it last game for, I believe that was Super Monkey Balls came out of the gate with a double duelist, and it didn't quite work in their favor, I believe. Unless that was One Last Dance with a double duelist, then it did work. But it's definitely going to be fun to watch. Just to give you a little context of that last match, in case you are just tuning in, Big Bean on that jet on that last map on Pearl, this exact map, starting on attack, Big Bean was absolutely running away with the game. For the majority of for 90%, 95% of the game, Big Bean was pretty much picking up One Last Dance, putting them on the back, and essentially carrying the team. So I hope to see that once more, that aggression coming out from Big Bean, as well as Crazy Mojo was there picking up the Killjoy slack, and we're hopping on board immediately. Juice right out the gate with a double paint shell kill. That is detrimental. Another one perhaps? No. Crazy Mojo gonna go ahead and skirt out of that situation, but Juice is coming in close with that frenzy.
Yeah, honestly, beautiful gameplay so far, with Juice getting that triple kill already. Mojo down, and we can see that this defensive team is unrelenting in art here, and they are being absolutely artistic with how much they're painting the walls with the blood of these attackers. But let's see if these two remaining players can really clutch this up. Obviously, we're going to be following our wonderful observer Ben here and see if it is all up or not. Glyph, 70 HP and still a little bit of util. Tim will find himself a sheriff, but only 22. Needs to try to get one pick here. It's not exactly ideal.
This is a terrifying situation for Tim.
Oh,
the gravity well comes out. Oh,
it's slightly scooted forward. Okay, he's getting it slightly away. It's Juice though on that 4K. Might even get an ace if potential.
If they let him.
I mean, Exter's watching the flank here. Ducky is just going to not care. Clean shot and nearly a flawless round right off the bat.
Yeah, Juice coming out of the double paint shell to open up the round. Gets a second one. Was able to force Crazy Mojo into a position with I think 10 HP, and it just wasn't able to come to fruition for Crazy Mojo as Juice capped that third and fourth kill. And that was just that's the way you want to start it off, especially running a double duelist on a defensive sided map. You need that aggression. I know on defense you have to hold those angles, you have to be very protective of sight, but that aggression really comes into play if you use it right, and they performed beautifully in that first round, and now they are able to get the buys on the board. Not a full-on force for rifles or such, but we got a lot of SMGs to deal with.
Just do a little bit of damage. Obviously the sheriff is a one-tap weapon from only medium to short range. They do not have it like the Deagle from Counter-Strike, but Big Bean did just take a chunk out of Ducky there. And you know, if you're going to be cooking a goose, you're going to want to do it some way right here to get that bomb onto B. So hopefully they are going to be able to just wiggle their way through. They are using so much utility. Crazy Mojo, however, is buying some time over on A, and they are just taking this slow. I like the position. Will spot Juice behind the wall, and I think they know about it. And there it is. Clean shot from Big Bean. Still Ducky only has a Marshall. Body shots him down. Cookie dead. There's Big Bean down as well. And this has dramatically shifted in the favor of defense yet again. And there's Ducky. 5 HP. And a
Ducky.
Triple. Oh my God. This
doing
is the kind of
work with a
gameplay you need to see.
Marshall. With a Marshall of all weapons. Ducky with a fourth. My goodness. Crazy Mojo didn't even have a chance. The defuse is going to come out as well. Ducky opening things up. Round one was nothing but Juice. Round two was nothing but Ducky. That was a phenomenal opening to the round. And again, the duelists coming out. And, the initiator actually from Ducky. But again, I mean, Berserker's definitely doing work in the first part of this game.
Yeah, absolutely doing some work here. Berserker just rage fueled. And Ducky, you do damage to him. He's like a berserker in every video game. The lower he is HP wise, the higher he's going to be on the scoreboard. Absolutely dominating with that Marshall. 4 kills on second round. Obviously shooting people without full armor. But this is the buy round coming out from attack, and they're going to have to make it work or they will be thrown out of this game. No cap, no shot at planting the bomb. Hopefully, though, they are going to be able to get maybe 1 or 2, but Ducky with that Marshall, we've seen how dangerous they can be.
Yeah, I mean, picking up a 4K round 2 with the Marshall, it's nothing to shy at. The Big Bean gonna sit and chill in that fragment, that teammate fragment. Might I add, Juice looking for some aggression towards mid, but Mojo is ready and waiting. Ferozon, gonna go ahead and get the refrag off of that. 3 versus 4. It's a 3-person retake here. Extra and company. There we go. Taking down Big Bean. That's a big move. That fragger off the board. Extra looking to clear some space, but Glyph takes down 2, and now suddenly it's Fear Rosen in a 1-on-3, but it doesn't matter. He picks up Glyph, but Oreo Yummy 1, Cookie Oreo Yummy 1, excuse me, gonna go ahead and shut it down. And that's gonna be finally another A round in the way of One Last Dance. And we gotta talk about it again, Egypt. We've been talking about it this whole game so far. One Last Dance owned this map last game, and they have to bring that back to the table. They can't afford to lose their fuel. They have to keep it going. And so far, they haven't had the best chance with that. They haven't had the best gameplay, but again, there's still plenty of game to be had. We're only heading into round number 4, so there's room for improvement, and there's also room for mistakes. So either team, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, anybody's game here. We are seeing Cookie already just trying to make some space. They really do like their B site, though. I have yet to see them go A. Yes, pistol round, they technically went through Art, but again, Art is just a real mess of a location to really push yourself through, especially with multiple people. They did try their effort, but with a Killjoy there, it was shut down quite handedly by the defense. And hopefully Berserkers can keep it up now that this is their buy round. We do see a Vandal in the hand of DJ here. Just needs to find that one if anything is there, but Ducky now stuck behind. Big Bean still trying to make some moves. And there it is. Clean shot down. Big Bean. Amazing job taking Ducky. But there is still so many more that want to retake this site. Juice on the flank. Will be gunned down. Glyph on the double kill. And it's a 2 versus 5. DJ, nice clean headshot. Has to find some more. Does have Eggster behind him. But Tim lurking in the shadows like a shark in the water here. And it's just going to be Eggster 1 versus 3. No idea where the Astra is. And so low, it's going to be Tim who gets the pick.
The timing on that roundabout, Tim coming around the corner just as Eggster looks away, and it just didn't pan out the way he needed it to. It's all tied up 2-2. Glyph and company starting to pull things back here. Now we're going to see full buys on the side of One Last Dance. Still going SMGs for Berserkers as their economy is not the best here. One more round, they'll be on a loss bonus. But I think, honestly, all in all, with the double duelists, as long as they keep that aggression up on defense, I think they're going to have a pretty good chance of at least keeping this game relatively close.
Yeah, I agree. Having the game at all able to be seen by these enemies is what we want. With Eggster now opening the door with the pick. This is what these attackers need, though. If they push them in, they can win this, but it doesn't matter. They're not hitting their shots, and the ultimate is all colliding. Eggster, nice shot down on a Tim, and it's already a 2 versus 5, and they're just going to take that spike, take that space, and take this game. But there's Cookie getting a clean shot onto one more. Fear Rosen. But can they get any more? Mojo just needs to find something. I love that little piece of lineup. Not actually getting any info. Eggster on the triple. Might try to finish it off. And it's a 4K with a thrifty. That's got to cost you.
That's the third 4K to come out from Berserkers so far. That's the third 4K. First it was Juice, then it was Ducky, then it was Eggster, and they are just continuing those. They're hitting their shots, to say the least. They are hitting their shots, and they are using their utility exactly the way they need to be. And One Last Dance just doesn't know quite how to fight against that. There's no real way for them to keep themselves away from death, if you will. And at the moment, Berserkers starting to pull back a little bit here, but again, still plenty of game to be had. It's only a 1 round difference, still anyone's game, but Berserkers, both teams, honestly, looking pretty solid.
Yeah, both teams being able to push it back, very, very important. But how are they going to be able to actually impact the next part of this game? Obviously, we are seeing a big attack-sided push onto that A site, and the only thing defending it is actually just the Astra ultimate and this alarm bot. DJ is rotated over. We still have, of course, Juice looking for some more damage if possible, but Spike is planted, and I think that the attack might be able to just hold this down. Defense, however, they know how to pull it back. Juice, clean shot. Call it a clean shot ×2. Eggster with the ultimate gets behind, grabs the lockdown, one taps Bean, and it's just up to the one player remaining, Tim, to really find a way to clutch it. And he does get Juice down, but Eggster's not done yet. He's finishing this up, and he is flexing on these players.
That's why he's the Yoru main. That's why he is the duelist right now. I mean, Eggster going absolutely huge, currently 8-2 with just 2 assists. Juice right behind him, 7-5. I mean, this double duelist composition, it's definitely a risk on defense on a map like Pearl, where there's so much space to be had, so much space to be created. Throwing up a double duelist instead of maybe 2 initiators or double smokes, what have you, or even double sentinels. Double duelist is a risk on defense, period. And the fact that they're able to make this not only work, but they are at the moment both duelists thriving for Berserkers. Oh my goodness gracious. Juice is doing work as well.
Absolute work, absolute menace. I honestly thought that was about to connect, but
I don't know how it didn't.
Spotted. They're
I don't know how they
spotted
didn't
right
shoot.
now, so they can't re-peek it. We are seeing Eggster with it, but Juice, he's juicing the enemies for any drop of easy experience, and it's gonna be 1 pick for Cookie before he goes down. And now it's just up to Crazy Mojo in a 1 versus 3. Now, Mojo here has to get past Fear Ozen. They're inching their way a little bit faster, and it's over.
Nope.
That's a clean headshot down, and these defenders are just berserking their way through One Last Dance.
They really are. I mean, to see One Last Dance come off this same map a moment ago to just a few moments ago, so dominant, 13-5 over Super Monkey Balls, to now be in a situation where they're down by 3 in the first half, that's going to trigger a timeout from Glyph and company. And I mean, what's going through your mind at that moment?
I mean, honestly, I think what is going through their mind is, hey, we're split up a lot. We did try to group up one time. It worked about twice. And the second they started having their Killjoy consistently lurk, yes, Killjoy is very solid at lurking, but at the same time, you might want to work it through. I do appreciate what we're seeing, though. When they are grouped up, we see them using their util together, but at the end of the day, they just don't know how to respond to the flanks that they keep getting. Consistently, we're seeing that on the attack behind them, either it's the Yoru, either it's the Rays, even the enemy Killjoy on the defense is somehow managing to sneak themselves behind. And if you're not watching that flank because your Killjoy is too busy on the other side of the map to have an active bot, you're just going to get punished for it. And I think that's something that they might need to work on.
Having that character, having a sentinel lurk is very risky. It's dangerous. It is amazing if it works out, but if it doesn't, you're left with your flank completely open and someone's able to just slip right to the back door and do all this damage. And unfortunately, that's just what keeps happening. Mojo keeps opting for that flank, and unfortunately, it's just not working the way they need it to. And DJ only has 1 kill specifically because the rest of the team is just not really allowing One Last Dance to get to site in order for that sentinel to become as reliable as it needs to be. But Big Bean immediately off the gate getting aggressive towards Art, where there's only Juice on a site, looking for a little bit of backup here in the form of his teammates coming through mid. But at the moment, Juice is completely solo on a site, and this is definitely the moment where One Last Dance needs to take advantage of this.
Yeah, needs to take advantage if they can. One Last Dance does not want this to be their last dance. And Big Bean, clean shot onto Juice. However, Glyph is now down. Initiator, gonna have to see you later as DJ's walking through Art, trying to find one, and gets actually picked by Cookie. It's just gonna be Big Bean, though. I like the position in dugout here, really digging a hole for them to try to clutch it up. It's actually gonna be Fear Ozen. Clean shot, 2 against 3, but only 10 HP marked. And has to try to back it up a bit. We also have Eggster coming out of Flowers, though. We also have that ultimate, and unfortunately is not going to connect to the Yoru. Or anybody at that. And we have the ultimate, and Eggster, he was just an inch too far, and Fear Ozen's going to join him. Tim is him yet again with a double kill down. And this is One Last Dance. Final little piece of fight back that they're honestly kind of bringing back the game here.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose that fuel. They can't. After having such a great map, they have to be able to keep that up. And at the moment, they're starting to pull it back just a little bit, but they have to close those gaps where they're either leaving their flank completely exposed or they're moving the site way too slowly and allowing the rotate to come through. Whatever's going on, they have to find those. They have to patch up the holes, basically. They have to figure out what's going on, and they have to diagnose the problem. They have to fix the problem. And at the moment, Berserkers is just really good at reading those problems.
Yeah, read those problems and do the damage if you can, but how are they going to be able to actually prove themselves here? Big Bean, always the entry frag, now walking in and getting a clean shot down on an Ozin. It's like
Gorgeous.
the wall isn't even there. Beautiful pre-fire. Awesome placement of your crosshair, but now it's a 4 against 5, and we are seeing the attackers still completely patient, waiting for anybody else on the defense to make an aggressive play, which would be considered an aggressive mistake.
It looks like it could be a pretty heavy hit on A site where yep, DJ sitting there, and now all those nano swarms, the alarm bot not going to be put to use, but the headshot is going to come into play, and that's Gorgeous. Takes down a huge fragger for One Last Dance. 4 versus 4. Bullets are flying everywhere. Tim going to take down that Sentinel. Ducky is there for a refrag on the Glyph. Extra barely not going to catch Tim off the wall going up. Tim going to go ahead and slide through and take him down. 2 versus 2. Bomb still not planted. Looks like a heavy rotate towards B site, and I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure Juice and Ducky have read this, and I think they're playing a little bit slower, trying to gain some information from mid, possibly thinking of a mid flank, but it's going to be a full-on rotate to B site where Bomb is going to get planted, and now Ducky and Juice are on the retake.
Yeah, on that retake, still having the attack side with a control agent, might be able to smoke off the bomb. Ducky, Prowler will spawn out 1. We are seeing the ultimate, and Juice is not going to connect the shot, unfortunately. There goes Crazy Mojo. It's just going to be an op in close range, having to use the shorty. It's all or nothing. We'll spawn out 1. Shorty will spot 1, but can you just get the pick? There's one behind you, and it's going to be Tim. And
Nope.
It's over. Attackers bringing this back. One Last Dance is still tapping away.
I don't know how. I don't know. I mean, they are working off of fumes at the moment. I do believe. Again, they are such a solid team, and at the moment, Berserker seems to be reading them really well. But in general, both teams are doing a phenomenal job of just getting kills, just getting information, and the fact that they don't really, aside from Ducky on that fade, Berserkers doesn't really have a full information gatherer, right? In terms of that initiator, you want someone like Soba or KO who gives you solid information, whereas if Fade's really meant to as a distraction, to be honest. If it's just at least how I see it. But at the moment, Big Bean and this aggression, he's just been really solid so far on this aggression, getting 1 or 2 picks every round. And now DJ has read that situation, going to go ahead and say no thanks to that. And Eggster looking for a bit of a rotate themselves. And it looks like, once again, an A hit from One Last Dance.
Yeah, another A hit here. Probably the last A hit that we can really expect from them. I think B site will be better off, especially with how close their ults are. But that, of course, is big speculation. Right now, it's how they can actually hold the A point. And I'm hoping Big Bean can just get 1 pick, maybe draw those knives out. Will grab it. Will not draw the knives. It's instead DJ through the smoke to grab it. And already Eggster is on that bomb. This is a retake of the Century. Glyph joined by another Killjoy. Will be able to get the picks. That's a double kill down. Make it 3 in total for Crazy Mojo. And it's over. Beautifully played. It's now tied up 5-5. That's the kind of gameplay you do expect from this team. And they have brought it back. And honestly, that makes me happy. Because if this game is as close as it is right now, we might even see an overtime on Pearl.
We really could. This is such a close game, 5-5. This is the closest we've seen today, I believe. I mean, both teams, one team pulls it, the other team pulls it right back. It's like a game of tug of war. And I gotta say, I was a little concerned about Big Bean on site, completely alone on A site. They got bombed down, and then Big Bean was essentially a one-man army. They go down, and somehow One Last Dance pulls that re-rotate and that flank out of nowhere, and they were able to make it count. And now, like you said, it's looking like a B hit. Like you said, last round, A site, I believe that was their last stitch at A site. It didn't quite, or it worked out beautifully, but it's been read. It's been known that they like to hit A, so now they're gonna go ahead and play the mind games. Crazy Mojo and company setting up for a B hit. Big Bean playing with his food. Unfortunately, gonna get forked, and DJ takes him down as well. Bomb planted at B site. Now 3 versus 3.
3v3. We do see Defender ultimates coming out here, and the lockdown, unfortunately, is not going to lock anybody on the site. Glyph needs to hold it down. The bomb is not really planted for them here, though. And that's DJ. Clean headshot. Crazy Mojo needing to make some work here. Will get one, will get two. And just has to find that last pick. Has to sink the duck. And the ducky is going to stay alive. But there it is. Perfectly timed. And ends it. That is why Tim is on a control agent. But this is a 5-6 last round before the switch. And we actually saw a massive comeback. A total of 4 rounds in a row. Can they seal the deal here, Mickey?
I don't know. I really, at this point, I do not know. Both teams have just been so, they're just great. They know how to work together ability wise. They're clearly talking to each other very well. They're really good at reading rotates. They're really good at reading which site One Last Dance is going to. So it all comes down to that communication, and both teams have just been so solid in that aspect. And it is so solid to the point where Berserkers needs to call a timeout, figure out where those gaps are on their defense, see what they need to do to fill them, because DJ at the moment on that Sentinel, unfortunately, I mean, 5 and 8, not awful, but as a defensive character, as a Sentinel, you need to be locking down that site just a little bit more. So I think as long as DJ solidifies their hold on whatever side they choose, I think we're going to have a tie game here.
Yeah, I really hope that they can tie it up 6-6 before the half switch. It's something that this timeout is kind of requiring them to figure out how they're going to execute that. Fear Ozen being the IGL deciding for his team, listen, we need to work on one thing and one thing only, and that's getting each other's trades. Because at the end of the day, when you're on defense on a map as large as this, it's almost impossible to trade off somebody when a lot of these angles are set on 1v1. So now we're actually seeing them group up to combat that idea, and completely flanking them is going to be Eggster, is going to be one of the best players here. But look at this, has to now flash it out. There we go. Beautiful pieces of util to try to keep himself alive. He is getting the info, but B site's completely taken. But look at this, they're just running right through it, and
Juice.
that's a clean shot. Juice,
Beautiful positioning from Juice. The duelists are going at it beautifully. I mean, Eggs are opening up that round with that util. They read the clone, but they were able to get away from that situation. And now it's all chaos on B site with that lockdown coming into play. Doesn't look like anyone's going to get fully stuck in that lockdown, but Eggster is somehow on another flank. Glyph doing work. DJ as well, taking down Glyph off the refrag. 2 versus 3. Spike is planted. Ducky gonna drown in his own no buenos, and oh my goodness, Cookie Oreo doing work as well with a 3-piece. The fade coming to play, and it's not going to be a tie game just yet.
wow. And you know, that is true. 5-7 at the switch here. We're seeing the gameplay develop heavily in the favor of One Last Dance, and you gotta hand it to the team of Berserkers. They managed to toss a lead out the window, losing 5 in a row. Obviously, it always just comes down to how you are going to get those trades, and Cookie Oreo Yummy One is the #1 player in this lobby right here, absolutely decimating on Fade, doing better than everybody else except for Juice, which is a duelist, and I'm really hoping that they can continue this kind of streak forward, but I also want Berserkers to bring it back just a little bit. I hope that they can try to take pistol, but already we're seeing them split off, searching for clues at the start of this round.
Well, I don't think that I don't think that was the haunt that Ducky was looking, or Cookie was looking for there. But again, the double duelist coming into play here for now the attacking side. The fact that Juice and Extra have been so solid on defense, now putting that into attacking form, you got to wonder if there's going to be a play difference here. But already triggering the rotate. Hi there, Yoru clone, says Crazy Mojo. Give me a kiss before I dissipate into nothingness. And unfortunately for Berserk, or for One Last Dance, they've left A completely open. Tim is solo over there, and as an Astra, it's going to be a difficult hold, especially with Extra so far up already. But DJ from distance with a headshot to Tim, going to go ahead and solidify the hold on A site. Cookie picks up Juice. That's another duelist down, and now 3 versus 4.
Wow, but oh, Mojo. He's got the Mojo. Nice clean shot to the body. Takes out Eggster. Now it's Glyph beginning to make his way through. Obviously checking the flank. 1 on the bomb, but Again, facing off against an Astra, you're just going to get vulnerable. You're just going to get pushed off, and you're going to have to try to stick the bomb here. But there it is. Glyph able to get the trades. 2 picks down, 1 to go. It's Ducky, but he's so low. 1 body shot will finish him off. And Ducky is going to go for it. But it is these defenders consistently taking it, and a grab and pistol round at the switch here. Mickey, this is an upset of upsets.
Yeah, I mean, we really, this seemed like it was going to be a lot closer heading into the final portion of that first half, but then suddenly One Last Dance said, oh, let's get 6 rounds in a row here, one of which being in this second half, and they've just been so solid. Got the defuse on that first round. Now they're going to be able to get that force buy going here. We have a Phantom from Glyph. That's a bit of a risk if it doesn't work out. Speaking of risks, Big Bean, the man, the Jet, the legend, with a Guardian. So we saw them doing work with the Guardian last map. But let's see if they can keep up that momentum. But nonetheless, both teams being very, very solid. Both teams being very, very aggressive. Working out a little bit more so for one of them so far. But again, this is still, I still count this as anyone's game.
Yeah, it's anybody's game here. They still have a lot of potential, if I would say. Obviously, they did force this round, buying a lot of stingers. So if they do lose this, they're going to lose the next 2 unless they can pull it out in a very tight eco. I like Exter's play, though. Moving fast, moving all the way up. This Yoru knows how to grab the space. Flanking 1. Here's the footstep. And oh my God, Big Bean does not care about the headshot. Just that kind of guy. Glyph, though, with the pick onto Ducky. Tim onto Juice. And they already have sight locked down. These attackers have to run away. They're going to have to try to make their own space. But there's one behind you. DJ, no! Glyph is going to get you. And it is a round of the ages yet again. There goes their money. That was their lifeline to try to take this game back, and them losing it almost seals the deal for them in this part of the game. And hopefully they can try to come back here with the little rounds they got left.
Yeah, I mean, One Last Dance is again, we're seeing that we're seeing that aggression. We're seeing that beautiful defender energy, if you will, from One Last Dance. They were so solid on that last map, and they're bringing that right back into it. Now a 4-round difference. Again, this Berserkers, this isn't a ridiculously difficult comeback, but they got some work to put in, and especially now they're all stuck on pistols again. They did a little force buy last round. It didn't pan out, so now they're all stuck on the sheriffs. They have a classic from Egster, and it's got to. They have to take this round, or it's going to be just an awful situation for Berserkers.
Yeah, and you know, we don't want Berserkers to be in a pretty negative spot, so they're going to have to start working together. I do like the plan that we're seeing coming out from them, just going and getting those early picks, but every time they split off, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Luckily, they're on attack this time, and that means that if you take out one of the defenders, they get spread incredibly thin, and a thin layer of defense is not going to really prevent the penetration power of 4 people just rushing a site, and A site is going to be where they want to go. Glyph in mid. They're stacking B for some reason. I think they just want to retake it, and they know that they are facing off against an eco round here. But is this eco really going to be enough?
Yeah, I would personally, I would say out of the 2 sites for an easier retake, I would choose B. Honestly, every time I would choose B to retake, but they rolled the dice and it landed on Snake Eyes, and it's not the best situation for Berserkers here. But again, or for One Last Dance, I should say. But again, Egster and company sitting on those light buys. We only have a Stinger. That's the biggest gun that they have, and it's in the hands of Egster. So if that Stinger was going to be in anyone's hands on that team, it should be Egster. And now Big Bean with the aggression off of the defuse start, and Glyph with a flash takes out Fear Rosen. Looking for a second, does take down DJ. Trade after trade after trade. 1 versus 1. Blue Man versus Blue Man. Egster, beautiful slide and dip and glide. Takes out Glyph. 6-9 as Berserkers finally gonna pull it back just a little bit and save the Phantom.
Saving the Phantom, doing the damage, clutching the round, making this 6-9. And with that score being 6-9, it might be the first time we're going to see a nice little bit of a switch around here. I mean, we are very proud of the fact that they have managed to stop the streak there. They were on a solid 7-round win streak for One Last Dance, but this time with that shutdown, we might see a little bit of momentum shift in their favor as well, because now full attackers have full buys here, and the defense is the ones who are running low on funds.
Yeah, I mean, one last dance into that first half, 7-5. It was a good advantage coming into the second half, and they're able to keep it going. But now Berserkers is starting to really feel that they really need to put the pedal to the metal here. But unfortunately, one last dance is just getting the kills. They're hitting their shots. Big Bean and company are not letting up without. They're not giving up without a fight, and that's true. They are 100% about to force this rotate. I believe. I think Ducky and company are better up. What? Okay, they got a couple picks and disappeared. And now the lockdown comes out, and Ducky and company going to be able to take B site. But Glyph is trying his best to at least buy time for his teammates to flank, and I think he might be able to do just that with that fragment. He's going to get caught. He's going to get detained by that lockdown. Ducky's going to go hunting, but he's got his teammates ready and waiting. Doesn't matter. Cookie goes down. Tim picks up 2. Glyph's back in it. 1 versus 2 on the retake.
1v2 on the retake. You got to remember, this is the semifinals. In the next half of the upper semifinals, how are they going to be able to get into the final grand match? We do have Glyph here just trying his best, but there is Tim finding Fear Ozen and getting him gunned down. I mean, if Ozen is not going to be able to clutch it up, how can we really prevent them from everything that they've been absolutely beating these players over the head with?
Yeah, all in all, solid game so far. It's definitely a bit one-sided here, just a bit. This is still, it's possible for Berserkers to bring this back, but with the energy that One Last Dance has been providing on this defensive side, I don't see it happening. I really don't. Their communication is on point. Their utility usage is on point. They're taking up space. They're closing those gaps in the defender's side, and they're playing so beautifully. But Berserkers, again, as long as Berserkers continues to hit their shots, I think they do have a steady chance of bringing it back to a tie game.
You know, and we can really hope that they do that, but again, it's how you play around it. We really saw them kind of bring back the economy, but already they're at their wits' end money-wise. They do have some sheriffs, they do have a little bit of stuff, but it's all spread thin. Luckily, it's a buy for next round regardless. They do have the loss bonus for that. I also want to point out Big Bean's position here, being able to just be up close and personal. If Juice is not going to check that, this crossfire is going to be incredibly dangerous, but Juice checks it, and Eggster gets the 1-tap. This is now a 5 versus 3. The shift is
huge
there, and Juice is ready. What a shot! Yet
that's
again.
huge.
They got to keep this going. If they can move it around, we're going to be happy. And Tim, though, with the double kill.
Triple! No!
One
Not going to
versus
find
two,
the
though.
4th. Ducky puts him down finally off the refrag. 1 versus 2. Bomb finally going to get planted here at B site. Crazy Mojo is staring at a corner for some reason, and Ducky going to take advantage. And finally, once again, Berserkers going to start to take things back here. As long as they can keep up that momentum, they got the weapons, they have the economy to at least continue to try. I mean, this is still, I've said it like 9 times, but I'm gonna say it again. It's anyone's game. It's still anyone's game. It's a 3-round difference here. This is not impossible for either team to take this. Only 3 more for One Last Dance and they will win, but only 3 more for Berserkers and they'll tie it up.
Yeah, if they can get that 3 more to tie it, then I think they might have a chance, but obviously they have to first cripple this economy even more. There is the full buy coming around from these attackers, and the eco is currently active for defense. So maybe Tim can try to hold it down. Maybe he can get 1 or 2 picks, but it's up to Eggster here, who does not have his ult quite yet. He is 3 away. So this is just going to be util to push it in, and he's anchoring the point. He does have a TP if required, but how are they going to get past these players? Looks like it is a full rotate over here right into Crazy Mojo's mojo. I like the sheriff in hand. Will get checked. That's a pretty bad position though. If that Killjoy swung once, it would have been GG no re for the Astra, but I think they're going to keep it going here. As long as they can get onto any site, these attackers will be just burning through time.
Yeah, and that's what you want as a defender. You want to play time, because if they can't get the site, if they can't get that bomb down, you win the round, obviously. So as long as One Last Dance keeps, using their utility to create or to close up those gaps, I think we're going to be okay here. But Eggster off of the help of the Nightfall, gonna find entry and a kill onto Tim. A second one to Big Bean, a third to Cookie, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Eggster showing how dominant he really is on that Yoro. Ducky gonna go ahead and get spiked down just barely in time. 15 seconds on the clock. Now gonna reset. Eggster still hasn't reloaded. He's just confident. Now the reload comes out because he says, no, I'm not that confident. I need more bullets. But either way, 2-man retake here. Crazy Mojo is in a very scary spot here. Glyph hot shot left and right, but Eggster gonna put him down. Eggster, no ace, no ace.
The ace robbed away. Ducky will be able to get the final shot. However, regardless of an ace being robbed, that round alone was an amazing play. I mean, the fact of the matter is Eggster is at the top of this scoreboard now with those 4 picks. And if they can just keep that consistency going, this could be another tied game here. Obviously, though, it is the buy round coming out from the defense. We're seeing the economy flip back, forth, and sideways, but can they work with it to actually shut down a pretty solid boost of momentum that we've seen Berserkers take? And as I said at the start, the lower you get a Berserker, the harder they're going to hit.
Yeah, this game just inching closer and closer to a tie game. I mean, Berserkers is not going down without a fight. A paint shell comes out. We've seen Juice do work with that, but Big Bean and Tim absolutely mowing through Berserkers, and now it's just DJ who has to retrieve bomb or get a 4K or both. And honestly, I don't see this happening with the power of Tim and Cookie both holding that same angle. The Nanoswarm going to come out to provide the push, but Tim is going to get that headshot, gets caught a little bit in that Nanoswarm, but it doesn't matter because the 11th point is on the board. One more, and it'll be match point for one last dance. Berserkers, you got to put every bit of gas you have into this next round.
Yeah, you gotta put gas in the car because it is just driving you off a cliff right now if you aren't able to actually turn it. It's like their brakes are cut at this point and they have to just go with the flow of what this massive vehicle
Your
is
metaphors, I love them, but sometimes they're just a mess, and I love it. I love it even more.
Always messy, just like this game. The fact that 4K happened with those 2 players was insane. Tim and Big Bean really came up big there, but let's find out. Can they do some more juice? Just has to juice out these players, maybe squeeze them a bit with the space. I like the util, definitely cuts the corners. And DJ needs to just find that flank fully defended.
DJ's in a beautiful spot right here. He really is to do some crazy damage, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get peaked just yet. Eggster sends out the clone, but Glyph is smart enough to avoid it. Eggster going to go ahead and teleport away. Gate crash in effect. Tim picks up Juice, which is huge. That's a fragger off the board. Crazy Mojo with the turret assist from Tim. Gonna take down Eggster. Tim takes down fellow Astra. Ducky was ready and waiting for Big Bean with all the footsteps, but it doesn't matter because Big Bean hits their shots every time. Now DJ just waiting out that lockdown. Now again, in this 1vx scenario, has to recover bomb or get all the kills on the board. I mean, this is the last straw for Berserkers. This is going to be match point for one last dance, and it's exactly what's going to happen. Cookie pushing through that nebula, going to provide the bullet to the brain for DJ, and it's going to be match point for OLD.
Match point is here. The pressure is all the way up on this pressure cooker, and it is ready to burst. If anything happens, if the wrong step is played by these attackers, it is GG. They go to lower bracket. If a single misplay is made, they go to the lower bracket. And if this team, one last dance, wins it, they move on to secure the grand final spot. So let's see if they're going to be able to actually hold that down. They will have to face off against anybody who wins the lower bracket, but Crazy Mojo has to prove himself right here against Eggster and Juice.
Crazy Mojo loves these Rat Joy spots right here. This could be detrimental. This could be phenomenal, but Juice might catch him. Crazy Mojo takes one down. Can he get the second? No. Ducky's there with the refrag. Quick trade. Just over a minute on the clock. Fear Rosen on the flank. Beautiful shots with the help of that Killjoy turret. Takes down Big Bean. 3 versus 4. Bomb is still on the back of Ducky here as they're looking for a potential B push here. Glyph trying to get some information. is going to spot essentially the entirety of Berserkers. So now they know exactly what's happening. They know exactly what they need to do here. The Flash is going to provide a beautiful cover, but Eggster, it doesn't matter, picks up 2, 1 versus 3. This could be where Berserkers shines. This could be their moment to take this back.
They need to take it back fast. Tim here, clean one tap. Oh, what? Oh my God, Tim is toggled on and now made this a 1 versus 1. Tim is him, and Tim is making it work. DJ, last person standing, and we just have Tim to fight it down. Killjoy versus Astra. DJ still has a lot of util, still has enough body armor to take about 3 to 4 shots.
Oh, and he's got the turret to back him up.
It's over for this round, and that is a clean shot. DJ managing to shut down Tim on an almost insane clutch, almost ending the game there. But this is not the end, and I don't think it's going to be for a little bit more time here.
Mark my words, DJ, no turret, no kill. Straight up, that turret, it's so pivotal. It really is. As a Killjoy, you have to utilize that turret, and we've been seeing beautiful utility usage from multiple multiple Killjoys tonight. And DJ continues to prove my point. I mean, 11 and 16 as a Sentinel on attack, pretty darn good. But again, Juicing Company getting aggressive down a main here. No shot to be had from Big Bean. It's an all-out skirmish on A ramp. Eggster takes down Tim. That's the controller off the board for one last dance. It's nothing but mayhem.
Nothing but mayhem attack. Now popping down the ultimate, the lockout lockdown, trying to lock A site into their grasp. Now Cookie is going to be here, but Jet deciding to stand there, maybe even be the bait so they rely on pushing, might actually work out, but Juice is going to get the trade. But it's Cookie here, just being that guy. But unfortunately, it's a showstopper, stopping the show for the 1 fade remaining. And Big Bean,
oh my goodness,
only has an up. This might be the comeback of the game, but Big Bean, nice shot through the wall, able to take out DJ, while Mojo slowly inching their way behind main. Just to find Ducky, just has to find that one pick. The bomb has yet to be planted. The spike, not so perfect. And oh no, Juicy wins the shot, but it's just Ducky who gets it. Now, Big Bean with an op versus Ducky. Who's going to be taking it today? And it's Big Bean!
It's Big Bean coming out with a big brain once again. Oh wow. My goodness. I have to say, that's honestly, for Berserkers, that's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. The fact that just within that first half, Berserkers had 3 separate 4Ks and it essentially amounted to nothing. That's just so heartbreaking. Berserkers gets knocked down. They're going down to that lower bracket. One last dance has secured their spot in the grand finals. I mean, that was an incredible map. It really was.
Yeah, absolutely. A great game to be had, a great game to watch, great game to cast, and I hope a great game to play for the people that are now moving down. Berserkers, GG to you guys. You will be seeing us soon, hopefully, because we're actually going to be following a few of these teams over to the lower brackets. Now, we have casted a lot of teams losing today, but we've also casted a lot of teams winning. But let's see, of the losers, who are the winners, which I know sounds funny, but let's actually find out, as we are going to be back in about 5 to 10 minutes here with some loser bracket games. So make sure to do !bracket to make a mess of what is going on in this tournament here. So we'll see you in a bit. And welcome back, everybody. How are you doing today? It's me, Edu, and we're now amongst the losers of the day. Mickey, we are amongst all the people who decided that they weren't good enough to beat people in the upper bracket, so now they have to beat each other up until they manage to crawl their way out of this pit. Mickey,
Yep.
we got two teams here, B-Hop versus WTP on Pearl. Third time we're on Pearl. So, what do we really talk about? We know what happens on Pearl. We're probably going to see it happen again. But hey, you jinxed it. You said, "Oh, I've never casted Pearl before,"
and now I've casted it 3 times.
Yeah, it's
fine.
This is your fault.
It's fine.
I'll
own that. I caster cursed the crap out of it. I'll own it. All right. I'm what I will not own is I don't want to see a shutout. I want them to be close. We've had one semi shutout of 13-5 on Pearl. The rest of the time, it's been relatively close in those other games. So I want to keep that ball going, because when you get a shutout like that, it's not fun gameplay. It's just not. But again, we're here for content. We're here for fun. And again, like you said, we're in the losers bracket. It's the Royal Rumble of people who barely couldn't cut it. So it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the biggest loser is currently live. So let's see who's going to be taking it. The winner of everything here of the losers bracket has to face off against Berserkers, though, and we just saw them put on a decent fight. But let's get straight into Agent Select and switch on over to know what these players are going to be locking in.
Yep, we got WTP, What the Police, and starting off on Defender's side, and B-Hop on the attackers. Right out of the gate, we're getting a pretty relatively mirrored matchup, aside from that Killjoy, who we could see Logic hop on a Killjoy and have a full-on mirror matchup, but again, we've seen all day, we've seen KOs, we've seen Killjoys, we've seen fades, and Jets absolutely pop off. I feel like the one character that we've seen a bunch of times that hasn't fully made their mark yet is Astra. So I'm looking at Mikester and I'm looking at Doc to really bring those nebulas, those gravity wells, and the Astral Divide. I'm really wanting them to really come to fruition, to come in. On a map like Pearl, you have to utilize all your utility, especially on a mirror matchup, which is what we have here.
Yeah, a mirror matchup, definitely something that we like to see, especially Fade and KO. That is a initiator combo that works beautifully on the map of Pearl. So let's see if where the police, these police can manage to absolutely beat down the B-Hoppers. Let's find out as they are now entering Pistol. And I'm really hoping that we're going to have, as you said, a close game. I think that it's kind of given considering it's a mirror matchup, but if there's any difference in which team is better at the mechanics like aim and reaction time, it's going to be a pub stop.
I was about to say it is even in terms of ability, utility, yada yada yada, but strategy, communication, and kills. Those are the 3, if you will, the trifecta of Valorant. You have to have communication, you have to know how to play your character, and you have to know how to play the game, most importantly, in order to make this work. And right out of the gate, we're seeing aggression from the defenders. Mikester wasn't fully ready for Abe to be right there, but a quick trade is going to provide enough time for B-Hop to go ahead and get WTP to get a quick rotate. And now Down and company, not in the best situation. A lot of damage dealt on both sides. Mikey left back of sight with 1 HP and a Dream. Fractured, not in a good spot. It's nothing but red in the kill feed. Death after death, trade after trade, and now 2 versus 2.
2v2 Killjoy versus Killjoy, and it's B-Hop Logic bringing the Logic to the police here, shutting them out of there. And that is a very close pistol round. I think, honestly, if you see a close pistol round, you can expect a close game, because that is pretty much exactly what you expect. I mean, think about last game. It was relatively close, but who won pistol round won the game. And obviously, Caster Curse, let's see how it's actually going to be developed throughout this Pearl map.
I mean, you and I, we've had, how many Caster Curses have we had? Like 7,000 just in the few short months that we've, we're the duo at this point. We constantly cast together, especially under Mystic events. We're constantly together, and we've seen so many moments where we're like, oh, that's going to happen. And then the exact opposite comes out of nowhere. So, but I am inclined to agree with you on the whole pistol round bamboozlage. I mean, it's weird, man. It's really weird. But Abe is going to go ahead and slide right into the DMs of B-Site, get bomb planted and not a single shot was fired in that. But now a Nano Swarm ejected at the feet of that KO. Doc takes out interlaced, and now the shots are flying, but it's going to be, oh no, the flash, the beautiful flash drive provides exactly what B-Hop needed to secure that round. Down picks up a 3-piece, and that's all she wrote. What a beautiful, beautiful round from B-Hop.
I mean, if we had the amazing ability to have replays or anything clippable, that was insane.
That was gorgeous.
I mean, just the having spray control of a Spectre and then immediately going into a one tap, being able to differentiate between what type of control is necessary at that speed and precision is just something that we hopefully are going to be seeing more from this fade of.
Yeah, you know me. I love watching KOs at work. I myself am pretty close to being a KO main. I play everybody. I'm a flex character. I'm just good at everybody. But at the end of the day, KO is so pivotal to both these teams. Shutting down those abilities really allows you to either create space or deny space, depending on your attacking or defending. In this case, both. So seeing KO coming out pretty early is I like to see it. But again, if you got a player like Abe who gets this aggressive this early in the round, it's gonna spell nothing but trouble for that attacking side. And Doc going to provide the first kill in the way of Mikester going down here. Now Abe and company, beautiful sight take on A, bomb down, but Smalls with a beautiful tap ski to Abe's brain. And that could be the start to a beautiful retake for WTP.
Now, beautiful retake underway. Attempts are being shooken here as Mikey is going to be able to get that beautiful 2-piece down as Artada at least to try to just find one. B-Hop Logic, we saw them clutch the pistol, but can they clutch this one? They can.
Oh.
Mikey on the triple kill down, and now Artada is looking for it. It is over. Fracturing the skull of the enemy. KO diffing him all the way to the next round, and now we're seeing defenders having a little bit of a better shot here.
And I will say, we have seen Fractured, the player. We have seen him before. He comes out pretty strong, I gotta say, as a KO. Pretty provisional in terms of those abilities coming out, suppressing, flashing, doing what they need to do, locking down areas. Very, very good at what they do, and that right there is a perfect example of it. Fractured doing a pretty good job on that KO. Mikey currently sitting 4-2-1, down on the other side of things, 5-2-1, just barely a kill difference here, but again, still anyone's game.
Anybody's game, but right now we're really going to be seeing who deserves to say that it's their game. Right now we got DWND. He's down with it, ready to rock, ready to roll, going straight through Art. He can find maybe one, maybe two. He'll be very, very happy. Mikester, the man on the mic, the man in long, needs to hold this down. Mid control is all up to this Astra, and I can see that these attackers don't really want to risk anything. Splitting off, one on A, one on B, 3 in the mid. How can they actually work it out, though? I mean, it's gonna be a lot of risk.
Yeah.
With
They're
the
starting to
reward
snake
here.
towards B, though. They're starting to regather. It seems that Artada is going to go ahead and give up on that drawing attention towards A side. He's starting to realize I need to be with my team. My abilities are far too important to be on the other side of the map, because all in all, if you're going to have someone lurk, it's got to be a Sentinel or maybe an Initiator, but KO's not the one you want lurking. But it is going to be that lockdown coming into play.
Yeah, KO is not going to be that guy, but Lockout locking it down and pushing him out. That's what we want to be seeing. A nice detain from the police here. But here's Artada. One tap by Fractured. And already they're going to have to work it their way through. Let's see if they can actually keep up the damage, keep up what they got with the bomb just barely getting planted. 12 seconds remaining, and Fractured needs to make some more space. Mikey, clean shot from up top. The Rafter, raining blades. Now, LFT, just looking for one. I mean, how are you going to be able to do anything? The Doc is not going to be looking too hot, as DWND, now one of the last people on the site, able to get the cross and a double kill down from down, and that is why attackers will take this back.
I believe that's the third 3-piece coming out, or the second coming out from down. Beautiful, beautiful work from that fade, coming out with a good amount of kills off the board. That's what you want from your Initiator, right? You want that information and you want the damage to be dealt, and it's exactly what Down has been doing. But it's also what Fractured's been doing, and as a KO on defense, you need to be doing that. You absolutely need to be providing that damage and information. And at the moment, B-Hop just getting a little bit more lucky with that information, with that damage. Fractured with a quick 0 point, not going to find anybody home just yet in that mid B area, but it does look like a full B push from B-Hop, and this could be quite insane as the Cosmic Divide is going to come out interlaced, ready and waiting, but he's going to get fragmented off, has to push off that angle just a little bit, and it's going to provide just the right space for Doc to get that bomb planted.
Yeah, just the right space for Doc here, and they are making it work. What a round. Defense is just mowing through anything, and it's a thrifty.
Goodness.
Wow. You know, they got defunded last round, but here they are coming up big with the little weapons that they got.
Little weapons, big brains. That's what I always say.
Yeah, sometimes size doesn't matter. With one weapons you have, the sheriff is able to get it from any distance.
It's not about size, it's about how you use it. And so far, both teams are using it pretty well, but B-Hop just a little bit better, just a little bit more usage out of there. But again, we're still very early in this game. We're in the first half of the first half. WTP definitely has a chance here. It's only a 1 round difference. I mean, you just got to wait and see what happens here. But Abe getting super aggressive early, but gets shut down by that very pivotal. That's exactly what I was talking about. The suppression comes out, completely denies that Blade Storm from what could have been an incredible shot. But again, Fractured have been so solid on those suppressions as of late. So it just shuts down that push so early. And now all of B-Hop is sitting mid, trying to figure out where they want to go, trying to gather information. Abe getting aggressive again, but he just barely missed Mikester at the end of long here, but I think they might run into each other again. Stinger versus Blade Storm. Oh, that's a Vandal, not a Stinger.
You know, it's a very different size Stinger, but you're not going to shame it. It can identify, and it will be the Stinger that it wants to be.
Exactly.
However, it sure does one hit pretty hard. Now let's see what's going to happen as they move a little bit forward here into the next part of this round. Obviously, we did see one pick by the defense, and they're walking right into this Vandal's line of sight. And it's Mikester getting another one. But that's the end of Mike, but not the end of Smalls. Oh my God, this is what you want to do.
Smalls going big. That's what WTP needed. Lining themselves up, tying up the game 3-3. Again, plenty of game to be had, but with that right there, Smalls showing up as that initiator, getting work done is exactly what WTP needs. And as long as they keep that up, I think they're going to have a good time here on Pearl.
Yeah, definitely having some good time here. Hopefully it keeps that way. This is a pretty close game, 3-3. And let's see, can they keep it going? Obviously, 3 ultimates are available for these wondrous defenders. And if we take a peek at that scoreboard, we're going to be seeing a lot of solid damage here, but Fractured. Oh my God, that spot out everybody. There's so much info. They know that it's going to be an A push here, and they're not even concerned about what's going to happen. So they just have to lock down mid now.
Fractured is in a really good spot here to do some serious damage if Logic and company decide to push towards a site, but that nanoswarm gonna push him off. He's got to get out of there. Does eat a bit of damage, but it's not too detrimental to his health. But again, B-Hop looking to focus a lot of attention on a site, and Down definitely gonna help out with that art pick. It's gonna draw more bodies for that rotation for B-Hop. But if you look at the top left corner of your map, ladies and gentlemen, you can totally read Mikester. He is ready and waiting for that rotate to come in from B-Hop, but I don't think it's going to happen. They got 45 seconds on the clock. They have to pressure something here.
I mean, Attack is now popping the ultimate from the KO. That's a null command, trying to nullify anybody on the defensive side. Hopefully Abe here will be able to see anybody, but they're all coming around from Flowers and Dugout. But up close and personal, Abe is just going for it, but the bunny hop, luckily, the trade is finally made. And there it is, Artada and the defense Killjoy is there for the damage, but this is all up to Mikester now. 1v2, spots out one, spots out Artada, gets the pick. It's now just another Astra v Astra fight of the life. Can they clutch it up though? Up close, it's Doc. and you're gonna have to call a Doc after that headshot. In this round goes yet again to this team. Exactly how you want to be seeing it. B-Hop is just always on top.
I mean, I couldn't have put it better myself. And again, we have a tug of war. I feel this is our third game on Pearl, and it's the third first half that we've seen that, at least in the very beginning of this first half, where there is a lot of tug of war going on, a lot of this way, that way. Both teams are putting up one hell of a fight. We did see a bit of a diff on the first Pearl map we had, 13-5, but that was as big as gap we've had all day. But Mikey, beautiful opening onto down, but Abe gonna put him down as well. And now both this is going to be worrisome. It's a 4 versus 4. Artada trying to create space at A. Bomb is still dropped way back towards B mid, towards B long area, essentially in attack spawn. So they're going to have to backtrack to recover Bomb and then decide where they want to go. And just based off information alone, I think they are going to go ahead and head towards A site.
Yeah, they're heading towards it, but they need to prove that it's actually worth that direction to go. We do have 4 people hitting up on A. Fractured is going to be able to spot just one, which still gives a lot of information, because that tells you if they're planning on sticking around, they are planning on pushing, and Fractured is going to push up because of that. But unfortunately, getting that distance is only going to punish him, as B-Hop Abe is going to be able to gun him down. Now it's just going to be WTP Smalls in Art as he waits for his Killjoy and Astra to get into position for a potential 3v4 retake.
This has to be surgical from Mike Stern Company. Beautiful headshot. Gonna open it up. That's the first one. Hopefully first of many. Mikester's gotta put the shots in. And he does get one. Doc gonna send him home with a note. And Abe picks up a 3-piece. Smalls takes down Logic 1 versus 2. It's Smalls all by his lonesome with a Vandal and a Dream with that Riot gun buddy, but it's not gonna do him any good. Abe picks up a 4K and the 5th point on the board for B-Hop.
B-Hop pretty happy about that. Now 2 rounds ahead of their enemies. WTP is definitely kind of getting shooken up here, and obviously they have battled it out a little bit here. I'm really just hoping they can get maybe one pick. It's very close to what they need, but I mean, look at what they got. They're facing off against people with more ultimate, more money, and there's not a whole lot they can do. Not even full armor on players like Mikey and Interlaced. All right, now they are trying to just insta their way through mid. Maybe find that one, maybe find 2. Fractured will be able to do a little bit through the wall for info-wise, but he actually takes more damage than he deals here. Now sitting at under full armor, full HP. It's a 1 hit from a Desert Eagle or Sheriff, but can he really clutch it up? Mikester. Beautiful reaction time on this player, but how is he going to react to when they push out of Art, if they push out of Art? It's a fine line between how they can actually work it out. And what is that?
Come on.
That's too much. I mean,
what even is RNG at this point? I don't oh, man.
No, that's pure luck. I mean, pure skill, pure skill.
Yeah, you mispronounced skill. It's okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Happens.
Hey, there's an L in skill and an L in luck, and the L was taken by poor Abe there. What a shot.
But now Artada trying his hand in a bit of a spray and pray situation, but Mike's going to retain the title. Interlace picks up Artada with a nano swarm, but is going to get traded out in the process, and now it's Doc. Unfortunately, no medical staff to be had. Everyone's dead, and he can't do the what's that? The CPR thing? Just CPR. He can't resuscitate. He can't bring nobody back to life. He's not a sage. He's just an Astro with a bomb on the back. Unfortunately, 1 versus 4. We're going to have to wait the clock down and save that Vandal for next round, because it was just essentially a shutout from WTP, with the exception of Interlaced going down.
Yeah, a complete shutout there is going to be a save. A pretty lackluster end of a round, but honestly, it was a smart choice coming out from Doc there, and they have rounds to lose is the fun fact about it. They are in the lead. If they give it up, obviously, I think because they have a mirrored composition, they know that how they do here will barely affect how they do on attack because they could see or how they do on defense and vice versa for WTP. So B-Hop not exactly in the realm of concern. However, if they keep up actions like that, they're going to have to start being concerned. And that's why they need to start working together to push to B here.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of players are now starting to spray and pray through those Astra Nebulas, which isn't the worst thing, but it's at the same time, you're kind of telegraphing your position. So you have to be aware of that. You're not only wasting bullets, but you're also saying, hey, I'm over here. Hi, attacker Killjoy. Lockdown gonna come through Nano Swarm to clear bracket area. And now with that beautiful aerial view of sight, we're able to see the gorgeous room, the space that has been taken by B-Hop, provides them the plant. Now Mikey is waiting for this astral divide to come down. Abe and down, waiting with a judge and a blade storm. The flash comes through, the haunt comes through, the bullets come through. Abe goes down, as does down, and now 3 versus 4 as Logic rips Mikey apart. And Logic goes down. Oh my. Oh, I'm terrified.
Oh, everybody. Mikester is a monster. Look at that spray. Look at that. 1 tippity tap. 3 go down to this Astra. And that's astronomical for these defenders now being able to tie up this game.
It's looking pretty solid. It's looking pretty solid for either of these teams at the moment. It's a tie game. We've seen this quite a bit here on Pearl today. This seems to be very repetitive so far. It's very tug of war the entire first half, and then it's usually that second half where we see one team really take off. The closest we've had so far on Pearl is 13-9, which isn't awful, but again, it's a 5-round difference, 6-round difference. I know how to math; it's fine, but again, it's one of those maps where you can't really afford to be shy on attack or defense, because when it comes to that second half, one of these teams always take off, and I'm just waiting for that because we only have 2 more rounds in this half. Down, gets caught in the Nano Swarm, Interlace barely catches him through the door with the help of that Nano Swarm headshot and all. Interlace somehow survives that. Doc goes down 2 versus 5.
2v5 now. I mean, B-Hop was on top, and now they have to be stopped, and that's what's going on. These WTP are just wanting to absolutely shut these players down. Amazing flawless round by defense, and if they keep that going, this will be GG for them. And obviously Caster Curse has been laid out. Let's see if they make it a reality or if it is just superstition. But last round before the half, we do not have full buys coming around for both teams. 3 ultimates on the defense versus no ultimates, not even close.
Not even close.
And yes, they can afford full util as well, but at the end of this round, only one option is made. Either it's a tie or it's slightly in favor of WTP.
I mean, either way, 7-5 or 6-6. It's always, like I said, in that second half where one of these teams pulls ahead. So hopefully once that happens, the other team can continue to fight back, because this is a very close match, and we have seen that time and time again on Pearl. Abe is in the fight of his life up in heaven. Artada takes down the fellow KO. Fracture goes down. Smalls there with a quick refrag. Abe, 4 HP in a dream. Spike has yet to be planted, but it seems that B-Site is the target.
Yeah, B-Site definitely where they want to be for B-Hop, and they are going to get that bomb planted in time. Interlace, though, coming up from up top, not allowed to really walk out, and there it is. Doc will finally go down. Mikey is there, and it's just up to Logic. Can he use his critical thinking skills to get these clutches? 1 tap on a Mikey. Looking for some more. Can't really find it, and the run and gun is going to be all over with the round at the half. Absolutely clutching that up. Mickey, look at what we're seeing here. It's an advantage back in the hands of WTP.
It's a very unfortunate series of events for B-Hop, especially Logic being stuck in that 1v3, not able to hit their shots just barely, and it's going to spell victory for WTP. But again, that's just the first half, right? 2-round difference. This is definitely, it's obviously in the favor of WTP, but B-Hop is not out of this. We cannot count them out, especially with what we've seen I mean, down is 10 and 10, not the most impressive KD, but the kills are there. Abe, the kills are there. The space was being taken on the attack, and now that they're going to be on defense, I'm definitely going to have my eye on Logic as that Killjoy, as that Sentinel, and Doc as the controller. Those two are, this is where they shine. As controllers, as Sentinels, defense is where they shine. Oh man, Mikey again with that early aggression, taking down by Jason Derulo perhaps, but just a minute 20 on the clock. A lot of aggression towards mid is going to provide a lot of space, and heading right into a site is Mikey and company. WTP loves their aggression. They love to make space, and Artada loves to spam that ghost through the nebula, and a site wide open. Doc and company just decide to pull back and wait. They're down a man. They have to play time a little bit here, allow them to take site, and then after the fact, they can go ahead and try for retake here. Hostiles have been detected with that 0 point. Artada getting aggressive with the help of Abe. Pick up one apiece. The defuse is coming in. There's no nano swarms on the bomb for post plant. Mikey getting aggressive. Abe gets taken out as the interlace fractured. Now turns it into a 1 versus 1. Doc's got to swing him, and that's just what he does. Beautiful shot from Doc. Gonna solidify finally a 6 point on the board. Beautiful, beautiful round from B-Hop. And when it comes down to it, this map is all about, like we were saying, the 3 pillars. You got to have communication. You have to know how to use your agent, your abilities, and you have to know how to play this game, especially on attack. You have to know when to take space and when to give space up. On defense, you have to know how to retake space. And both teams so far have been absolutely phenomenal at doing all those things.
Yeah, I completely agree. The ability of space control always comes down to how you play as a team, and it's working for them. But right now, we're seeing something different. Second round of this half, and already it's B-Hop Logic trying to just spray people down through that smoke, as it has worked before. But Artada will get a little bit of damage dealt and take out Mikey. Now Mikester has to make it work for himself as he's inching their way through Arton. Doc has to anchor this down, has to find out if he can get the pick.
He prevents the plant, but it doesn't matter. He gets taken out immediately, and the plant's going to come through either way. 2 versus 3, 2 bodies on the retake. This has to be pristine for B-Hop. It's got to be absolutely perfect with Abe and Logic on this retake. They've got to do it by the book. It's got to be perfect, or else they're not going to be able to get anything done. Abe, again, loves to get aggressive. That's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to take advantage of a feature. Fracture trying to get that fragment out. Interlace takes him down. Mikester there with a 3-piece, and that's all she wrote, as WTP going to go ahead and try to regain control of this match 8-6.
Yeah, they went from being the underdogs temporarily to now being the hounds of the pack, absolutely raining hell down onto the poor team of B-Hop. But here's the thing, B-Hop stays on top, all right? Motto's still there, but they have to prove that. And right now they're not. A lot of damage is being dealt by WTP, and I think that it's going to be very hard to come back from this kind of setback here. Hopefully, though, with it now being the bye round for the attackers, they might be able to get some guns off of them. But look at this. They forced up last round, so they're not going to have too much to really clutch it.
Abe not going to find much in the way of damage, or nothing in the way of damage with that Marshall, unfortunately. The Killjoy turret not going to do anything either. There's a lot of utility on site, but none of it's doing what it needs to be doing, and now it's an all-out war. Down picks up 2, interlaced as well. Down picks up a 3rd, but fractured with that fragment. Gonna spell RIP for Down, and now it's Doc on the flank. Fractured has a sliver of health, and that's all she wrote. Once again, Doc gonna solidify the 7th point on the board for B-Hop.
I am just shocked that with just pretty much pistols, a Marshall, and a Dream, they managed to make it work. I mean, they're shook. They are shook here. The WTP not doing too good, but hopefully, with that being said, they are going to be able to maybe get their momentum back. But again, they are broke. They have no money. They got no energy, and how are you going to be able to actually clutch it up against this kind of team? And I think B-Hop is proving that they might be able to just make this a little bit even.
Yeah, they definitely have the ability to do that. They just have to close the gaps just a little bit on this defense. And they're just letting them slip by a little too easy. I feel like specifically, Logic he could be holding sight just a little bit tighter with those nano swarms, with the turret. He's got good placement for those abilities, but I feel like they're just not being used as frequently as they could be. And now Interlaced goes down, and that's your Sentinel completely gone for post plant. That's not going to feel very good if you're able to get bomb down.
Yeah, that's a big if. Getting the bomb down is always just relevant to how lenient these defenders want to be, and B-Hop has not been too nice to these attackers. Hopefully, with the Blade Storm, they can get a nice one tap like that. There goes the Jet battle, and it is down, but they have to get that spike down as well. These attackers only made one pick of the day. They just have to make some more space here, but let's find out. We do have spike getting planted. Smalls will get gunned down, and there it is. Mikey's still trying to keep his team afloat with just the Blade Storm to boot, and there's another
Oh
one.
my goodness.
This is why you want the Blade Storm Jet.
It's just Mikey. It's just 3 members of B-Hop have gone down. They've all been at Mikey's Blade Storm's hand, but finally Mikester getting in the mix. Doc with a quick refrag. Mikester now, or excuse me, Doc left in a 1 versus 2. I know how to read names. It's okay. Fractured. Gonna go ahead and right-click Doc into another dimension. And WTP, again, starting to pull away from B-Hop. But B-Hop, so far, hasn't let them get more than I think 3-4 round gap, if that. I mean, they've just been so solid at coming back. The only problem is they can't contain, or they can't continue to hold their strength against WTP. Every time WTP gets around, B-Hop gets around, but B-Hop just hasn't been able to find their way around that and just solidify a round or 2 in a row. They just keep trailing behind.
Yeah, slightly getting trailed behind. At the end of the day, it comes around to Mikey. I mean, at the top of the scoreboard, got LFT in his name. Somebody sign him. I mean, I don't know if Team Mystic is looking for a better player, but I sure am. Look at that. Mikester getting a clean pick down, and it's Doc able to hold 1, but not anymore. Mikey now in dugout looking for some space. DWND is going to be inching his way through onto a site here.
Again, fractured with that suppression, with that 0 point. Working beautifully. Mikester watching the flank, making sure that other KO isn't going to be able to get much done. But I have to give it to Fractured. That 0 point opened up the round, shut down the Blade Storm, allowed that Jet to get taken out, and now it's a 2-body retake. It's downed, and it's Logic. This is not a good position for them to be in. They just have pistols, but they're still going to put up a fight. Down does take out Fractured, but not before his teammate goes down to Fractured, and now Mikey to downed, and there we go, a 3-round difference. Now we're in double digits, 10-7, as WTP continues to solidify the fact that they are a strong team.
Absolutely. Powerhouses of a team getting that double digits, as you said, Mickey, but it's not quite over yet. We have a lot of ultimates built up by these defenders, and I think they might be able to use them to shut out anybody trying to get onto this point. Obviously, that's a big ask coming in here. Hopefully, though, the attack might be able to gun them down. The only ults they really have are more so these kinds, the null commands, the ones that prevent things from pushing coherently. But regardless, Mikey's the guy that doesn't care if you can't use abilities. He's going to click on you regardless.
And sometimes, depending on the player, that's all they need is just 1 click. I mean, you get someone like Mikey who's just been hitting a shot the entire game, 7 assists, but still hitting shots nonetheless. That's all they need is just that 1 click, maybe 2. But again, it's all about communication. It's all about your knowledge of the game and the person, the people that are playing next to you, and the character that you are playing as. These agents are not, there's no one in the game that's totally useless. There are agents that are a little bit more viable, but at the end of the day, you need to know how to handle every situation with your agent, whether it's a retake, whether it's a flank or a rotate. You need to know how to do it with that person. And it just seems that WTP knows that just a little bit more than B-Hop, and Abe gonna finally shut down Mikey, that fellow Jet who's just been so solid, gets shut down, as well as Fractured. That's the initiator and the duelist and the controller off the board for WTP. If they get bombed down, it's gonna be one hell of a fight.
Absolutely, one hell of a fight for them. Now WTP interlaced up close personal, looking for something. Smalls will be able to use a lot of util.
There's so much utility.
This is what I talked about. It's not over if they have this many ults and walk through that. It's just a one tap defusal, and they still manage to take out every player. That is why you start stacking ults as a defense.
And see, that right there, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, WTP, B-Hop got around at the very beginning of this half. WTP answered it. B-Hop got around. WTP answered it with 2. B-Hop got around. I mean, every time WTP gets around, B-Hop is right there. But B-Hop, for some reason, they just can't get ahead of these guys. They can't read them in time to figure out what's going to happen next. They have an answer, but it just seems to be a little too late.
Yeah, too late to really be able to work it out. And I think that what we're seeing here, defense is finding their groove. They're definitely not over pushing. They're not being overextended. They're playing the game how it's meant to be played. Default. And what default means, if you don't know, is be a little scaredy cat and then kill everybody. So in layman's terms. But
pretty much. I mean, I think you nailed it.
Absolutely.
Even in technical terms, that's basically, I mean...
Oh, absolutely. Scaredy cat is actually in the Oxford Dictionary, but let's see it right now. Doc definitely got his PhD. Might be trying to get some nice, good picks here. And look at that combo, though. Beautiful double kill down. Fade plus KO, killing all the opponents. And there is Fractured, kind of in a bad spot, and he's down as well. It's just interlaced. And he's interlaced between so many enemies. Beautiful game.
The double initiator play to not only prevent bomb plant, but also take out 2 attackers. That was gorgeous. Fade absolutely brilliantly throwing I believe that's the C's. Yeah, throwing the C's down there. The fragment came in from that KO, and it just spelled a perfect round, a near perfect round for B-Hop. But again, they have to find those answers just a little bit soon. A little bit sooner. They finally got 2 rounds in a row here, but they have to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, momentum is going to be coming along here, and what a pick. Defense finally having a little bit of balls on them to get right out there and do the damage regardless. That is what you need to be seeing, and I think they're building their confidence back up, but they're also building the inability to see, because a beautiful flashbang is only looked at by your teammates. Abe, though, bye-bye Fractured. He was doing his own thing. I mean, just
Fractured. Abe wasn't even looking at him. He just walked around. He's like, here, where's your crosshair at? I'll put my face there for you.
That's the plan. And that's what they did.
It was great. But Mikester coming through mid, trying to provide some information, clear some space a little bit for his homies to grab bomb and bring it on over to B, but they're essentially just surrounded. They're at a 3-man disadvantage now with Mikester going down. I mean, WTP is completely, they're legless here. They're legless, and Smalls is their last toe. And unfortunately, he's going to stub said toe on a coffee table, have to get it amputated, and it's all tied up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all tied up here. That's kind of what we're seeing. It's something that you don't want to be if you are WTP, but WTP, where the police at? Honestly, you're going to have to call 911 because this is an emergency. You allowing them to get it back here with a tie, and hopefully this buy phase is going to maybe shift something in their favor. Looking at this team right now, both have full buys. The only one is Smalls without full armor, but look at Abe rocking that off. Might be able to grab a pick here.
Interlaced with the lockdown as well could provide a beautiful spot for a site take, but Abe and Artada going to go ahead and get those first couple picks. And this is the closest game we've seen so far, 10-10. We have not seen it all the way in double digits tied up yet. So this is very interesting to say the least. Smalls now and a 1 versus 5, able to take down Doc. But is he able to capitalize it? 36 HP, very little utility. He's got another 15 seconds on that haunt. Got the C's, nowhere near the ultimate ability. But I wouldn't say he's totally useless right now. There's definitely a chance that he could do some more damage, at least to the economy. And unfortunately, I caster cursed it almost immediately, and Logic gonna take him out 10-11. It's B-Hop finally gonna go ahead and take the reins.
Yeah, B-Hop now taking it back. And honestly, though, every time that like a team has taken a step back or a step forward, the other team finally understands how their legs works and start running it back down. So hopefully we might be able to see WTP bringing it back. I do really like what they have been doing with their 1v1 fights. You know, they have won a few, but when they get grouped up, they get murdered together. It's like an elephant burial ground, just everybody.
Oh, I was gonna say a cult.
Like a cult. Yeah.
Yeah, they all drinking the Kool-Aid. Oh man.
DWND already just looking for something, and that attack and Killjoy. A site's kind of theirs right now, and I don't know if Artada is able to actually get out of here in time. He is, but that is 0 players detained and another ultimate for the attack.
This is what I was talking about. B-Hop was finally able to find those answers just a little bit sooner, and they're able to get the advantage here now. And it's just a 1-round advantage, but they had 4 rounds in a row, right? And this could be 5 rounds in a row. I think we're going to hit match point right here. I mean, Down and Company have been so phenomenal going into this, and now Doc going to go ahead and sit on that defuse. Logic watching his angle. They're doing phenomenal. Now it comes down to a 3 versus 2. Logic, you got to get a little more aggressive there. Does take out Meister, interlaced with a refrag, with a second or third on to Doc. Now 1 versus 1. All he's got to do is play time. Logic's not going to have enough time to get the defuse off. Beautiful, beautiful time play from Interlace. 16 HP and a dream with a stinger, going to solidify that tie 11-11, just barely.
You know, Mickey, you said something in the middle of that round that I have to point out. You know how we always talk about the caster curse? You said this is going to be the round that takes us to match point.
Yep, and then immediately it gets tied up.
Immediately 3
I'm
people
so
died.
sorry, B-Hop. I'm sorry.
God dang it,
I'm
Mickey.
sorry. You know what happened? You know, right in that round, WTP was like, guys, we're losing. We have to go to Razor.com and use Team Mystic's code to get some gear, because we have a discount code, and that's really cool. But Mikey, speaking of Razor gear, definitely has that Death Adder clicking away on heads with that Blade Storm. Now, taking out a Jet that early, especially one as strong as Abe, that's going to be very, very detrimental to the site takeage, I guess. But B-Hop now at a man disadvantage on this retake.
Yeah, at a man disadvantage, 4 versus 5. You can always blame Mickey for that, but let's see if we can actually see them actually compete. I do like DWND's little down position. Will be able to secure 1 tether onto Smalls, but it's the knives in the hands of Mikey. But the flank, what? Smalls able to swing around and get the pick on the Doc. This is all that they need. B-Hop now running out, but the timing, not able to get one. Artada, unfortunately, chopped up, and this is match point advantage. Instead of to B-Hop, it goes to WTP. We might actually go to an OC here.
Yep, that's what I was about to. We could see an overtime here. We very well could. This has been the closest match we've seen all night. I mean, or all day, I should say, as we're heading into the evening time, as it's currently about to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. And my guess is we're going to be here for a while. We're definitely going to be here for a while. And but I'm here for it. I'm here for it, Edu. I'm here for it. B-Hop put up a fight. WTP definitely putting up a fight as well, but B-Hop is not going down without using every ability in their arsenal to keep themselves on their feet. But as long as Mikey keeps getting aggressive and getting these early picks, I think he's actually going to back off this time around. But I don't know who's going to take this, honestly. It's I want to say it's anyone's game still to this point. Even though it's match point, it's only a 1 round difference. This is totally possible for either team to take this.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility coming out from them, but obviously as well, OT's around the corner, and let's ask each other, if it does get to OT, how is it going to be able to be competing in that? I really don't know, but how is it enough? I do like WTP interlaced, up close personal, right around the corner, just needs to find maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe every single kill. Maybe it's an ace. So
it's what we like to call a rat joy.
A rat joy, honestly.
Oh, Mikey again, the aggression coming out from Mikey.
providing smokes, providing some kind of cover. But Logic playing their own game of Rat Joy. No abilities. No abilities from Logic. Oh, no. Interlace turns around at the worst possible time. Gets a barrel to the back of the brain. 3 versus 4. 4-man retake here. Downed and company. This is very possible for them to capture this.
Yeah, definitely a possibility here coming up. It's going to be Smalls. Just needing to hold that down, but the bomb, it's just getting diffused. They don't care. It got halfway. Artana gets 2. And it's
overtime.
Go to OT.
Overtime.
Gameplay.
My goodness. All right, it's official. This is the closest. Well, it was official like 5 rounds ago, but it is the closest one we've seen all day, and I'm here for it. For those of you that don't know, now we're in overtime. The one team has to win 2 rounds in a row. If WTP wins this next round and B-Hop answers it, we will go into double overtime, and so on and so forth. It's got to be 2 rounds in a row for these guys to take this. And how many overtime? Like, what's the longest overtime you've casted?
I'm not answering that.
That's fair because we don't want to curse it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never casted it. I've never casted overtime. What are you talking about? What's overtime? What's overtime? Is that the energy drink? I don't know.
I think that's when you get paid time and a half. So right now we should be getting paid a lot more for casting. But let's see if it's actually going to be good enough here.
Fine,
As we are
just
seeing
unionize.
Mikey, what an intro to OT with the first pick onto Abe, and already WTP at an advantage.
Let's say LFT is his first name, Mikey the last name, Aggression is his middle name. This man, the entire game, Mikey has been getting up in their faces and absolutely just destruction follows. Absolute destruction. And it's been so impressive to see. And Mikey, as I'm saying that, I'm hyping you up. Caster Curse is so real right now. Gets taken out as I say that. 2 versus 4. B-Hop are dropping like flies.
You learn.
I don't learn. You know. You've tried to teach me. I don't learn. What is learn? What is book?
Well, right now, it's me, Edu, saying well played to Doc. Gonna have to go back to school. Maybe try to reinstate his PhD there, because now it's a 1 versus everything. Make it a none versus all, as another one is dead. Beautiful gameplay for defenders, and now we're back at match point. But this time, it's a switch of sides. Do we think that this can go back and forth a few times here?
I'm gonna steal your line. I'm not gonna answer that.
Perfect, and that's what we learn. Anyways,
I think it's possible, but I'm not gonna say what I want to happen. I've learned my lesson, but it's definitely possible for WTP to close this out. It's definitely possible for B-Hop to come back and send us into a double overtime. But again, Mikey proving my point with that aggression being phenomenal the entire game. That right there is why he's 24 and 18.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna want to be up here for a reason, being 3 kills above everybody else at the top. And now Mikey wants to walk through, but I like this. He's controlling himself, deciding to say, hey, plant it over there. Last time we planted it here, it got ninja diffused, but they don't care. They want to rock it. They want to roll. And Abe with an op here, only 60 HP. The risk of buying an op in OT is you do not get armor. So, let's see what's going on. Fracture is going to be able to spot one out the nade. Beautiful job, but DWD and Doc get the trade down. Doc gets the pick. And here's another one. Mikey secures one. Needs to try to follow. What?
Mikey!
Oh my God! The absolute skill coming out from WTP. Here's the police. That's the kind of gameplay you're gonna want to be seeing here. And oh my days. I mean, Mickey, you didn't jinx it up till the end. Well, actually, you did.
I did multiple times. Was gonna win I just didn't jinx the end.
Well, no, B-Hop, you said was gonna get match point advantage, and they eventually did, but then they lost.
Yeah,
so this is your fault. But fault of the matter is actually lying onto WTP here. Absolutely beautifully played. GG, bye-bye to B-Hop here, as it's the losers bracket. This is the once you're done, you're gonzo. You are out of this game. if you fail. And also, bye-bye to my 500 channel points. I bet on that team. So let's see as we are continuing
really?
to... Yeah, I actually did. But, you know, a little bit of channel points goes a long way. Anyways, that is going to be the first
Wait,
overtime of today.
One
Yeah.
thing. I want to touch on one thing. Mikey, I know I was just high-fiving him verbally the entire game. 10 first bloods. That's
10
why I
first
was
blood.
high-fiving him verbally the entire game. 280 combat score. That man is a beast. He's got LFT in his name, like you said. Somebody pick him up. Somebody sign this monstrosity of a jet main because it will better your team.
It absolutely will, but that is all that we're going to have for round 6 of the losers bracket as we now choose to move into round 7. There are still 2 more to get into the grand finals. So we have a lot of gameplay for us tonight.
Oh my goodness.
I know we are here.
I'm glad I don't
for
work tomorrow.
I have therapy. Anyways, let's see you guys later in about 5 minutes with the next losers to see who loses first. And here we are, everyone. Welcome back to now round 7 of the losers bracket. And we got 2 losers here for you. It's going to be WTB, which we just, or WTP, which you just saw compete versus.
What the police?
It's What the Police versus, of course,
The
Super Monkey
Bullies.
Balls. And if you guys remember, Super Monkey Balls were the first team we saw today to not have fun. But here they are winning the games in the lower bracket, just as WTP has. So now they are facing off yet again in the final elimination round for themselves. And honestly, we know that both of these teams have some pretty solid players, but who is going to be taking the cake? Mickey, walk me through your thought process as to really what we expect from these players.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Super Monkey Ball is kind of, I mean, speaking of balls, they kind of dropped it. They dropped their ball early on in the night, and WTP has, you know, they've proven that they are definitely a contender here. They didn't come to mess around. Neither of these teams came to mess around, to mess a boot, as one would say. They're here to solidify the fact that they are good teams, and both teams are here to climb the mountain. And at the top of that mountain is a bunch of snow, because elevation, and next to that snow is $1,000 prize pool. So we're here to see who wants it more, basically. And the map is Haven. Thank goodness. No more Pearl.
Cool. I'm glad that they can ascend to the map of Haven. Let's get straight into the game and find out what the picks are going to be here. We're also, as you know, sponsored by Community Gaming. So if you ever want to join a tournament like this, we actually have another one, the Singularity Series number 3, where I will be casting the finals in the next coming month here on February 10th through 12th. So a lot of great gameplay to be seen, or you could just head on over to communitygaming.io. But now let's take a peek at these team compositions.
Yep, WTP starting on the attacking side, whereas Super Monkey Balls are going to be over on the defenders. And again, we've seen both these teams tonight. We've seen them already. We know what they're capable of, but what we haven't seen is Breach. We have not seen a Breach tonight. We have not seen an Omen either, and we're about to see both here on Haven. And I'm very happy that it's not a 4th Pearl. I'm ecstatic. I don't know how else to say it. And I'm definitely ready to see how these guys are going to differ on a map that is far more open than what we have seen. It's got a whole extra site. And, you know, we talk about it all the time. Every time we see Haven, we talk about the fact that there's an extra site. There's a C site. So right out of the gate, it's kind of common sense. You're going to need a sentinel no matter what. Every team should have a sentinel, at least one. But on this map, you're almost better off with 2 sentinels, which we are going to see Super Monkey Balls going to start off with that, with that, I believe, right? Super Monkey Balls? Yes. No? Yeah,
I don't
Super
know
Monkey
where
Balls
you're
going to start
going
off
with
with
your
2
thought.
sentinels.
I think you're just thinking about
I don't
balls too
know.
much. Now
I'm
let's
just
think
thinking
about the
about monkeys.
gameplay. Right now, we're going to be following our observer, Ben, with a capital B, not Ben with a capital Balls. Let's actually get right into the map of Haven. 3 sites, 2 teams, 20 seconds before it starts. Let's have some fun here. Let's talk
What
about
he
the
said.
composition, though. Composition-wise, we are looking at a pretty mirrored comp. The only difference I can really see is instead of having a Raze, they are opting for a Sova. No duelist on the team of Super Monkey Balls. So if they can do this, it's going to be pretty dang hard. WTP starting on attack and pushing up C long.
It's going to be interesting for sure, but I think that Breach Initiator, the double initiator setup, I think that might make up for it. We have a double initiator on both sides. Like you said, it's almost mirror aside from the Sova Raze difference here. So it's going to be an interesting one to say the least. A lot of shots being traded right out of the gate on C site. Catboy takes out Mikester early on. Thaisama with one of his own. Mikey with 2. And now it's just going to be Catboy in a 1 versus 3 on the retake scenario. Bomb planted on C site. 70 HP, a shot, 2 shock darts and a dream with the recon well on the way. A couple taps to the brain of Mikey, and it's going to spell easy work. As right now, at least right now, that I'm not sure where that recon was going. It would have been a little bit better with a little bit more power on it, but that's just me. There's a reason I don't play the game, but it's Smalls has the angle with the beautiful Haunt collecting the information they need. A couple taps to the chest of Catboy is going to spell victory for that first round. WTP starting off pretty strong.
Yeah, incredibly strong there. You also have to point out, obviously, the winner of this game, regardless of who takes it, has to fight against Eggster's team. Of course, you got Berserkers, and they have been chilling. They've been warming up. They've been in that aim labs, grinding it out, absolutely ready to rock and roll here. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to just bring that A game, because next round is the lower bracket finals, and then we go into the grand. So with that being said, how are they going to be able to pull through, as Mikey just looking for a little bit of damage if possible, as pretty much the rest of the attackers do have that full buy, and we actually are seeing the defense kind of force up here.
Yeah, Mikey just early on launches himself straight into nothing but breach and omen abilities. Quick TP out from Pretty. Saint is sitting pretty in that corner. Unfortunately, going to get spotted out because he's staring at a wall instead of his enemies. And Mikey now looking for another opening here is going to provide just that. Yape goes down. Catboy with the refrag. Smalls as well. Picks up 2 with the Vandal. 1 versus 4 now. This is not a good situation whatsoever for our man Thaisama. Just not a good spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to be, but it is the spot that they are in. Thaisama needs to do the best, and Thaisama, I don't know what Thaisama now has to get
something
there.
about thighs and mamas. I'm not really sure.
I think the joke is more like a weird way of saying Saitama. So maybe he can activate some One Punch Man thing, power. Right? And yeah, always an anime thing. This is a video game with
weebs, man.
Yeah, I can't say.
I mean, they have cats in the battle pass. I mean,
hey.
It's pretty appropriate. We've had a lot of cat and people things tonight.
Okay. Let me tell you right now. The only cat boy in this game is Omen in that one. Yes, but only Omen in that single player card. But regardless, Thaisama is going to go down to the bomb and try their best. It's my favorite player card. I
forgot about that player card. Every time I look at Omen, I just see a monster can. Just the face looks like a monster. I mean, that's just me. But yeah, 2 rounds in a row here for What the Police. And it's looking a little strong on their side. They are going to go ahead and force up with a Vandal, a Bulldog, couple rifles, and the rest Spectres. And meanwhile, Super Monkey Ball has had to do a Forcer Rooney on that last round, and they're going to be stuck with pistols. And so it's going to be an interesting next round, to say the least. But Catboy getting a little aggressive down long. I don't know how that dart got any information, but it did. Because he's just that good at Sova. Now Mikey getting aggressive once more. Beautiful paint shell does a good amount of damage. Catboy gets taken out with interlaced, picking it back up. Smalls with a refrag onto Saint. 3 versus 4. A minute on the clock. Mikester going big with a 2-piece, and now Pretty sitting not so pretty in a 1 versus 4.
Beautiful gameplay. The fact that you can just spam them down. Now it's going to be RE Pretty. Ready to get some pretty nice shots here. Just the Omen, though, and in a 1 against it, how can you really just clutch up? He does have 1 single smoke left, so I mean, that was close, but they definitely know that he is
they know he's
heaven.
there.
They're stunning him. They're locking him in. Jesus, that is not very nice to do with the Bulldog, but let's call it a round. Yeah, calling it out. Defense now gets to buy. And oh my, we're actually seeing a hopping Sage. That's kind of I love buying a Sage or buying an op on Sage. Sorry, not buying a Sage on an op, but buying this gun. We might be able to see some early picks be taken out in the mid zone.
Battle Sage activate, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. The battle has begun, but who's going to win the war? That's the real question when you got a Battle Sage on the floor. Let's see it right now. Big push up coming out from the attackers into garage here. Nice piece of util, but it's not going to actually spot anybody out. And that nade does a ton of damage to the Sova.
Oh my. Oh my.
Look at this movement.
Oh Mikey. Mikey.
He got 2-3.
Mikey.
What is that
in the world? He
gameplay?
just CSGO served across our lives and somehow got a 3-piece in the middle of it. But he finally gets taken down, and now it's just Thaisama in a 1 versus 4 again in this 1vx scenario. Poor Thaisama with a Phantom, at least this time, not gonna die in order to get more economy. Just gonna opt to save out that Phantom. I mean, I wish we had replays tonight. I mean, just seeing Mikey yeet through the air with nothing, with no cares, was just, it was incredible. That was great.
Yeah, Mikey definitely proving why Raze is one of the highest skill ceiling characters in the game and a consistent duelist to pick on almost every single map. So hopefully, with that being said, this team can continue their rolling through. WTP absolutely bringing the heat right away. Mikey, I mean, that was just an insane play, and luckily,
How is he alive? Okay, there we go.
he's not. No. There's no living in this game for the defenders. Hopefully, they could try to do something a little bit different. There's only been one potential save, and that was still killed to the bomb. So everyone has died at least once, except for Taisama, because the bomb doesn't count as a death. So lots of money left.
I will say, Interlaced is now sitting on the breach, which last time we saw them, they were sitting on Killjoy. And I think so far, Interlaced on breach is just a tad more useful. You're able to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more information, get those flashes out. See right here, that's what I'm talking about, getting super aggressive down mid right off the bat with that fault line. Not any damage found, but they're able to force that Omen off that position, and that alone is going to give them an entry onto B site. So having that extra initiator is definitely going to help you out a little bit. Now, if they could just give Smalls room to plant the bomb, then I think WTP could have sight in the bag here. Catboy with the Sova drone, no information to be had, nothing but abilities on B. One body down for WCP, and now it's a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, 4v4, Interlaced is going to be able to get that pick, the final pick of the early game, as 1 minute left on the clock, and the ultimates are starting to be thrown around willy-nilly with Yape only rocking a single sheriff. Oh my God, clean shot, but Saint's there for the trade.
Saint was completely, he was completely, what's that Omen thing? What's it called? The blind thing, paranoia.
I was gonna tell you, but you were really close. I could feel it on the tip of your tongue. So
yeah, I had it eventually.
yeah. So the paranoia is definitely there, but now smokes are up. Fractured is gonna keep pushing in. This could be the round that defense needs, but attack still doing a solid job, and that ult is not gonna connect to anybody. Maybe though.
It doesn't need to.
Fracture takes a little bit of damage though.
He does a little bit of damage, but it didn't need to really do damage at all. All he needed to do is play time, and he did play time, but just barely not enough. The rotate did come through, but it comes through a little bit late, and now it's Saint and company set up for this post-plant retake. And the problem is they have these nanoswarms sitting on bomb, and they need to get rid of them. Saint is able to take out Fractured. The haunt comes through, no information to be had. Mikester, beautiful couple taps, takes out Catboy. Anti-Sama and Saint, my goodness. Mikester, the Killjoy showing up and showing off. That's 5 rounds in a row for WTP.
I am in awe of this player, Mikester. I mean, I said it before in the map of Pearl. He is a monster. The Mikester monster is absolutely here to do some damage, and they are. Every time he does a corner peek, his crosshair placement is always perfect, immaculate. The ability that he has to consistently re-peek and get one, and then re-peek and get one, and then re-peek, and then it's done. That is what Mikester makes him one of, if not the best re-peeker in this tournament that we've seen today. We've casted roughly 6 games here, so there we go, though. Taisama already down. WTP Interlaced now. Very happy about that. It's Mikey with the ultimate.
Air Mikey again. Oh, he gets grounded, though, by that rolling thunder. Not going to find anybody. That's so unfortunate.
You know, the thing about the showstopper is it tells people to not push, and that buys time and space to plant regardless. So no matter what, even if it's a Rosa ult or even if it is a 5-man kill, it still gets the job accomplished that you have it for. But here's Yape getting a nice clean shot. Saint with the trade. And already, this is a round that's looking pretty good for defense.
And that right there, the heals come out, and just like that, Pretty is right back at full health, and it was gorgeous. That's why Sage is so detrimental, but unfortunately, it didn't really matter. So what I'm saying is, you know, it's fine. But now 6 rounds in a row. WCP, definitely, it's like a whole different team from when the last time we saw them.
Completely different team. WTP, I mean, they're also fighting against a completely different team. This is the team that did lose pretty early in the bracket, now somehow coming back stronger. And that's kind of what you want to be pointing out here. I do see that Super Monkey Balls was the first game that we casted where someone got dropped into the bracket down here. So I don't know. Maybe their opponents just aren't as powerful. But my question is, if WTP can play like this with Mikey's movement, with the skill coming out from Mikester, they might have a chance against the team at the top of the lower bracket. That's right, Berserkers. But let's talk about what's going on here. Big flank developing.
Huge flank developing. Catboy is able to take down Mikester, but it was almost simultaneous on the trade as Omen goes down. Fractured goes down as well off the refrag. And Thaisama is risking it all and unfortunately lost every bit of it. Saint now in a 1v3 is going to throw out a flash there, but unfortunately not going to connect with anybody. He's able to take out Interlaced. 1 versus 2. It's not impossible for Saint, but that paint shell is going to make it that much harder. Again, 1 versus 2. Smalls with the haunt. He's going to deny it. Denies the information, 32 HP, but Mikey just going to go ahead and peek his head over that little lip there in heaven and solidify the 7th point in a row for WTP.
You know, with how this game is going out, a 0 to 7 point right here, the only question I have is, do these players on the defense realize this is a $1,000 tournament sponsored by the wonderful Community Gaming? But do they realize what is on the line outside of honor, outside of respect? That's right, money. And everybody knows money is the greatest motivator. So how can they bring this game back? Not even calling a timeout yet is shocking to me.
Oh my. Pretty starting off beautifully. Honestly, pretty. That's been kind of a common denominator, common factor in that I've seen Pretty hit these shots so many times, and he continues to impress. But unfortunately, going to go ahead and sidestep right into the crosshairs of Fractured. That fellow Omen going to put him down. Yape with a flank of a lifetime coming out. He's going to get the resurrect on the board, but doesn't even need to use it. Gets a 2-piece, and finally going to allow Super Monkey Balls to get their first point on the board.
You know, I think they listened to my very negative pep talk. You know, money's a motivator, and they are making moves. Everybody knows that after this round, Pretty's got to feel pretty dang good. That triple kill at the start, 1 tap, spray down, 1 tap, exactly what you want to do if you are the Omen. And then he did TP into some more people, but honestly, it was for info. He became the flashbang and allowed Yape to get behind. Gameplay. Oh,
not a good start.
Yeah,
not a good start. Yeah, Mikey loves to get aggressive, but if you take him out early on, I mean, it provides such a, you know, he's been such a heavy hitter for WTP, and having that duelist off the board that early is definitely going to help out Super Monkey Balls. Pretty is going to take out that Breach. Mikester with a refrag to Yape, and now 3 versus 3, essentially full health on all 6 members up. Fractured with the Out of the Shadows ultimate comes into play with that bomb on the back, but Catboy has no idea where to put the Hunter's Fury, so essentially no information to be had. The lockdown going to come out nonetheless. Fractured and company have to play this beautifully in order to keep this site, and I think, yeah, the lockdown's not going to capture anybody.
Yeah, definitely not going to be what they need. And there we go. Pretty clean shot down. Here comes the Mutil. Here comes the flank. And
no
oh my
way.
God, Pretty whiffing the shots. And oh my God, Mikester finally gets shut down. What?
Oh my goodness. Pretty with a 4K, but Mikester, that shot on the interlace was disgusting. Just mid-drop, ripped his head off his shoulders, guillotine style. That was absolutely gorgeous. Nonetheless, Super Monkey Balls are going to get a 2nd point on the board, 7-2, 5-round deficit. Not horrible, definitely possible for a comeback, but it's going to be a long, hard road.
Yeah, you need 3 more rounds, and there's only 3 rounds to have this half. So
yeah,
let's see it though. I mean, honestly, Mikester, Smalls, and Mikey carrying 9 kills each. You got to also put in Pretty over on that defensive side. Really just trying to keep it up, push back these very aggressive attackers, and might be able to keep this going. Hopefully, we can see something different coming out from the defense as a whole. But as right now, this Omen is doing wonderfully.
Catboy is getting aggressive towards the flank here as well, and I think that Killjoy might get sandwiched down towards the defender spawn. No, Mikester is going to take out Pretty, but Catboy's on the other end of things. So this is technically possible. Oh my goodness, Yape. Beautiful operator shot onto interlace. That's huge. The breach is out. That's now a man down. That's still a man difference for Super Monkey Balls. I almost said Super Mario Brothers. Wrong franchise. Catboy with a beautiful two-piece. Mikester there with a trade as well. Can he take down Catboy? Catboy's been such a deficit. Mikester, get around that wall. Get around that wall. Right click. Right click. Yes, he takes him down to 4K.
So close. Meister clutching it up, but you gotta give props to the Sage trying to buy the time. It's just unfortunate that that wall was not
the wall
lined
placement
up properly.
Just barely not there. Just barely not there. And it's at this point, no matter what happens in the next 2 rounds, this is a WTP half.
Yeah, I mean, WTP very happy about what's going on. Best case scenario for the defenders is actually a 4-8. Now, Haven is an attack-sided map. You have to keep that
very
in
much
mind
so
when we talk about this. If they get it to 4-8, very winnable. If it gets to 10-2, it's GG go next. And already we're seeing Mikey getting a pick onto the
What happened?
Sage.
I blinked.
Yeah, it was a blink and you miss it moment, just like
oh my goodness,
Catboy missing his opportunity to get the pick on the Smalls. And here we go, 3 against 4, and these attackers, WTP, they're just going for it.
Yeah, this is looking to be a rough round, a rough half even for Super Monkey Balls. Not a great deficit to be at. 6 rounds, not where you want to be at all. Smalls and company have just been pressuring so well. Mikey specifically getting up in Super Monkey Ball's face. Rolling Thunder gonna come out. Saint gonna go ahead and hop off site, provide himself a little bit of cover with the Girthquake there. Fault line coming out one more time. Oh my goodness, the element abilities tonight and the breach abilities for that matter, both elements, both breaches are just ability dumping like it's their job, because at this point it is. Thaisama, finally, that flank is going to pay off. Pretty teleports right into the crosshairs of Interlaced, and now it's Saint and a 1 versus 3, but Small's going to pick up a 3-piece, 9-2. Best possible scenario at this point for SMB, 9-3, and that's nowhere you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to be where they're at right now, but they definitely still want to be in this tournament, so something has to change for them. I mean, last round before the swap, look at their economy. Saints can't even afford to buy a gun bigger than a sheriff, not even opting for a Marshall, relying on just the little hand cannon that could to try to clutch him up. Catboy going with the Ares. We all know the Ares plus Silva is a beautiful combo, and Pretty does have the Guardian and also does have reaction time to match it. So see if they are going to be able to get some nice shots. Surprisingly, does not shoot in time, does do a little bit of damage though in the ultimate, forcing all of them up.
Saint,
and
Mikey! Saint, you couldn't hit the shots. That's so upsetting.
That's the thing, didn't have the weapon for the job. If he had, even a judge would have done wonders there, but he couldn't afford anything above that sheriff, as I said previously. So
that right there is a perfect example of getting kills is not all this game is. You have to be aware of your economical differences. You have to be aware of your money. If you don't have money, you don't have abilities. If you don't have money, you don't have guns. And that right there is a perfect example. They just kept losing round after round after round. They have 2 on the board. And at a certain point, you're working off of loss bonuses. And even that's not enough. They just weren't able to get the utility and the weaponry they needed. And it did not pan out very well. Catboy is able to take out Mikey, but not before the showstopper hits him in the toes. Now it's all out war on C. Sight bomb is still down long. Are they looking for a plant, or are they going to rotate?
I think they have to go for it. 25 seconds on the clock, and it is, of course, a 2 versus 3, and Pretty gets the picks. 9-3 is where this half is going to end. I like how they're picking up different guns and rezzing people, save for next game for sure. But
exactly
9-3 curse, attack-sided map, definitely a possibility here if they know how to be aggressive. Obviously, they don't have the team composition for it. They have no duelist.
Yeah, that is a little worrisome. It's worrisome. So you have to look at it, like you said, this is a very, very attacking sided map, right? And that might be why Mikester and company had such a good first half on this map. But you have to ask yourself, is it going to be the case this time around? Are Pretty and company going to be able to turn that around and have their way with Haven? Because again, no duelist. They have a double initiator, which could be very, very useful. They have a double sentinel, which could be very useful on the post plant. And obviously, Omen does his own thing. But there is no duelist. There's no one to run in like Mikey has been and just get aggressive and do damage and get kills. They don't have anyone on the team for that. So does attacking or defending really matter at this point if you don't have the full setup to actually utilize that?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true for this. Hopefully, they can do anything to utilize the space that they need to create, but you got to make the space before you can use it. And right now, these attackers do have an open A site freely given to them.
Yeah.
And if they grab that, it's great. And that's one grab that you need. Interlace now down, and Taisama looking for another, but Fractured gets the pick, and now it's back to a 4 versus 4. I think he got a little bit too greedy there.
Yeah, I don't know who Ty is, but their mama is not very proud of that maneuver. And it's going to be 4-4. Bomb barely not going to be able to get planted here. Forced off the plant. Catboy is ready and waiting with the recon. This retake is underway, even though Bomb's not fully down yet. It's nothing but damage dealt on both sides. There's abilities everywhere. There's broken walls. There's smokes that are dissipating. Everything is happening at once. And Mikester and company have to find a way onto site. Mikey says, let me peek first. Let me die because I have very little health. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't create any kind of room for opportunity. And Fractured is going to shut down almost the entirety of Super Monkey Balls. And WTP is acting like they still have map advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you can't act like you got map advantage if you don't, and these guys are proving that they do. WTP consistent with it. Fractured 4 kills in the pistol round, being able to push back everything that these players throw at them. Obviously, getting that first pick in mid, making it back to a 4v4, taking out the Killjoy. That was step 1. Step 2, making sure that your team is pushing with you and getting the trades off them. Step 3 was just the icing on the cake by finishing off the last 2 people on site, totaling it for a 4K. And that is why Fractured here is the control agent, is able to control the space, and now double digits awarded to WTP for this great gameplay.
Oh, that's a wallbang bullet to the brain onto Mikey.
145 damage of too much.
It's a nice haircut. Very nice haircut. Just shaved the head completely. No more hair whatsoever. Fractured is ready and waiting with this judge. He gets flashed. Barely escapes death, just very narrowly. And now Pretty looking for an entrance into B site where Interlaced is ready and waiting. The fault line comes out. Not going to hit anybody with it, but Catboy going to put him down. Pretty with a 1-tap. A second 1-tap onto Mikester and Smalls. And now it's just Fractured with a judge and a dream. He does have 2 shrouded steps and 8 seconds on the next smoke. So this is not impossible as long as I don't go into an Australian accent for some reason. But Catboy going to go on the hunt and finally going to solidify a 4th point on the board for SMB.
Yeah, they still have a less than stellar win percentage round to round, but that is all that they needed to take. The fact of the matter, they forced that up, had to buy whatever guns could fit in their hands, and Pretty showcased what a Guardian in their hands can do. Absolutely beautiful use of corner peaks, getting the 2 picks down, the fade and the Killjoy. You do that 2 rounds in a row, you can take this game back. Hopefully it's going to go that direction for them, but as of right now, they still have to manage to get through Mikey and his util, but it's Pretty, and he's down though.
Oh my.
That's a trade. I honestly think that's worth it. In a 3 versus 5 here, or 3 versus 4, taking out probably the best aim dueler in this game right now is a massive play.
Last player standing.
Oh, Mikester not in a good position. Yape picks up 2. Daisama gonna go ahead and solidify 1 more round. Super Monkey Balls starting to really get their footing here. There's still a 5-round gap, but that's 2 rounds in a row. That's good money. If they lose this next one, they're still going to be able to buy at least, you know, get about a half buy. But Saint still got about 5,000 credits, even though they're going to opt for the Spectre this round. But either way, this is still not impossible for Super Monkey Balls to come back here.
Not impossible. Definitely on the realm of capability that we've seen suggested by players like the Omen here, like players that consistently are able to make that space. But let's see if they can keep that up. Yape was able to get 2 picks there, but that almost doubled their kills. And now it's Pretty walking right in, getting immediately picked, but fractured with the pick and the trade-off. It's going to be interlaced to get another. Lovely use of util to try to scare him back, but this is a round of all time. And Sage just got a collateral with the Guardian.
Oh my.
Perfect play. Yape able to get 1, and this is the comeback that you want. This is exactly the kind of game that will shut these players out of the tournament, and Smalls has to make the moves. And he's now going to have to move back to his spawn. That's another round for the team Super Monkey Balls.
Yeah, Thaisama and Yape found themselves in essentially a perfect position. All they had to do was play time. They had the man advantage. They had the heals. They had line of sight on bomb, and all they had to do was wait for Smalls to tap it, and that's exactly what happened. They swung it at the same time, and there we go. That was all she wrote. 4-round difference now. It was 9-3 at the half, and it seems I don't want to solidify anything. But it seems that curse might be coming into a little bit of fruition just since the second half has begun. WTP's only picked up 1 round, so Yape and company are definitely proving that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, definitely proving that if they stand to reason, they stand to win. And Yape here definitely bringing the game back for himself. Obviously was at 5-10, now 9-11, significantly putting in the pressure yet again. The Battle Sage back on the map, and Catboy doing the same thing, grabbing off interlaced. Mikester needs to do something, but this is an ultimate being used by the enemy Fade, and unfortunately for them, doesn't actually do a whole lot.
Oh, interlace is gone.
Ooh, and it's over though. Pretty's got an AK, and the Vandal gonna say bye-bye.
Saint was driven out of cubby by that paint shell, but it didn't even matter because the teammates were there. Super Monkey Balls have been so solid in this half, and you have to wonder, we were talking about whether or not that duelist would make the difference, and so far it doesn't matter. It's just the fact that they're on attack now. They're beginning to get that upper hand. They're beginning to really take space and get aggressive, and I'm loving Catboy and Pretty on the Sova and Omen respectively, both sitting at 17 kills. That's nothing to shy at.
Yeah, not at all. Definitely the gameplay that you're going to want to kind of lock in for yourself. And they're rocking it regardless. But now timeout has been called. WTP, they're concerned about this comeback. It is here. I said this map is attack sided. And it's been proven to us that if they just work as a team, if they play around getting those picks, if they get lucky collats too. I mean, definitely some of this has been luck, but a lot of it's been skill. It just comes up to these.
Yeah, again, I've been saying all night, it comes down to that communication and how well you know your game. And both teams so far have proven that they know this map very well. They know that Haven is attacking sided, and they know how to use their abilities to get themselves onto site and take that advantage away from, or take that advantage and use it. Let's see what Smalls does here. Never mind. I'm going to go ahead and get forced off of that. And very early from the shadows from Pretty all the way up into heaven, but just barely not going to get caught by that fade ability. Oh, but going to get caught by that fade bullet. Jeez.
Dang.
Ooh, that was
we're in
rough.
sync there, but Interlace grabs one, spots another. The breach diff is coming around in the ultimate.
No! The wasted rolling thunder,
he
too!
actually used it, and an attacker still win. Oh, that's just hurts.
So upsetting. Poor. Oh, wait, no, it didn't count. Interlace still has the ult.
Oh, thank God.
It didn't trigger. Oh, my goodness. It didn't trigger.
Like
We're
it
good.
did for a second.
It really did. I thought it popped off, but I guess not. I guess.
I mean,
I
it's
saw
good
him
that
popped
they
off
still
a little
have it,
sooner.
but it's unfortunate that that's the way that it went down. I mean, let's see. Can they keep it going? Can they really work their way through it? It's a big if, and if yes, buts. Anything can happen here. Mike's now rocking in. Just needs to find maybe one or two.
a smidge more aggressive than usual. Not too aggressive. Doesn't want to reveal themselves too early here. But now Small is doing the same outside garage, but it does look like Super Monkey Balls. They're gonna force their way to A site. State. Meister swung the crap out of that, but Saint was ready and he saved Catboy's life. And now it's a full frontal assault on A's site with that Killjoy utility off the board. Preventing this plant is going to be that much harder, but Mikey is ready and waiting. The right click of the paint shell. That's all she wrote. No, it doesn't matter. He got a blind wallbang headshot through the box. What?
No, that was Mikey being able to spot him from the fade utility, shooting him through the top of heaven, and finishing it off. I mean, obviously, still a very impressive play.
Mikey.
Can he do it again? Mikey now popping the ultimate. Will dodge one, spots him, gets the pick. Spike is down yet again. You cannot hold a spike to Mikey. And this is a 4 against 4. They use the res for this. Obviously, weapon advantage still in the hands of these attackers. But the spike needs to get planted right now, and they just can't. There's so many grenades because he got the 2 pieces onto 1 player. 2 for the price of 1. Now, we are seeing the ultimates coming around. We have Omen on the flank. We got Saint on the site. And we got Fracture.
Oh,
ready to go with the 180. That
was almost a repeat.
A Pretty and Yaper there. They know where the last one's coming from. He's going to have to get a better gun. Grabs himself a Vandal. This might just go to 9-10. Stunned, killed, somehow alive, though.
I'm scared for Fractured right here. This is terrifying. 11 HP, 8 bullets, 1 versus 3.
As long as he's better than the map, I think he can clutch this.
I don't know about a clutch, but I think a save at this point is going to be his best possible scenario.
Yeah,
this is not looking very good.
It's defense. That bomb's going to blow up with or without him. And
yeah,
look at this comeback. That is...
Yeah, honestly, that's six rounds in a row. That's 6 in a row. It was 9-3 at the half, and WTP has completely... They've pulled the monkey ball from a couple games ago. They've dropped the ball. They've only gotten 1 point since the half mark, and Super Monkey Balls has absolutely run away with it. They're not in charge of this just yet, but with the way they're playing, I don't see them losing footing anytime soon.
Their feet are firmly planted on pretty much the neck of WTP. And if you're going to be just stepping all over this team, you're going to need to keep it going. And it's going to be close, though. Pretty is the one to be doing it. Look at this player and Catboy. 19-14, 18-14. Beautiful plays no matter what. And now that this game has kind of caught itself up here, let's see if the Owl Drone and the intro into A is gonna be enough to seriously keep a dent in this and even tie it up. If they tie this up, I'm gonna have to owe them about $3,000 because I did say that they were gonna get stomped before this, but it's because we're friends. Anyways, let's see the gameplay now. Defense now scooting their way around. The retake is gonna be on A. They still have a lot of util though. Defense can pop the lockdown, which will definitely be dropped soon. Like the piece of util, everything's getting thrown around. Defender's kind of stuck here. Mikey in a spot, but it's the enemy breach to do the damage, and everybody's now out. Lockdown destroyed. Fracture actually takes off Yape, and the drop, the pick, the trades, the damage. Everybody's going straight in for this. And here's Fracture.
My goodness.
Needs to get this. This is a break in the norm for this half. But Catboy shock darts aren't done yet. There's one in Fracture.
There we go.
Yeah, don't sit in the smoke. They're not bulletproof.
Yeah, I thought Catboy might have had that for a second. He got that first shock dart off. I thought maybe he'd be able to buy just enough time, but
you're telling me that you thought the second shock dart was going to kill 3 people, and then he was able to get the final kill?
No, but I thought if they would have stuck it immediately after, that shock dart would have killed somebody else, and then it would have been a 1v2, which is much more doable than a 1 versus 4. So.
Oh, 100%. He was honestly, it's because the enemy team was hacking for sure.
Exactly. That's what's going on. I mean, if you look at WCP finally got that round, and it's specifically because Mikey has walls, and we need to check him PC immediately.
I mean, Mickey, you have walls. You can see where all the enemies are. Why can't Mikey? But let's see the gameplay coming around here for these players. Catboy now rushing through mid, trying to get one. I'm surprised that nade combo didn't actually kill the breach there, now that I think about it. But
that was a good combo.
It definitely was, but even if it's a quote-unquote good combo, doesn't mean that it's going to be a value deal. Kind of like Panda Express, okay? $8 for 2 entrees, not worth it. But Fractured here, inching their way through. Sorry, I just had a thing for Panda Express right now. I don't know why. Fractured trying to hold this down and just consistently do what they can. I think we're just bullying Ben as Mikester bullying Tai Sama. Let's see if they can keep it going, though. A-site is pretty open. And if you guys don't know who Ben is, that's our observer. He said he wanted to get Panda Express right now, but right now it's an express ticket to Pain Train, as A-site is going to be where the bomb gets planted.
I mean, Purdy has been very good at getting aggressive towards, just back towards that defender spawn and creating some kind of distraction to slow down that retake. But now Mikester just ready Yape like a damn book, but the Aftershock barely steals the kill. Interlace picking one up. Mikey going for another ride. Saint gets distracted. Purdy picks one up. Mikey goes down, but Mikester is there for a 3-piece. And WTP has officially returned from a hiatus, and it's now match point.
Returned from a little bit of a break there. Maybe they were, you know,
just a little bit
doing some other stuff and having some fun, but Pretty ain't looking so pretty after that. So all the damage as possible is going to be happening here. You know, it's all about how they can bring this game back. And I think they might be able to if they just focus.
It's definitely doable.
I mean,
this is definitely doable.
So good.
Yeah, and if you look at WTP, if you hit tab with me now, observers, if you look, the 3 rounds that WTP has won in this second half, which have been detrimental, they're all defuse wins. So as long as Super Monkey Balls allows Thaisama and Yape to stay alive, if they keep those Sentinels alive on the post plant, I think they're going to be okay. They just have to keep those 2 secured and isolated and alive in order to play the post plant. If they can get that defense off, we'll be just fine. But Fractured is just saying absolutely no thank you. He's going to pick up a 4K. I don't know what I just saw. Interlaced is there as well, 13-9. That's all she wrote. I don't know what happened. I don't know what just happened. But WTP just wiped the floor in that last round. That was absolutely insane. That was ridiculous.
I mean, it was a 1-2, just bang, bang, 2 die. And then Fracture right clicks in 1 second and does it again. WTP absolutely flexing on that team, but you got to still hand it to them. The comeback from Super Monkey Balls was insane. Catboy and Pretty absolutely carrying the rest of them. I mean, just looking at the statistics, the average combat score, the damage per anything that they had, it was insanity to see them win that many rounds in a row, nearly tying it up, but something snapped inside of WTP and they wanted to teleport right to victory. And that's what they did. I mean, it's the kind of gameplay you cannot shy away from. However, it's not over yet. WTP has to move forward. They have to somehow beat Berserkers. And Berserkers, they fought valiantly against the current grand final title holder, podium finishers, looking for the last one. And we might just be able to see them there. So I will talk to you guys in just a little bit of time as we now see you in a little. And welcome back, everybody. My name is Edu, joined by Sir Mickey, and we're here at the semi-finals because this is the last match before the grand final. So technically, it is the finals of the lower bracket. We got some teams that we've seen a lot today. We have Berserkers versus WTP. And WTP, we just watched absolutely pub stomp in the first half of their game and then brought it back after a huge upset from, of course, Super Monkey Balls there. So now they have to battle it off against each other. Berserker here, if you weren't there for the previous matches, Berserkers does have quite the roster, to be honest with you. Some of the best Yoru players in the game. You got DJ, you got Fear Ozin, you got Juice, Ducky, and even the man Eggster himself. So lots of stuff going to be working out here. And they have to now prove themselves against Mikester, Fractured, Mikey, Smalls, and Interlaced in the map of Haven. Back-to-back Haven here. Seems like we're only going to be casting the same two maps today, but let's now jump straight into that game. Check out the agent select. And Mickey, I want you to walk me through what we can expect here.
Well, I mean, we did get Icebox early on. That was the first map of the night, was Icebox, and then after that it was Pearl, and then Haven. So, but like I always say, it's not a tournament unless you have Haven at least 73 times. So, but either way, it is going to be the Berserkers heading on to the defenders side, attackers for WTP, what the police, Mike Stern Company, like you said. It was a pretty strong hold on this same map a few moments ago, and then there was a bit of an upset coming, but unfortunately, Monkey Balls was not able to hold on, and WTP came right back out of nowhere and just captured that match, and it was pretty phenomenal, but we seem to be having almost a mirrored composition. The only difference is raised to Yoru on either side here. Mikey proved that Duelist is his home. He absolutely proved that last round. The aggression with that same character with Raze, absolutely phenomenal. And we get to see Eggster hop back on board on Yoru, which we haven't seen Yoru on this map in quite some time, so I'm definitely ready for that. But all in all, like we said, last map, this map right here, Haven, is so very attacking sided. So right off the gate, WTP and company are going to be having a bit of an advantage in this time around. They have that Duelist, so we have to, well, they had the Duelist before, but Monkey Balls, you have to wonder if that's why they lost. You have to wonder if Monkey Balls, that's why they dropped the ball, because they didn't have a Duelist on the attacking side. But nonetheless, we're here, we're ready, and I want to see some stupid things.
Yeah, I also want to see some dumb stuff coming around the corner here. Obviously, this is a brand new game. Two teams that I don't think have actually competed against each other now have to learn the plays. They might have been watching the games, but now it's up to DJ to hold down Garage and the rest of these attackers to find an opening in a pretty fortified game of Haven here.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, to say the least, especially for WTP, because like you said, Berserkers very well could have been scouting on that last match, and having the map that they just won on be your map might help you out a little bit. See how these guys play, see the fact that Mikey plays a little more aggressively, and now just like that, Omen out of the mix for WTP. The controller's gone. They still have information, they still have initiators, but Ducky is just picking them off one by one. DJ's there for the trade. Eggster gonna follow up as well. Now it's suddenly just Mikey in a 1 versus 4. This is where you shine, Mikey. Let's see it happen. Juice, very, very little HP. Fear Rosen, just over half health at the back of site, 30 on the clock. And Juice is going to go ahead and squeeze Mikey and produce his own juice. It's fine. First round in the way of Berserkers.
Yeah, first round already down. And honestly, we're seeing some pretty solid gameplay, as we know. But obviously, we have to also point out the magic that was coming out of the fingers of every one of these players. They were absolutely being able to channel their inner Magic Mooney and get ready to really clutch that up. That's the shout out. But let's see if they're actually going to be able to keep this going. Defense, full buying. We see 2 Bulldogs, 3 Spectres, and they're facing off against an actual full save. This is the first time we've seen the full save in quite some time here. Yeah, and in at least a couple games, it's mainly been 4 spy, 4 spy, 4 spy.
for the night, but it looks like a lot of WTP is just flooding down long, and it might just work out, but Ducky's there to lay him out, picks up 2, gets traded out eventually. Juice picks up 2 of his own, Fear Rosen as well, and Berserkers 2 in a row. It looks like saving did absolutely nothing for WTP.
Nothing to really get benefit, but actually the reason why nothing really happened there was because they're supposed to save. They're supposed to not die, and they did a decent job, to be 100% honest with everybody there. So hopefully with that, we can find out how they're going to actually be moving forward into the next one. I mean, this is the buy round. They have enough money. They have the rifles. They're facing off against SMGs and Bulldogs, and even a Marshall on the hands of Egster. So anything can really change the path of the game here.
For sure. I mean, that's the thing about Valorant as a whole. Literally anything could happen, especially when it's live. We have no idea. We can predict things, but we can't always be 100% accurate. We could say that Fear Rosen is going to get his head ripped off here, but we can't be 100% certain. He is on site by himself, so if he gets bombarded, it's not going to end very well for him. The shock dart is going to displace some enemies, but he's going to take damage in the process, a lot of damage. So that is going to open up a site just a little bit for WTP to make their way there. But if they don't get at least 2 picks on their way through, it's not going to be a good time. And the problem is Berserkers is still hanging out towards B site, towards C site. Very little attention still being paid towards A site.
Yeah, not a whole lot of attention really to be gathered in the first place, but obviously these attackers are playing out time. They got a default, it's Haven. If they play it slow, they can maybe capitalize on someone over peaking, but Berserkers is not that team. They are always just going to be here to work it out. But here's Ozin, 10 HP, will spot out 1. Giving away his position, though, is still standing as the spike gets planted, and now 5 against 5. The retake is going to be underway, but the flank developing from the Killjoy in B main. Mikester gets the pick, and that is beautiful for this attacking side. Oh my goodness, Mikester.
That was pivotal.
It's 2v4. What can you do, Egster? You're going to have to clutch this up. Egster, come on. Let's see it. Drops in, gets the pick, gets 2, but it's over. That's a decent attempt.
It really was. It was. I want to see some capital NTs in chat because that was a solid try from Egster. Unfortunately, wasn't able to completo el kilo. But at the end of the day, I don't know any Spanish, bro. Muerto. I don't know. Muerto is death. Yeah, it's close enough.
So you only know edgy words in Spanish. I like that for you, Mickey. I really do.
No comprende. The extent of my Spanish is hola. And then este color es rojo, which means the color is red. So I'm basically fluent. But
100%.
But a lot of attention now being paid towards C site, where Egster and his Killjoy are ready and waiting for that attention to reach them. The fault line is going to cause DJ to have to stand back and hold that angle. Egster's down to 6 HP. Gate crash, get out of there. DJ picks up 2 and a 3rd. Beautiful flick to Mikey, but Fractured going to put him down 2-4. Bomb is dropped on C site. They got to recover this. WTP has no room for failure. Fractured proving that, taking down Juice. Ducky to Mikester 1 versus 3.
They're going for it. Fractured needs to make some space here. Is going to spawn out 1, but the aim is not the same as it was last Haven. Fractured needs to just take a deep breath here. 5 bullets. Does not want to reload. Will give away his position. If he could just take Fear down, he still has the opportunity to grab the spike, and he grabs it with the shock dart. 3 HP remaining, barely surviving. But he's able to now grab the spike, get himself planted here. I'm actually surprised he's not going to use his ultimate to reposition. He will be sticking to C. And let's see if he can actually clutch it up. He has almost the exact same, actually, technically half the amount of HP Egster has, but, half of nothing, still nothing. Ducky, however, full HP here. Just going to be the biggest obstacle in the way of this player. Inching their way through, just has to find that 1. I like the slow positioning that we got going on. Egster now in the crosshair. We are going to just wait for him to be a little bit passive here, but what a 1-tap. Honestly.
But that gives away his position, but...
It does, but he's playing timeout, and that bomb's ticking no matter what he does. And
he's so good. He's so good.
And
Not only does he clutch the round, not only does he clutch the round, but it also comes through with an ace, and he ruins the economy of WTP. That was absolutely, or excuse me, of Berserkers. That was gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, I've seen a lot of gameplay in my day, but I have not seen someone ace on Eggster in a clutch scenario. That is insanity. Fractured definitely earned a single gold star to put on the good noodle board, but let's see if they're going to be good enough to keep
Oh my
up
goodness,
this
the
gameplay.
noodle board. You just woke up a memory I didn't know I had.
Absolutely. I'm glad that I
Oh.
can awaken your inner child as we watch these pro players play some games. And where's the better place to awaken your inner child than competitive Valorant? Now, it is going to be a slow push again here. These attackers really do enjoy their defaults here, Mickey. And I'm just hoping that with these defaults, they're going to be able to open that space, get that bomb planted. And as you said before, you were talking about at the very end of last game, if they keep their sentinels alive, the post plant makes it that much easier. But here's the first contact. Clean shot.
And that's initiator. That's information completely gone for Berserkers. Makes it that much harder for this retake to come into play. But Mikey and company have completely consumed a site with just Mikester watching the flank, which is exactly what your Killjoy should be doing. Go ahead and throw a couple nanoswarms on site, put your turret up behind, alarm bot maybe, and you're chilling. The rest of your team will take care of the rest. Juice and company now on the retake. That aftershock gonna force back essentially all of the Berserkers. Now, okay, I don't even know what just happened.
Wow.
I blinked. I think I might have sneezed. I'm not sure, but Interlace picked up a bunch of kills, and WTP won a round.
It was a lineup, and if that happened to me, I wouldn't want to timeout. I would want to Alt F4, click the button that pops up, walk away, maybe go into the living room and play some Connect 4, because this is not the game for you at this point. Lining up like that, amazing. But
Just unfortunate.
now, we do know that what happens here is a need to see some difference in their playstyle. Eggster has been very passive, I believe. And if you are a Yoru, you have the opportunity to be aggressive, teleport out when you need to. And with all of your ultimates available, you have to start disciplining your team, saying, okay, we want to use 2 ults here. Which 2 are we going to use? Are we going to combo the Breach ult with the Sova? Are we going to do the Yoru ult with the Sova, because that gives info? Your old combos. Are we going to do Breach plus Killjoy to just stun the entire site, or are we just looking for info with the Yoru and the Omen? There's a lot of different options that they really have to try to play this out. And honestly, I'm thinking that the Yoru plus Sova to get those early picks with the Hunter's Fury would be pretty damn good.
It would be
in this scenario, because that Yoru can just grab a gun afterwards, and even if they are looking poor on the money, it might be a decent play. But regardless, defenders now need to take this game back from a very aggressive and solid gameplay standpoint from WTP.
Yeah, Berserkers, they have their pick of the litter. The only thing is you don't want to use all... Oh, no!
I thought it was going to happen. That was the plan. They heard. They thought they were pro, and now everyone's dying to util. The Hunter's Fury's coming out.
Oh
and
my
Fracture's
goodness!
just behind them already. It's over.
Oh
it's
my
DJ,
goodness!
Flawless. They used the 2 ultimates, but to no avail.
Fell apart so quickly for Berserkers. I mean, the Hunter's Fury was essentially wasted. Eggster wasn't even given a chance to get into the Yoru ult. Oh my goodness, that is heartbreaking. 2 ultimates wasted, the round lost. They still have 3 on the board, so it's not entirely gone, but their money is not looking good. Their economy is just in the gutter completely. Meanwhile, if Mikey and company lose this, well, they could lose 2 in a row and still be able to buy. That's the thing. But pretty soon, Berserkers is going to have that loss bonus, so they should have a little bit of a money thing going on. But
I like that teleport though.
Yeah, that was a good gate crash. I like that a lot, and it's a perfect distraction towards a site. Is going to allow WTP to gain full access, an all access pass, if you will, to B site. Fractured, beautiful kill onto Feroz, and Juice on the flank to Mikester, 5 HP and a dream. Another one tap from onto Fracture. Mikey is going to take out Eggster. That's a huge frag. Eggster, the fragger, going down. Now it's Ducky and company. They have to absolutely have to get on the site here.
I love the util though. They aren't going to be able to really use a lot of ults to clutch up. It of course is an eco round with the sheriffs. And I think he's trying to, you know, be a nice eco person for the sake of that man's medical build. Not even hitting him? Come on. But, you know, that's me being a skeptic. I think it's not a septic game. These guys are not in the sewers yet. They're doing a decent job popping off.
What?
I'm hoping that they can keep up. I'm hoping that they can keep this game up. What, you don't like my wordplay?
You went from skeptic to septic.
I'm just that guy. Anyways.
Oh my word.
V5. Let's see it right now. 2-5 is the score. We still have ultimates available for these defenders, but they are not grouped up to quite use them. They're going to save them for the retake. Nice ultimate.
The showstopper, Mikey, loves to fly. Unfortunately, not going to find anyone. Like you said last game, you hear that showstopper, and your first instinct is get me the hell out of here. And unfortunately, that's exactly what's going to happen. No ultimate, no kills to be found with that ultimate, but the Killjoy lockdown is going to come down in the hands of Mikester, and it's going to force a big fat wait for the retake. It buys a little bit of time, but now Fearoz and all 5 of Berserkers are headed straight for C site. The Rolling Thunder comes out, it hits a couple teammates. It's fine. Everything's fine. Fractured is ready and waiting in garage. Oh, I'm scared. I'm scared for Fractured.
You know, I'm not scared for these players. I'm more so scared that the bomb's popping off. Eggster, though, great kill. And through the smoke, Meister clutches it and gets a 4K.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. And that is a black hole absorbing everything in its path. A beautiful play from these attackers. Honestly, though, Eggster got a sick flick, got 2 picks quite handedly. And then Meister decided to be the man with the STR at the end of his name to really clutch it up. I mean, with a 4-piece, wow.
Yeah, that was, man, that was it was something for sure. I mean, WTP is definitely showing how dominant they are, and they're showing why they won last game on this exact map. They know Haven, they know their abilities, they know each other. These guys are a team. They know how to play with each other. And Fractured, this is Fractured. I'm pretty sure it's Fractured's 3rd ult, right? Just in this half. I mean,
he's got the picks for it, so he can be behind. And Eggster can't see, can't do nothing. Will get taken down by the Omen. Oh, luckily, Fearozen with the pick, with the trade there for the teammate. Interlace stuck in mid. It's going to be just a breach versus breach. I do like that the breach did try to flashbang absolutely nothing. However, Ducky is ducking under bullets and got the bomb halfway. Needs to work it out as Smalls is going to get juiced down. And there we go. Meister through the smoke.
Oh my word.
Post-plant positioning is perfect. The P to the P to the P to the pwned. That's the end of the round. And we are seeing a huge diff between these teams. 5 rounds. Again, though, it is attacking side. We saw a slight comeback once people shifted over. But again, a 5-round deficit here.
I mean, it's just, it's gotta be, I mean, it's gotta be heartbreaking. It's gotta be almost demoralizing for Berserkers here. They are, you can tell they are really trying. They are communicating. They're hitting their rotates relatively okay, but it just comes down to the fact that the WTP is just, they have the advantage as attackers. Draw attention to one site, rotate all the way to the opposite end of the map, and they have it. And they're just so solid on those post-plant defenses. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter what Berserkers does here. WTP has an answer to everything.
An answer to everything and a reason to never give it. This is a team that can completely keep their mouth shut and just be confident. Rock everyone in this lobby and keep that momentum going. But let's see how they're actually going to be hitting this C site. They are pushing right out of garage, and it's actually DJ to anchor it down. And without that breach, the biggest initiator for this team has now fallen. Yes, there is a fade, but that breach has the flashbangs. They have no flash to get past this point. They're just going to have to rely on their skill with the aim and walking themselves down to A, where they just knew that there were about 2 to 3 people here. That's dangerous.
Yeah, between the two, Breach is the one that I would want up in this scenario right here. I mean, Fade gets you information, but that can only get you so far. Breach is the guy who's going to be aggressive and strong and tough and be able to help you push sight. And unfortunately, Mikey is going to get taken out. Smalls with a quick trade. Another one on to Ducky. Now 1 versus 3. He's got to pop out of the smoke at some point, or it's just going to dissipate. Picks one off. Rosen goes down. Smalls with a 3-piece, but DJ is there to deny it and solidifies a 3rd point on the board for the Berserkers. Finally getting a bit of a grip here, and I feel like we're starting to see almost an exact repeat of last match.
100%. Honestly, looking at that game and looking at that round specifically, what we were seeing from the Fade was, back in the day, used to call that stuff front page Reddit, because that aim, the way that he just went 1-to-1 and then tapped it, beautiful for these players. And I really think, even though he did get shut down, it showcases how high skill the ceiling is in this lobby. And the fact of the matter, Eggster is keeping up with that beautifully as the Yoru, and now has to try even harder, but he's the first to go down. Mikey stuck 1 pick as Juice is on site, will get the trade. Mikester will get the 1 down, and this is about the defense and the attack combating each other with ults.
Oh my.
Last one standing, Ducky. He's got to get out of the spot, or else he is going to get stuck, and the fastest way out of a spot is to die, I guess.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Last round in the half.
But
In
it's
Minecraft.
Yeah. Slash inventory true, and you're good.
Yeah,
But WTP looking to once again throw up a 9-3 curse here, or not, maybe not even a curse, really. I mean, it was almost a curse. Now, last one, they had only gotten that 1 round for quite some time, and then they came back and they were able to shut it down. But Berserkers here, I mean, I feel like Berserkers has a little bit more fight left in them. I don't think this is anywhere close to being over. I think they just need a moment to gather their thoughts. But the problem is they don't have that much time. Eggster is inside of them. They don't have time to do anything.
I'll talk to you about phrasing later, but let's talk to Eggster about how he's going to clutch this out. And now leaving the site, we'll be able to just get so much info. They know that there's 5 there. Unfortunately, Silva did not have the ultimate. If that was a combo, would have been insane, to be honest. But Juice now has to hold the site down. The nade is going to tickle him just a little bit here, but walking out, it gets blind killed. And here's DJ. Just needs to find that 1 pick. Eggster still sitting behind. Does have a TP to give over to Grass if needed to bail, but Ducky here, the player of Berserker, will get the trade down. DJ now going for it. We are seeing the ultimates, and there it is, the push up from both breaches, and Ducky gets a double, makes it a triple in total, and it's just Eggster 1v1 against Fractured. Both of these players kind of counter each other. Omen counters Yoru, Yoru counters Omen. It's just who's going to be taking the cake here. He's sitting directly on top of the bomb, and Eggster, I think he knows what's going on.
That smoke's about to go away. And the timing was incredible. Not in the favor of Eggster, and it is going to be a 9-3 half as Fractured able to clutch it up. WCP is coming out so strong in that first half, so very strong. But again, the question has to be asked, is there going to be a slight curse like the last map, or are they going to continue to be monstrous on the defensive side?
Absolutely monstrous on the defense, I think, is what's going to happen here. You look at that team composition: Breach, Raze, and Killjoy, and Fade. Think about just a Fade Raze nade for defenders. Mix in a Killjoy to solo a site, and mix in a Breach to make sure that no one gets to move quickly. That's a team that you definitely want to have. But you look at the attack side, you do have the only difference being the Yoru and the Sova. So those 2 combos might be able to just clear some sites, but it's very utility dependent. And I know that Eggster is, I would even consider, probably the best Yoru at this rank. And I think it's still going to be very hard for them to bring this back.
Yeah, it definitely will be a challenge. It's not impossible, but it's going to be one hell of a mountain to climb. I mean, what the police has just been so solid so far. I mean, whether it's rotates or post plants, they've just been so clean. Mikester is able to take down Eggster, and that's huge. But Ducky and Ferozen gonna go ahead and even the odds, and suddenly It's DJ in a 1 versus 2, takes down Mikey. 1 versus 1 now. 51 HP versus, I believe, 40 on Smalls. This is about as even as it gets. Hardly any utility to be found at all. Spike is dropped at C site. 1 versus 1, 40 seconds on the clock. DJ's got that turret. I don't know where he's going. He's got to go grab bomb. But, I mean, at the end of the day,
he's
this
going
is
around.
definitely...
He thinks that if he can get behind B, he might be able to jump the person on stairs. The only problem is there's no one there.
I think he thinks that Smalls is still on site, but he has no idea.
Did Smalls not realize that the bomb was on C?
I mean, not.
I think that he just wanted the bomb to get picked up because he expected Killjoy to go through garage. So if we're looking at this, he wanted the Killjoy to go through garage, pick up the spike, and then run it down to A through B. That did not happen. The opposite happened, and we actually saw the B go first, and then through B go on to C. So a little bit inverted there. Small.
All I know is letters.
Yeah. Lots of letters. I know that A starts at the front and B is somewhere in there. But let's see if DJ is able to clutch this up. We got Smalls.
DNJ is in the alphabet for sure. Don't ask me where, but it's there.
Check your corners, running it around. He's seen that util too. I'm really shocked.
Too many times. Too many times today have we seen people sprinting through, not checking corners. I mean, we saw Yum fall victim of it in the first match. How many times? I mean, we've seen Fractured fall victim to it. How many times tonight? Guys, it's basic. Did you not play the Modern Warfare 2 Spec Ops things? Captain Price literally teaches it. Check your quotas. Come on,
to
man.
be honest with you, Mickey, I didn't play those either. But
my
biggest concern is the fact that he ran before he actually used the info gathering ability that would have cleared the site mainly for him. And I think that was the biggest misplay, regardless of when. It's about the order at which you do things, orders of operations. Okay, you know, you don't want to you don't want to subtract before you multiply. That just doesn't work. But there's a double down. We're seeing these attackers take it back hard with Eggster now grabbing one. Mikey trying his best, but only dinking him. It's just going to be Smalls, and Smalls comes up small, not being able to do anything against Eggster. And it's a flawless round for attackers.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Mickey, are all of your references from the 80s?
Yeah, dude. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm old, okay?
All right, do the truffle shuffle and let's move on to the next bit.
Let's get into the next one. I got 3 words for you: sloth, love, chunk. Anyways, 9-5 is the scoreline. WTP starting to fall a little bit short. They're starting to have a repeat of last match, where they had that little bit of a 9-3 curse, and they need to start taking it back here soon. Oh my goodness, Smalls by the hair of his shinny chin takes out Fearoz, and that was beautiful. Mikey. Oh, that tether with the paint shells is going to spell absolute destruction, but Eggster barely escaping with his life.
Just barely gets out, but gets behind him. Unfortunately, Mikey is the guy of the hour, getting himself a double kill down, and Juice goes away. And that is the play. Let's see it interlace now. Right up next to him, it's going to be the pick. Mikester with the headshot. A little bit of a Killjoy diff, but now we have double digits for WTP. Obviously, that was the buy round coming out from defense. How do you feel about it, Mickey?
Good job.
Oh, good job. Okay, good.
Good job. Ducky got an aftershock kill, so I was kind of in awe about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was still an S tier attempt for sure.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Yeah. 1 second. How many channel points did I bet on this game?
I didn't put any down.
I only put 11,000 on.
Only.
On Berserkers, so
I wonder how many I have. I'm sure I have like a ridiculous amount because I always have the thing open.
We'll find out if I made a mistake putting 11,000 where my mouth is. Let's see. Eggster, help me out here. Ducky, help me out here.
Where's your mouth at?
Oh, okay.
Fractured with essentially a blind shot onto Fearoz and eats a shock dart for just 20 HP. A good amount of shield gone though. 1 down. That's the information gatherer down for Berserker. So that could be huge. Not only that,
but got the pick. That's the thing. I mean,
yeah,
as much information as you can get. If your team is dead, you can't do anything with it. Ducky, however, in mid, needs to try to get that trade for the lack of a Sova. This is the initiator to get them onto B site, and I like Mikey's positioning here. He's trying to back himself up. And here we go. Teleports in. Eggster with the flash. Will be able to blind one. And
Oh.
Mikey, beautiful side shot, takes it down. Ducky does, however, get one. DJ gets another.
DJ's got the ult.
The
He's got the
D's
lockdown.
absolutely being here for this team. But Ducky has to make it a little bit better. Has to just find one. Juice is on the flank, and I think that's where Smalls is. But the timing, Smalls is actually down, and they're going to rotate all the way to A, make it the hardest site to take. And this is a pretty early ultimate coming out just so they can guarantee that the bomb does not get prevented. Ducky,
Oh my.
clean shot onto Mikester. Fractured dead as well. This is attackers bringing it back.
This is getting more and more deja vu. I mean, this is exactly what happened last match. WTP, I forgot a letter. WTP did that 9-3 thing, and then they got their 10th point in the second half, and then they had this dry run for 3 or 4 rounds. They did nothing with that. And then finally they locked down the last 3 points, and it ended in their favor. But at this point, Berserkers they're just putting up one hell of a fight, and it's only a 4-round difference. It's still a very possible comeback for Berserkers, but you cannot knock WTP. They just need 2 more points for match point, and that's it. That's all they need for match point. Just 2 more rounds, and it's over, or at least close to being over.
Yeah, definitely a close game indeed. DJ here rocking with a Phantom, trying to find maybe 1 or 2. These attackers have gotten last round. They have shut down a decent chunk of the economy for these defenders. However, this team you can't be 100% positive on. Even with a Stinger, a Sheriff, and a Marshal, they might be able to come out on top. That's the power of being 1 away from Mikey's ult here, and Smalls being that cracked with just 1 weapon. Nice shot from Mikester, though. They did waste the Owl Drone here.
I mean, not totally. They got a little information. They know Mikester's there. And the recon comes in to solidify it. The Hunter's Fury.
Ozin. Come on, Ozin. Okay, he's going to use it to do a little bit of damage to the turret and take Mikester down to 20. That will be working for him. And there it is.
It was worth
it. First blood in the water. The sharks are smelling it. Mikey's now running back. He's gotten himself another one. But these attackers, they are relentless. They need to get C-Sight because there's only 20 seconds, and a shock dart takes him out from across the map, and Ducky is able to get yet another. This eco round is good as done. It's just going to be Fractured, having to make whatever he can out of this.
This is not a good situation to be in. It's safe to say that it's going to end up being 10-7 as Berserkers continues to dig their heels into the sand so much more than WTP is. WTP can't, they have to shut them down. They have to do something within the next 2 rounds. They have to solidify their hold here. Berserkers is just doing too much damage. WTP needs to get a grip here, and Fractured is going to be able to take out Juice, but now down to very little HP. Eggster makes it into a Fracture makes it a 1 versus 3. There's no time for a defuse whatsoever, but Eggster just taking shoulder shots here. It's fine. Fearozen going to get the kill from distance. Fracture goes down. 7 on the board for Berserkers. WTP, again, they just continue to allow Berserkers to gain access to every site. It's like, I don't know if they have slow rotate or if they're just not locking down sites properly, but you have a Killjoy and you have an Omen and you have a Breach. Those 3 alone should be enough for you to, at the very least, gather enough information to determine where the attackers are targeting, because at this point, that Killjoy is not being put to very good use.
Yeah, not exactly perfect with it, but we do see these Berserkers want to come back. And honestly, I will point out, I want a comeback story. If Berserkers takes this, they go to the grand finals after losing this, the finals in the upper bracket to fight off against One Last Dance. And that's kind of powerful. But let's see it. Juice with the pick. They're ready for this. Meister has to clean it up, but they can. Fearozen's there. The ult from Mikey is going to clean it up, but Ducky with the trade, then a trade, then a trade. It's just DJ in a 1 versus 2. Has to find one. Both of them anchored right around the corner, and it is a massacre, an absolute horror to see. You swing a corner and you see 2 people lined up for you, and they just shoot you in the face. That is
just pray. Just pray. I mean, all they had to do, exactly, all they had to do was sit there, hold the angle, play time. There was a minute left. I mean, in reality, that player did have enough time to go a full rotate down long or even through mid, but at the end of the day, you're still outnumbered, and it's just not a good situation for you to be in. But nonetheless, 11-7 as WTP finally going to get another on the board, their second point of the half, but they gotta get the ball rolling. Never mind. Egster opens up the round beautifully with 2 kills, but gets traded out eventually. But it's not a 1-for-1. Now it's a 2 versus 4 scenario. Berserkers have their pick of the side. They have a 2-man advantage here. They have the advantage. They have to make this work, but Meister is making it work for them. Juice goes down 2 versus 3, just over a minute on the clock. Bomb's got to get solidified somewhere here relatively soon.
A bomb needs to be planted on C. It's the most open site. It's where people need to be. And if it works out, this is a team that can definitely bring it back. And I love a good comeback story. Okay, I want this to be a little Mighty Ducks against the Dancing People. I want to see how they can pop off. And obviously, WTP deserves to be at the finals too. They've absolutely flexed it, but.
That's it. Berserkers takes this round. It's 11-8. Meister has got. I love Meister, but he's got 4 HP. Save the Vandal, back up, give them the round. Just get out of there, my man.
Yeah,
get out of there.
Not a whole lot you can do with only 4 HP, but obviously, what was that angle, Ben? Go back. What were you doing over there, man? You can't just show us the voluptuousness
nice ankle
that
shot.
Is Fair Ozen's Silva booty.
No, look at the shoes.
Let's talk about it.
Look at the shoes. Great shoes.
Yes,
Got it from probably Nike.com.
Oh, yeah.
It's fine.
Wait, did you just advertise Nike? Speaking of advertisements, while we wait for this man to save, Community Gaming is actually the sponsor of today's stream. Check it out at communitygaming.io. It's also how you do the bracket. So if you want to see that bracket as well. Also, Team Mystic here does have a promo code for Razer products. So if you like having some pro level products, then take a peek at those.
Exclamation point Mystic.
Deal, I think they're worth
chat.
It.
Yeah. So, exclamation point or exclamation mark. Is it a mark or a point? I don't know. They change that all the time. I don't know. Exclamation mark in chat
if it was
with a Mystic
point. That would where would you?
I don't know. They change English all the time. Words are hard. Exclamation mark Mystic in chat will give you all of our socials and our Razer code and all that fun stuff. And you can even access community gaming through there and check out some Wikipedia stuff. So make sure you check that out. It's also how you sign up for our Singularity series, February 10th, 11th, and 12th. Be sure to get all the info on that before we get filled up. Nonetheless, 11-8 is your score line as Berserkers just barely clinched that last round.
That's
not
true.
really. It was kind of a shutout, but you know,
I just want you to know, Mickey. Only production can see me look at you with the disdain that I do. Anyways, let's see this game now. Fear Ozen is ready to rock and roll. Thank you for doing the wonderful thing that is advertising. Because remember, that pays the bills here. And $1,000 tournament for today. It's nice to be. But Egster, beautiful use of his ult, gets himself under rafters. It is, of course, a save round for the defense. They have to now teleport back. Egster rotating to C long. I just love the way that he plays, the way that he can. It's if Omen's ultimate was permanent and always available, he makes people think that Yoru is a good pick. And Ducky makes him look even better while DJ is popping off. This is the team that is here to farm TikTok clips. So let's see it. Small only has one gun remaining, and it's a 1 versus 5.
Yeah. Small's not in the best situation here at all. Pretty sure that was, I believe, a classic. Maybe it was a classic. Classic in a dream. 1 versus 5. Not gonna cut it. 11-9. WTP still just barely in charge as Fractured and Company gonna go ahead and call a timeout. Guys, what are we doing wrong? Where is the gap? How do we fill it? Look at that monster can. Beautiful, beautiful. But Berserkers, you got to give it to Berserkers. Whoever wins this game, you have to hand it to Berserkers. Like high fives all around, snaps for Caps. I mean, Cap was in chat because these guys have not given up.
Yeah, and honestly, they have not given up at all. That's why we're also seeing Berserkers bring it back massively here to the point where you are genuinely scaring these defenders to the point they do not know what is going to happen. Just press tab and look at the shift in momentum. This was a 9-3 game. Now it is 9-11. This is proof that something can work out for us today. And hopefully everything does get in here. $1,000 is on the line. obviously split up amongst the teams, but regardless, if you are a player in this tournament, that pays for Panda Express. And if you can pay for Panda Express by playing video games, life is
Why
good.
not? Exactly.
Life is good.
Good vibes only, as the kids say.
100% good vibes. And honestly, now we can talk about what they're actually talking about. I think what they need to do as a defensive team is just be able to play as a team and work out on the retake. They died because they spread themselves thin. I like that they're not on A right now. I like that they're just doing a decent job splitting themselves apart, but close enough where they can get the trades. But that's just not fair. Juice, you can't just treat a wall like it's not there. I understand that Valorant is made out of cardboard, but when people show it off, it just makes me sad. However,
where did that recon just go? What in the world?
it went on to A site. It was a beautiful lineup.
A side?
I mean, C site. Sorry. It went up onto
but,
up
like,
on
I'm
top
still-
of C site that looks down onto the point. It was,
Physics, man.
hey,
They don't
Johnny
exist in this
PK's out
game.
there. He's making these. Average Jonas is copying them, and we're ready to rock and roll ski. I think Average Jonas just plays Dota nowadays. So, Ed Jonas, if you're seeing this, why are you seeing this?
If you're seeing this, we want riot buddies.
Jonas can't give us a riot gun. Why do you?
You
Why would you
never
think?
know.
I already have one. You need.
Yeah,
one.
well, our producer and observer, we want riot buddies, right, Ben? We want riot buddies. Okay, we got players in here that got
Ben
them.
can't
I'm
even
jealous
respond.
of them.
He's not even in the call. He cannot.
What even? What's up, Ben? I don't know. Mikester's in a beautiful position to do some damage, but Eggster shuts him down. Mikey picks one up, gets traded out immediately in the middle of a three-piece from Juice, and now it's fractured in a 1 versus 4. A good amount of damage dealt to that fellow Omen. Rosen goes down. This could be a beautiful 4K from Fractured, but he's got to play it just right. He may be getting flanked on stairs here. They're all three on site. This is terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying. We do have Fracture. He's clutched these before, but
Oh no! The smoke was off just a little bit. Didn't provide the cover he needed.
Oh,
It fell as he teleported, and it allows Berserkers to solidify a 10th point on the board in double digits. And now they're just 1 point away from tying this game up. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm loving every second of it.
loving every minute, every second as we are inching closer to an OT or a GG. Obviously, we need to find out who really deserves to be here the most. And I think both candidates it's equal. These teams are even. And when it comes down to who they're going to face off in the finals, we don't know if what happened in the finals of the upper bracket was a fluke for that team. This could be the last great game, the closest.
Yeah.
Or are we going to see it right now? The best of one is now underway. Juice up close and personal against Fractured, sitting inside the smoke with a sheriff.
With interlaced. Oh, this could be chaos right here, and it is.
Oh, wait,
Juice.
no damage taken, but it's fair. He's going to grab it. It doesn't really matter. I mean, this is just something about this Omen Juice here. He went from pretty much the middle of the scoreboard almost to the top, 19-4 right now, consistently picking up the pace where his teammates have slightly fallen aback. But the thing about it is this team has always secured their job, secured what they had to do. I'm really hoping
I thought that was real.
You know,
I thought it's fake, but I thought it was real.
You don't know. That's the thing. Even wait, hold up. Aren't we supposed to tell which one's real because the color of it? Because we're spectators?
No, I just look at the mini map.
Oh, okay. I still think it's funny that fooled us.
Yeah,
That's how good
that's how good Xter is.
Yeah,
Man.
he's
He
just so
fooled the
good.
people
I mean,
with X-ray. Like it's,
we have cheats and we still can't tell which one's the real one. That's the kind of player that is in this lobby. But
exactly.
The game's not over yet. And we
It's
need to find out if this kind of player is worthy of winning it. And winning it all.
It's a
3-5.
It's a 3-man retake, 2-man retake. Fractured goes down. Sheriffs are apparently starting to pay off. Smalls takes out DJ. The haunt not landing exactly where it was meant to. Smalls is going to recover a phantom, though. Eggster is in a perfect spot to do some very pivotal flank damage, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Eggster, he goes off when he needs to, and even when he doesn't need to, he still goes off because he's Eggster. Picks up a 2-piece to solidify an 11-11 match. Not match point, but match score.
Okay.
Anyways,
time,
make a wish.
time,
11-11.
Absolutely. I mean, Mickey, It's always fun casting with you because
We've
we're
been
just-
casting for 6 hours, and we need give us a break.
Give us a
Give
break.
us-
I mean,
you know what? Give me a break. How about
I've been up
just
since
give me a
4
break?
a.m. However, we're not the stars of the show right now. It's the people in this lobby, and they're absolutely popping off. So
Yeah.
let's see all of these players as they are going straight in for the damage.
We're just the
DPS.
supporting characters. That's what's happening.
We're the supporting cast. Okay, we are the peanut gallery. Literally, that is our job.
We're background extra characters. We're the peanut vendors, and we're the
peanut. No, do you know,
supermarket butchers.
how do you
We're-
only know 80s reference? But you don't know what the peanut gallery is. Anyway,
I know what the peanut gallery is, but I just
call me a
what
peanut
butter.
salesman. You know what? I hope you get allergic to peanuts randomly in your 30s.
I hope you sell nuts for the rest of your life. How about that?
I only know that your mom would buy them. Anyways, back to the game. 11-11, and we're seeing these games consistently play out with Fractured holding them down. Beautiful flashbang, and he's got to hold it.
Oh my goodness. How is
does take
Fractured
a little bit of
alive?
damage.
He's not. That's insane. I don't know what's going on, but
It's just a very solid base game. We do see Extra
Oh,
getting
no.
behind and bullying him, getting the double kill down. Wants to do some more. Hopefully, Mickey, we could see him pop even more off. He has his ultimate,
Yeah.
and he only has
Oh,
54.
my goodness.
DJ from the side will get one. This is match point if Mikey cannot clutch it. And if he can, he gets match point. No matter what, it's a win-win-win. But
I
only
almost
for
want to
the
see
enemy.
Berserkers take this map just so we can see more of Eggster. I mean, the man is a menace. It's absolutely insane. He's been doing the entire game. He's been doing the same thing that my mom would do to your peanuts, and that is stomp on the competition. It is absolutely insane. I don't know what's going on, but I want to see more of him. We're at match point 12-11. WTP, this is your last chance. This is the last stitch effort from WTP where the police has to put their foot down right here, right now.
Yeah, they gotta put that foot down. They gotta stomp these out and make sure to make it as smooth as peanut butter as they are now going in. Exer now pops the ultimate. This is perfect here. The dimensional drift. Dashing right past him, and look at that. He just flexed on him. He needed the one clip. Eggster clipping it and shipping it, sending it off to the races and ready to go even further beyond. But defense is not done, even though they did lose one of their best retake agents with an ultimate available. It's down, and we got to see what's going to happen here. It's slow push. Juice already anchored in. It's everything coming in for the clutch. Juice holds down once, gets the headshot,
Juice.
looks for another one, but does not get it. Smalls cleans it up, and Fractured here. This is the last round of the game. He is forced to only use a Guardian. And he's got to guard this game, or it's G to the G. Attackers now popping it, planting that bomb. But do they know? Fractured actually got on site with his ultimate, but
They do know, but they don't care because Fearozen is just that much better. Headshot rips him apart. Interlace does the same to Eggster. That's a huge... That's huge. Extra being off the board at this crucial part, but I don't think it's really going to matter because Smalls is the last man standing in a 1 versus 3. This is match point. Smalls has to clutch. There's no choice here. There is no chance at all. DJ, wow, puts him down 13-11. Beautiful, beautiful game from Berserkers. Absolutely insane. Insane
amazing
gameplay.
game. You know, I just want to say one thing. Just tripled my channel points. GG coming out from WTP. And honestly, amazing gameplay. The comeback was insane. Just looking at this timeline, obviously, nobody really did better than anybody else. It was a consistent game throughout. The initiators used their util to get their team on a site. The controllers definitely put down what was required. And obviously, both of the controllers, the Omens pop off, but everybody knows Haven is Omen's best map. Now, taking a look at that timeline, it was a stop at the start, and then it got narrower and narrower. The 9-3 curse is real, and it was proven by sheer commitment to the cause. And GG for the lower bracket finals. Obviously, we have one more game, a best of 3 to move us in. To the
one
here.
more series at the very least. There's a minimum of 2 more matches. I mean,
I mean, here's the thing. Minimum 2 matches. If they play as good as that, this is going to be an insane game to watch. So stick around. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the greatest grand final you've seen. And welcome everybody to the grand finals. I have been your host for today, Edu, joined by the wonderful Sir Mickey. He's knighted because he's an absolute man in shining armor, ready to cast the rest of this game. And
It's more like tinfoil, but thank you.
hey, tinfoil. I mean, that's because you're a conspiracy theorist. But let's take a peek at all of the games we got going on. It's going to start off on Fracture, then move into Breeze, and then the decider is going to be picked by the teams at the end here. So lots of options for them to be rock and rolling, and the game is just going to be underway. Let's jump straight into Agent Select and find out if we're ready to win a game and win $1,000. Sponsored by CommunityGaming.io. Let's get in here.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready. It's Fracture. I honestly can't remember if I've casted Fracture. Earlier I said I've casted it once, but now I'm doubting everything I've ever said ever. So I don't know. But Glyph and Company starting on the defender's side as One Last Dance, or excuse me, Berserkers are going to head on the attackers' side. Fear Rosen looking for a double brim setup here across the board. It's not going to be a mirror. It's not going to be a mirror. We have different initiators.
I feel like this is the farthest thing from a mirror you could possibly have.
I saw the Killjoy and I was like, oh, it's a mirror, but it's not a mirror. But we do have extra on Yoru again, so it's going to be fun no matter what.
It's like a mirror in a freak show where it warps a lot because
it's like the mirror dimension from Interstellar, the bookshelf dimension.
Wow.
You know?
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I had to watch it.
See, that wasn't a reference from the 80s. That was like the 2000s, the 2010s.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. But looking at this, we are going to be seeing a Killjoy, a Breach, and a Brimstone on both teams. The only difference coming out here is actually going to be in the Initiators and Duelists. We have, of course, a Eggster on the wonderful Yoru. We kind of expect that to happen almost every single time. And we have Juice on Neon. Juice on Neon. That's a new one for the day. And hopefully it is the play of the game for them. But this is going to be picking for the win here. And honestly, game one, best of three, anything can happen. How do you feel? Which team do you personally prefer? I do like the more meta-centric on defense.
I mean, you got to give it to Berserkers after the fight they just put up against WTP. Not only did they bring it back after, they were down 9-3, and then they brought it back out of absolutely nowhere, and now we're here. But One Last Dance has been so solid all night, and then there's the question of, Eggster has been really solid, as has Juice, but Juice is switching it up, like you said, was Raze all night, has been raised, and now suddenly on Neon, so it could be a bit of a pace changer. And then Big Bean, we're used to seeing Big Bean on the Big Jet, and now we got Big Brim, we got Thickums coming in on both teams, and it's definitely going to be an interesting one just because we have these 2 or 3 players who have been very consistently on specific characters, on specific agents, and now we're getting to see a little bit of a switcheroony, and we have a little bit of a tech issue. It's fine. We're fixing it. Everything's fine.
It's all good. Don't worry about chat. It's just people saying R, and let's get straight back into that game. Obviously, they're not going to be able to snipe the picks regardless, but let's get in, see what the picks are going to be. They're just going to instantly lock them for, transparency's sake, as one should do. Nothing should be different. I did want to talk a little bit about Juice there. Last game, he was rocking on Omen,
Raze.
and now no, Juice was the Omen, I believe.
No, Juice was Raze, right?
DJ
Fear Rosen was Omen. Maybe
Rosen was.
I don't know. It just happened. Me. Chat, help us. It just happened.
Anyways,
our brain's gonna work.
Juice is playing a different role than he previously had, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen here. What we did see is, I think you were confused. Last game there was a Raze fighting against Berserkers, not on their team. I think the only duelist they had was the Yoru.
You're right. You're correct.
Was on that their Omen, so he's completely switching up what he's going to be doing, pulling into this one. Chat, we love you. Shout out to chat. Shout out to, of course, the sponsor yet again, If you guys want to take a peek, make sure do !mystic and take a head on over to the website communitygaming.io. Community Gaming puts on a lot of different shows, and if you want to join a tournament, there's one coming up soon. It's the Mystic Singularity Series. The winner of this tournament actually gets an invite to the $3,000 tournament happening in February, not Friday, in February here. So lots of potential. Let's see how they're actually going to pull through. Let's have fun here.
Fun is the name of the game, indeed. We're gonna go ahead and hop on board with our big boy producer Ben. Been killing it all night, or our big boy spectator observer Ben. Been killing it all night alongside our amazing producer Cam. And they're definitely we're here. We're having fun. We're doing Valorant stuff. It's live. DJ's ripping heads off already to start it off. Tim is just millimeters away from a potential death. The flashpoint gonna come out. Crazy Mojo inadvertently saving his teammate's life, but gonna get taken out in the process. And now it's just going to be Glyph and Big Bean, and off to a okay start.
Off to a pretty okay start. The retake is underway. 2 versus 3, though. And for this team, we're seeing Berserker berserking their way around. Ducky with the last, and Fearzosen with another. This is the gameplay you need to be seeing, and I want to be hearing all the hype. Let's hype up these players, because everybody knows the best part of hitting a clip is when chat explodes. So make sure you're going to be throwing in not the towel, but the G to the G. Let's get this game going.
G to the G indeed. Lots of letters being thrown around all night here. We have DJ, which is just spelled out, but it's still letters. Yeah, that's my take.
Absolutely. Honestly, though, you gotta also, now that we're at the finals here, this is my last thank you before the games continue. Thank you so much for Ben for being on our observer of the day. Following you has been such a great time so far, and we always have the best angles here. So let's watch Glyph getting these shots down.
Yep, always making sure we're hitting that right bracket to hop on board with our amazing observer. And Big Bean and company putting up a fight, but eventually, all in all, going to lose a site here. Bomb planted. Duelist out of the way. That's Eggster down on the side of Berserkers. This is not looking too good for one last dance. And there we go. DJ, Fearzosen, and Juice all picking up 1 apiece. And it's going to be 2 rounds in a row for Berserkers.
Yeah, double round in the row. Kind of what you expect after pistol round gets lost, but it's going to be okay. I really do hope that the defense has a answer to this, and I think their answer is full light armor Vandals, and full light armor Vandals is a lot of one-tap potential. We did see Glyph and Big Bean, Crazy Mojo as well, Tim, and pretty much everyone on that team is cracked at this game, but let's see if they can keep up that momentum against a team that just came off of a high with that comeback.
I'm a little concerned about Big Bean. I'm not going to lie, because the last time we saw them, they were on Jet, and they were absolutely killing it on Jet. Called them Big Brain multiple times on Pearl, and now they're on perhaps the exact opposite of Jet. They're on Brimstone. So they went from being super aggressive, zooming across your screen, to now the thick thighs. You know, it's going to be it's going to be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, very interesting here, but there it is. Crazy Mojo getting one. That's the control agent down, but Ducky with the sheriff grabs it.
Glyph.
Juice is just going for it. They already got better guns. They can definitely take this site. This is the buy round for these defenders, and they are getting robbed by these players. You know, people just say all the time, if they're good on TikTok, they're not good in real life. I'm seeing Extra here.
Extra's dead.
Yeah, and
you were saying?
Yeah, he's able to be the only one to die to a nade today. That's a flex.
No, he's not. We saw Juice get like 4 kills on Pearl with a paint shell. Come on, man.
I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't happen.
Come on, man.
Don't gaslight me. Now let's move on to this. 0 and 3 is the score of the day.
Yes.
Let's have some fun here with Juice. Currently, you know, I'm really happy that the person who was on control is flexing that they still know how to aim. Personally, as a control main, Viper, Omen, myself, when I get to play a duelist every once in a while, when someone doesn't insta-lock, I do like to pop off every so often. And I think Juice gets that vibe and gets to do it in the finals of this tournament.
I like that the Berserkers are they're starting to. I agree, but I like Berserkers playing a little passive here. They've noticed that One Last Dance likes to get a little bit aggressive, so they're seeing if they can spot any information out. But now they are going to start gathering information towards a site, see if they can't find an opening here. The problem with Berserker's composition is obviously no heals on either side, and there's no Sova, there's no KO, zero information for Berserkers, zero information aside from a Yoru ult. So there could be a disadvantage here, but while they're trucking along very, very slowly and diligently trying to gather information, OLD is already on the rotate. And the thing about Fracture is the rotates are so quick. You just run 10 feet to the left or right and you're on the other side. And just like that, they rotated back to B site and they're already trying to put up a fight, but it's a little too late. Fearozen going to be able to get bombed down, but Glyph is already on his toes, melts through him with the help of Tim. Glyph gets taken out. Juice and Ducky do absolute work. 14 HP for Ducky. They got to get something down here.
All right, the bomb is here. They're going to have to go with the defuse, but it's a 1v3. Big Bean comes up short. Not exactly the Big Bean here.
Small Bean.
It's okay. 0-4, not a bad start. Everybody knows that Fracture is the side of the map that's winning sided, so it's attack sided right now. But let's see.
You could have put that so much simpler for me, but you just had to do that.
If I'm confusing you, Mickey, it's because you've been
Then
up
you're
too
doing your
long.
job correctly.
Let's get in here. But anyways, as I was saying, 0-4 currently is the score. We are seeing the defense struggling a lot against this aggression. And the thing is, they're stacking up against sites, but in a map like Fracture, the rotations are so quick. And especially with that Brimstone being able to give them the speed boost, Eggster is already on A. And that is the position and the player that you want to be here. Beautiful team coordination, stuns, and gets the pick. That is what you want, but it's unfortunate. Spike is down. Glyph gets Juice, and Ducky stuck here. Unfortunately, the Yoru was not able to stick alive, and it's just a 2 versus 4. This is what defense is needed.
Yeah, Ducky is separated from his only teammate here, and he's made a good amount of noise. They know exactly where someone is, but they don't know who it is or how many. They just heard Ducky's feet. They don't know where DJ is, I don't think, but they are going to keep their eye on Drop just in case. And I believe DJ's about to expose himself. He does. Cookie gets a 4K. Easy couple taps. Solidifies the first point on the board for One Last Dance. It was a solid effort from Berserkers, but in the end, they weren't able to get it. But it really doesn't matter because their economy has just been so solid that they're able to buy again, able to full buy across the board. And it's unfortunate for One Last Dance because they can't even get full buys, I don't think. I think Cookie might have to buy for Tim in order to actually get a rifle on the board for Tim. But all in all, Berserkers has been really solid so far.
That's kind of the goal here. A solid comeback starts slow, lots of S's, but let's see if they're going to be able to take the successes. Juice already pushing in, and there's the picks. Juice from behind grabs one, and now it's just a 1 for the price of 2, but Big Bean on the flank, joined by the KO, needs to make it work. Drops the ult, but the spike is down. 3 versus 3 arcade is where the game's about to be played, as they need to just inch their way past the B site to rock and roll. How are they going to do it, though, Mickey?
I don't know. They're sitting arcade and there's no coins to be had, no Pac-Man in sight. It's just bomb sitting on bench, ready and waiting for someone to come pick it up. But the problem is Juice, DJ, and Ducky, it's going to be a fight to even get near arcade. They're at a disadvantage with those lower angles, but it does look like DJ and Ducky are going to go ahead and do a loop-de-loop and pull for a flank. But I think Big Bean might be, Big Bean's ready and waiting. He's waiting with a Vandal, ready to snap a headshot. Takes a smidgen of damage. The fault line comes out. Bomb is still dropped. 30 seconds on the board. Glyph takes out Juice. That's a little bit of an advantage there. Now it's a 2 versus 2 as Ducky finishes off Big Bean. The Rolling Thunder comes through. That could be all she wrote. If they capitalize on this, that's a perfect Rolling Thunder, but they get fought right back. There's no time to rotate. Ducky and company are not going to be able to get this job done, but they are going to be able to save the weapons at the very least for next round.
And there we go, though. Gets the pick. Has to run it back, and just barely, not enough time. Luckily, Glyph is going to find the better angle. Ducky just barely spots him on the way out. I think they can plant for money. No, it's too late.
Nope. Just barely not enough time on the clock. It's so unfortunate.
Yeah, but let's take a peek at this wonderful scoreboard and actually go through exactly how these players have been competing. Juice, 8-4 at the very top. Yes, we are seeing a slight comeback, thanks mostly in part to Cookie, Oreo, Yummy, the one matters, and Glyph.
The one does
to
matter.
be able to be consistent. I think the biggest issue we're actually seeing is Crazy Mojo. The only way getting the ultimate is by picking up those orbs and dying. So maybe that ult might be able to benefit him, but Cookie gets the shot down. There goes another great player.
Oh, the overdrive, the Palpatine fingers coming into play. A headshot onto Cookie. Oreo, Yummy, 1. Big Bean is going to shut down Juice.
Oh my
The overdrive
God.
goes down. A second one for Big Bean. Crazy Mojo. This is very unfortunate for DJ. You're correct. He has to go for it. He has no other choice. 1 versus 4 is not going to be it's not going to be very doable for him when it comes to a 4-3. Berserker's still barely in charge, 3 in a row now for One Last Dance.
I'm just happy that what we are seeing is a monitor turned on for OLD. The oldies now kind of feeling in tune with the tech. Might be able to get some more picks like that. Cookie absolutely popping off. Big Bean last round getting 3, doubling the amount of kills he had in one single round. Obviously early game, that's a lot easier. But here, this is what you want to be seeing. Smokes are now down and attack kind of split off, but I still love that defense is taking complete control of Arcade. They recognize their weak spots from the rounds prior.
Yeah, Arcade is one of those spots in this map where if you don't take early control of that, it's going to be absolute hell to try to rotate through there later on. So it's very good that the defense is getting aggressive towards Arcade to take control of that spot. It's a very difficult thing to do, and it's a very pivotal location on the map. So all in all, they're doing pretty good, but the rotate has come through so early from One Last Dance. It's going to be nothing but bullets and abilities flying hard and high. Cookie, Oreo, Yummy, 1, picks up 2. Rosen trades him out. 1 versus 2. It's Glyph and Crazy Mojo. Rosen with a Phantom. Spike on the back, 90 HP. A whole dream. 1 versus 2. There's plenty of time to get bombed down, but Glyph, oh my goodness, Rosen, what are you looking at, my guy? What's going on?
He's looking for an out here, and I think that he might find it with the one tap, but Glyph cleans it up. Crazy Mojo, though, I just want to point out how unlucky this player is. Every time they've seen somebody, it just guns him down, and that does not really feel too good if you are the Killjoy. You know, if you have kill in your name, it's not Killed Joy, it's Killjoy. You're supposed to kill the enemies, not the other way around.
Why are you this way? You're so confusing sometimes.
I'm sorry. Can you not keep up with my wonderful wordplay? My WWs?
Anyways.
Wow.
All tied up here. One Last Dance, able to it's 4 in a row for both teams. It's just a very strange lineup, but Glyph with an early fragment on the Juice. That's huge. That Duelist is out. Cookie, Oreo, Yummy, 1. Now with a boom bot to perhaps solidify a kill, but Big Bean going to go ahead and slide into those DMs with a headshot. And now it's just 2 versus 4, 1 versus 4. It's Eggster. If you want one person on that team in this scenario, it's Eggster, but I don't know if for Shorty is the way to go.
Mickey, stay out of my DMs. Anyways, Exter might be able to clutch this up if he gets one pick with the Shorty. He does hear some people roaming behind in front. There's one, but Cookie always just shuts these players down.
It would have been an easy kill on the Cookie as well if it was just if the timing was just a little bit more in the favor of Eggster there. Cookie only had 30 HP. That's the perfect amount for a Shorty to just delete, but unfortunately Eggster caught off guard just a little bit. Wasn't expecting the second person, but it is going to come to a 5th point on the board for One Last Dance. Now 5 in a row as DJ and company on the attacking side. The Berserkers have no choice but to call a timeout. They have to discuss what they're doing wrong. They have to figure out, now go back to the brim mustache. I love that. But they have to figure out what they're doing wrong. There is some kind of something, whether or not they're rotating quick enough or just not doing something that they need to be doing. They have to figure out the strategy here.
Real talk. So when timeouts are active, none of the players can move around, but they still breathe and think. That's weird. Anyways,
It really is.
Little continuity errors aside.
It's like in the Hunger Games,
Yeah.
where they're on the pedestals, and if you like jump off, you explode.
Yeah, but back onto it. Having this timeout be called by the attacking side, what it tells me is, looking at their economy, they do not want to let these players get past 6. It's this round matters more than any. If they can win it, if they can just get rid of some guns, maybe even save with some guns, they will be able to full by next round regardless, and hopefully start their own streak back up. There was a 4 streak, then now it's a 5 streak. If they can make a 3 streak to finish off this half, both teams are going to be pretty happy with their location here.
And it looks like Berserkers are once again going to choose to play a little bit slower here. DJ, with all the sound cues, zipping across the zip line, but Berserkers, again, playing a little slow, trying to gather information before they decide where they want to go. Cookie's already on the rotate. Oh, Juice barely able to click on heads here. Crazy Mojo gets a little bit turned around, but it doesn't matter. Is going to find the kill on Dexter. That's huge. Duelist out. Both duelists out. Ducky as well. Initiator gone. Controller gone. It's DJ in a 1 versus 4 with Crazy Mojo. Potential ace here. Bomb is down. DJ's got nowhere to go but up, and it is very, very dangerous up there.
Yeah, incredibly dangerous, and defense is going to take that. The only player to go down is 2 Juice here. And that man is just making absolute messes of these players. But I think the main problem is that they weren't able to full buy. They now have
juice
that
everywhere.
The juice is everywhere. I mean,
Juice is everywhere. Floor is sticky.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. So with the sticky floor, let's see if they can get out of the sticky situation to push on and get back to a tied game 6-6. If possible. I mean, it's not really going to be easy, but this is the team that has come back from much worse.
Yeah, honestly, between these two teams, I would not be surprised if we did get a third map. If we really did see that third map. I know this is just the first one, but so far, I mean, Berserker started off 4 in a row, and they couldn't. OLD wasn't able to get one in, and then once they got that one in, they got 5 after that. It's just been both. It's been a tug of war, but it's a little bit different than our traditional tug of war that we've had all day. So it's definitely going to be an interesting series, to say the least. But this is just map number 1. But I wouldn't be surprised if we did see a third map. Unfortunately, Glyph was not able to capitalize off of that flash drive, but Crazy Mojo was able to get 2-piece, and now it's 3 versus 3. 50 seconds on the clock. Bomb is still up in the hands of Berserkers.
Still up in their hands. Now 3 against 3, as you did say, but also we are looking very close to ultimates if they could just get 3, but they have to first push out a drop. They're assuming that there's a few people on site, so they're clearing it. Honestly, you know, that's the thing about the dramatic irony. The things that we can see, they cannot. So them wasting about 20 seconds clearing the site, it's what you're supposed to do, but you wish you didn't have to, you know, at the end of the day. Let's see DJ, Big Bean, clutch it up. Fearozen gets it. A little bit of a diff from the Brimmies. But let's see if we can find the last clutch. Tim, joined by Cookie. Nice stun. Make sure your teammate can't help you too much. Optional, to be honest. Let's find Cookie now dropping in. Will be able to spot a little bit of util. And there's a big push-up. All 3 at the same time. Team play. Now 1 away from tying this up 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, that right there, perfect example. Perfect example of Berserkers communicating. Hey, let's peek 3, 2, 1, boom. And it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect, pristine, beautimous. And it's going to allow I mean, we might see another tie here. I'm assuming that we're not going to see a 7-5 just because Berserkers is finally able to get some more money on the board. And this is the last round. This is their last ditch effort. They got to do whatever they can to get that 6 point on the board to keep this tied up.
Yeah, keep it tied up. Definitely want to keep it in the know here for this team. But look at this. Cookie running out. Is going to help Big Bean get a 1-tap down. There goes the control agent. And if a Brimstone is not on your team and that's the only one you're relying for cover, you're going to have to make some moves. You're gonna have to just rush in, play around your team. You do have that neon though. That neon can get you onto the site using her C, but Juice is just playing passive. They don't know how close people might be.
You have no idea. That's the thing. Like you were saying, it's so ironic the fact that we can see where everyone is, and in those moments we're like, okay, swing it, but they have no idea. They don't know that there's someone there. They don't know if there's a whole team there or if there's no one there. They have no idea that that person has 2 HP, literally. But it's just so unfortunate. But at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Is information. Juice, beautiful 2-piece with a wallbang collateral. Even EJ takes off Big Bean. Now it's 2 versus 4.
I mean, this is also a lesson in when to pull out your gun. Glyph completely did not have the just awareness to have the reaction time necessary for when that peak happened. And also, Juice just got an insane shot through the body onto the head. But here we go. We actually see an ultimate being popped by Juice here. They're just waiting it out. Here comes the push. There's 1 damage. Extra finishing it off, and Juice laser beaming them down, and that is why the overdrive is driving these players crazy in this tied game.
Zeus fingers poking their head up one more time here. Juice was able to get 1 earlier, but got shut down immediately after. Finally was able to step into the spotlight, pick up a 3-piece, and that is going to allow Berserkers to tie things up 6-6. And again, both these teams have been so solid all day. We haven't really seen either of these teams get shut down or really run away with the game. So it's definitely, I think this is anyone's series, not even just this map. I think we could very well see a 3rd map. What that will be, we have no idea, but you know.
Yeah, we still have yet to actually know what the final map is, if you guys didn't know, because players didn't know either. They kind of just went Fracture Breeze the end. But what a shot!
What in the world? Did I blink, or was there no one on that screen?
I definitely think I saw someone die, and it looks like, yes, I was right. Exter first down. But there we go. Nice.
There we go.
Clean with it. Needs to get another. Gets it as well. This is why these players are up at this rank now. Sheriff in the hands of a Killjoy, killing the enemies and killing the Joy here. Big Bean up close, and Arsenal will get the pick. And now Juice is rushing up to the frenzy here. I like that they, instead of going around through CT, came around through main. Up close, there's 1 pick.
Cookie, there's a guy on the bomb.
Oh, if he didn't stop, he would have had it defused.
They have no idea. Poor Ducky just accidentally threw the round. He had all the cover in the world inside of that brim smoke, but it didn't. So unfortunate.
So unfortunate, but I gotta hand it to you. Ducky, you're kind of just really helping us hammer in the point of today's lesson.
He's quacked, man.
I want to cuss you out. But anyways, so you know, we're really learning about dramatic irony, the things that we can see as casters that these players can't. If only we knew. And here's the funny thing about that: if these players were acting as though they knew what we knew, we'd ban them. Because that's cheating. There's no way. But it's just this kind of gameplay you have to expect to be something not an everyday occurrence, especially at this 1K tournament. You got players like Eggster, you got players like Juice, 15-9. The carry is real. Ducky is getting his points across, and this is another site taken, but it is for the attack. They already won pistol, and they're going to secure that, but Tim barely making it out. 30 HP remaining. Eggster just trying to crack his way through it. They do have Glyph on the flank. Extra clean shot. Doesn't even need to aim down sights with that gun, but there's another one. And that's a trade, but oh no.
Okay.
Ducky down with a pick. And Big Bean does not know how to approach this. Bear Zone is defusing it, but the smoke
Big
clears
Bean's
in
got
the
the
wrong
lineup.
time.
Big Bean's got a Molly lineup.
A Molly lineup. It's eventually going to fall down. Do they even know? Is there enough time to even touch it? The answer is no. Crazy Mojo will be hitting those down.
And both teams putting up one hell of a fight in those last few seconds. the Molly lineup wasn't actually necessary, but just in case, you know, it's never awful to have those positions, but it's also a risk to have that lineup going because you have to essentially, a lot of the time, you have to leave your team in order to set up to a specific pixel point spot to set up those lineups. Sova is a prime example. You have to leave your team to set up those shock darts, even Viper sometimes, Brimstone, especially like we just saw KO, even those lineups are very risky for that reason. You have to leave the team, and in those moments, it could all go to absolute crap. But luckily, they didn't even need the lineup, and it ended in their favor. Big Bean starting things off, taking out the fellow Brim once more.
Taking out that Brimstone, as you did point out. Now Juice is ready to rock and roll. Here's the pick, and that is the trade. Tim and Big Bean cleaning it up.
Oh my!
Exter going for it, and
Crazy Mojo read it like a book.
When you read Exter at his own game, that is
he knew
insanity. Now, obviously, it is going to be a 1 versus 3 remaining. It's DJ, Sheriff in hand, has to make something work here. They can't risk losing the round, and I don't think Crazy Mojo cares what they can and cannot do. Crazy Mojo's going to do what Crazy Mojo does.
He say, I can hit my shots, and that's what I'm going to do. And that's exactly what happened. And Big Bean, again, I don't know, maybe. maybe. Like, it's fine.
I'm just a Southern Belle Crazy
now,
Mojo.
You listen here, Failer. Big Bean is up there, 16-10. Earlier we saw Jet on Icebox in the form of, or we saw Big Bean in the form of Icebox. And Big Bean's good at the game.
Big Bean is the biggest bean. Reminds me of an old game called Gangsta Bean. It was on Newgrounds. But
you ever play Spill the Bean?
Spill the Bean?
Yeah, you put a bunch of beans in this like big bean, and then you keep adding them until it tips over, and the person who makes it, it's like Jenga but stupid.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah, it's like whoever adds the last bean that makes it fall over loses. But either way, 3 versus 4. There's a lot going on.
Stop talking about beans and start talking about Big Bean versus DJ in heaven. Looks like he's going to scare him back into Crazy Mojo, getting the Mojo down to get the pick. And here comes the defense, rushing it in. Juice up close, personal, grabs one down and even weaves through it. But where is the Brimstone? Check your corners. Ducky's going to do it for you regardless. And this is just up to Crazy Mojo. I like the lineup. Bonk, but that's the end.
That's the second almost waste of a Rolling Thunder tonight. That was very, it's kind of insane how those aren't waste, because that's the second time that we've heard the actual audio cue from Breach and nothing happened. And it somehow didn't waste it. They got killed right at the perfect time, and it barely wasn't wasted. Now Tim just barely not surviving, but you know, it being able to keep that ultimate is going to help out, especially if they need it for a site take coming up. Crazy Mojo and Cookie, both very close to their ultimates. We have 3 ultimates set up for Berserkers. I mean, this is going to be it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for both sides here. It's going to be tougher for Berserkers. They have to catch up in terms of rounds here.
They really do have to try to keep this going. I do like that this is round 5 of the half, and we're seeing the ultimates already start to fly. Let's see this. Juice looking for one, is not going to connect it, and that bot is actually doing more damage than he is. That's just not the greatest, but Big Bean opens it up, gets a pick. There we go. Juice is going to able to get the reset going. Crazy Mojo shuts it down, and beautiful play by Cookie to try to get one. This is a 3 versus 4, and the ultimates are flowing for these attackers. I don't think they're going to use them because they are at that life advantage, but Eggster taking out Mojo might have changed their mind. Ducky needs to look underneath him. Is he going to be able to spot it? He is! Ducky clean with it! And they just have to now win this. They have shifted a 4 versus 3 into a perfect game for themselves, and now they have to pop the ultimates. When you're out of the life disadvantage, you need to pull out the big guns, and they are. Rolling Thunder's rolling out as Cookie is going to get a 1-for-1 trade, and it's Tim. You doing the damage?
Oh, Tim with the aftershock. What a beautiful aftershock. Forces Extra off of it, but it doesn't even matter because it just barely catches him in the booty. The aftershock takes out Extra, and the bomb takes out Tim, but it doesn't matter because they have enough money to make up for it, and One Last Dance is going to continue this reign of terror that they have been so insistent on providing Berserkers.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that play there at the end, not working with the team, they started instantly one after another, trying to get the trade onto Tim. I think going for the bomb, you know it's a breach, not exactly a perfect play, and then sticking it after the fact. Yes, time was running short, but so is your HP, and that's where the game is going to end for you. Hopefully, we can see a little bit of a better play moving forward, learn from the mistakes, pick up the pants, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, walk back onto a site, and try yet again with this. But look at this defense. They are stacked in A main, and they're about to get some real conflict going. Fear getting the pick down. One trade already happened, but these players are stunned. Where did Yummy come from? Just jumped all the way out of drop and around into sand and finished off anybody defending. That is an insane movement diff.
It's going to be a very difficult site retake for just two people, especially when one's got a stinger and the other one's got a sheriff. But one of them is Eggster, so it's definitely doable to say the least. Cookie, once again, reading Eggster, ready and waiting for that clone, lets it pass, continues to hold the angle, picks up a 4, but gets traded out nice and quick. And Tim going to go ahead and shut it down. And we're 1 point away from one last dance, reaching match point here.
Yeah, 1 point away from game one, almost being sealed in blood. I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do against it. You do, however, this is the defense. Look at how many ultimates they got. They just have to prevent the team from getting enough money. I think if they get it to 11-9, the funds are going to be deplenished for these attackers. And if that is the case, they might be able to bring it back just like they did in the overtime in lower bracket here. So let's see how they actually pull it off.
But now you also have to look at the fact that Cookie is 1 away from the showstopper. Big Bean 1 away from that orbital strike. Oh my goodness. Okay, there's a lot of things happening. DJ, oh my goodness. The lockdown is now still on the board for DJ. Fear Rosen, beautiful 2-piece off that orbital strike. 2 versus 2. This is definitely a scary situation for Big Bean and Glyph. They've got to grab bomb. It's all the way at ramp. They definitely are able to do that, but Big Bean is going to go ahead and wrap around, try to use some big brain plays to pull off yet another loop-de-loop and pull Brim versus Brim. Who's going to see who first? Big Bean takes down Fear Rosen, and now it comes down to Juice in a 1 versus 2. Does not have a single angle to play with, but has full HP on the bar. Glyph running for the lineup. Oh my goodness, Glyph went to back up his teammate, instead backed into his teammate, causing a collateral, and that is very unfortunate. 11-8, like you said, they need to get to 11-9 to at least put a dent in OLD's economy, and that seems to be very, very possible.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of gameplay is why Juice is at the top of the score. Absolutely able to pull something out. I do think, obviously, yes, the attackers swinging together at the exact same time, exact same spot. Not the smartest play, but the fact that Juice could capitalize on it, that's what makes it a great move. But Fear Rosen, up close personal, is going to spot one, and Glyph doesn't care. Headshot down. Ducky gets downed as well, and somehow a round it's supposed to be in the lead for them is completely shifted, but Eggster does not care, grabs a better gun. DJ needs to find just one here. Flashbang is around. Beautiful teleport. And this is just Killjoy and Yoru versus the world. DJ, lots of damage dealt, though. Here's the thing. That player's now one-hittable. They can just play slow.
Yeah, and they know that. They know how much damage they just did. 100%. They just, hey, I just did a lot of damage to Timothy, and he's very hurt, 31 HP, and they're going to be rotating. So we need to go ahead and read that, get over to B site, but they're smart. They wait out the Rolling Thunder. Neither of them get caught. It's a very risky Rolling Thunder considering it's just a 2v2, but it is going to allow them to take site, get bombed down, and the thing about DJ is the nanoswarms are kind of already in place. They have one set up towards arcade. DJ takes down Tim nice and easy. 31 HP was not where they wanted to be, but now Cookie is going to swing, find Eggster. 1 versus 1 now.
60 HP versus 60 HP. This is the neck and neck that you can get, but what a play! Cookie securing match point advantage for game 1 with a beautiful satchel charge diff onto the Killjoy.
That was gorgeous.
Honestly, though, I mean,
Absolutely
wow.
massive brain coming from Cookie. The satchel just disorienting them just enough to allow him to slide out there and get that kill. And it was just beautiful. But like you said, match point for one last dance. Berserkers, this is your last chance. You have to get these next 4 rounds in a row. There's no more room for mistakes. You have to put your foot down, and you got to do it right now.
Yeah, it has to be done here. Eggster, you are the player that people are counting on to be the duelist for your team. Juice is doing well, but you're going to have to pick up the pace here. Juice is the only one on your team that is consistently getting multiple kills around. Glyph, however, on the other team, the assists coming out from just his ability usage. 13 assists on KO. Amazing gameplay. Let's see it, though. Attacking Killjoy, popping the ultimate. This is a dome of fierceness just getting in, and the ferocity is real.
A dome of what?
I tried saying fierceness, and my mouth stopped moving, but
Okay, that's what I thought you said, but I just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mickey. But
I just wanted to embarrass you. It's fine.
listen here, Mickey Mouse. You shut your mouth. Let's get I'm sorry, Mickey. All right, let's get right in here.
Everything's fine, Crazy Mojo.
I had to do it.
It's
But
fine.
there we go.
Oh
Big
my
Bean gets
goodness.
it.
Bullets
Let's see.
everywhere. Big Bean gonna solidify that 2-piece and shut it down. One last dance is going to be able to solidify the first map on the board, which is Fracture 13-8. That was it was a very dominant performance from OLD. Berserkers didn't exactly lay down and take it, but you know, in the end, they weren't able to capitalize on the abilities that they were able to get done, and it's just very unfortunate. But I do have to give it to Cookie up there, 24-17 with a 311 combat score. Juice on the other side of things with a 265 combat score, 23 kills for themselves. I mean, and another quick shout out, Ducky the Breach, 17 assists. So you know, I mean, they tried. They tried.
I mean, that's the kind of gameplay that really just cements the team here. OLD one last dance, proving that this is going to be the last dance for the next round. Going on to Breeze, you know, Yoru, very powerful on Breeze, though. We do know that there's almost a guarantee a Yoru's going to show up. I mean, when Eggster is on a team, I want to see Eggster play something different.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, because I think that his Yoru last game, yes, it got some picks, it got some info, but at the end of the day, Juice really had to put in 2 steps forward just for their team as a whole to take 1 step back. But that's my prediction here. I'm kind of sad that Chamber got nerfed only for what the feeling of Breeze was. Chamber on Breeze always just felt kind of crispy with it, like Chamber on Bind. But Jet, definitely going to be a pick here. Yoru, definitely going to be a pick here. Viper,
Most likely Viper. Yeah.
Viper as well. So we're going to be seeing a lot of meta to be coming in. And I think whoever knows how to play the meta the best is going to be taking this game. Even Astra. I know that Glyph plays a mean Astra. So hopefully they can work that out. But we will see you in just a little bit of time in the Agent Select screen in Game 2. So we'll see you guys in about 2 to 3 minutes here. And here we are, the map, Breeze, the players ready, and the game begun. This is what we expected to see. We see the Jet, we see the Yoru, and we see the Viper. The only thing we don't see is a Yoru on the enemy team because Eggster's not there. But let's take a peek here. We do have all of the initiators. The double initiator strategy is, in my opinion, amazing for the map of Breeze. It's just what you need to do to really be able to slide in. But Mickey, we're joined here. Game 2. Are we going to see a game 3? How are we feeling?
I'm inclined to assume that we will see a game 3 just based on the last performance because both of these teams are so solid. But if OLD brings the amount of strength, for lack of a better word, to the table like they just did, I don't know if we're going to see that, honestly, especially with Breeze set up the way it is. Tim is set up on Viper. We have a double Viper. We have double Sova, double Jet, double Cypher. I mean, the only difference here is Jet and Yoru and KO. So, but all in all, this map is insanely set up for aiming. Yeah. It's aim reliant like none other. So whoever hits heads is going to take this map. And yeah, Tim is okay. Well, there you go.
Tim started it. Pretty solid job from Tim there.
He heard me.
You know, and winner or loser of this, if it becomes tied 1-1 score wise, if they're able to bring this back here, we're going to Haven. And we've seen a lot of Haven today, and we're also seeing a lot of people getting dropped by these attackers. 3 against 3. DJ's looking for more, but Eggster and DJ are just hitting their shots. Last player standing, Cypher. Can't decipher anything. A bullet to the brain shuts him out of there. Ducky, a little bit angry.
just a smidge. I mean, but not the strongest first round we've seen tonight, but definitely not the worst. Berserkers starting off pretty okay here, getting the defuse, getting all 5 kills across the board. OLD not starting off with the best of, not off to the best start. I'll find my words eventually. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, finding your words definitely something that you can do in your own time. No, I'm getting.
Yeah, no, I need a Sova. I need a Sova to find my words.
Yeah,
dude.
I need to shoot off a recon dart to find out in my room all of the cares I give. I need to find all of them at once. And luckily, we do have a solid Sova here, and that is going to be Ducky and Glyph. And Juice cleaning it up, taking down one. Eggster rocking the Arcane Sheriff, but not rocking the aim to go along with it. Unfortunately, he's going to have to shake that off a bit and rotate over. But luckily, Ducky and the Viper are going to get one. The bomb, however, is still in spawn. They have left it behind. And let's see if it's going to be good enough. Crazy Mojo did push up, grab himself a Phantom. That is a big gun to pick up on round 2. And that's a lot of damage. Eggster. Arcane Sheriff, the power, the cheats, Glyph. Not mid, elbow, looking for one, gets done. That's the pick from DJ, and now it's just Mojo saying bye-bye.
Juice with a beautiful headshot with that Guardian. Gonna go ahead and swap it out. Eggster's gonna pick it up. I'd love to see some one-taps coming out from Eggster. We've seen him do a couple tonight. Again, that Arcane Sheriff is so nice. I love it. It's like everyone wants to be my enemy. And 2 rounds in a row here for Berserkers. One last dance. I almost said one last chance. One last dance. I've only been casting them all night. It's fine. One last dance. Definitely are now going to be able to get their buys out. Their rifles are coming up. But the problem is, Berserkers are also bringing out all their rifles. They got Vandals, they got Phantoms, they got Bulldogs. This is definitely anyone's round here. It's anyone's game still so early on. And Cookie going to be able to get a little bit closer to that null command, which could be absolutely detrimental, especially on attack. And now DJ throwing out his cages, trying to at least slow down this push from Big Bean and company. Tim goes down. DJ picks one up as well. The quick trades, though. 1 versus 4. Oh my, Glyph is in trouble. Glyph is in trouble.
I just want to point out, I love that Bulldog skin, but Glyph is going to have to be at the skin of his teeth here with the picks, and Juice is going to get sprayed. However, it's Ducky, the enemy Sova, to clean it up. And we're seeing a lot of people in chat saying that Ducky is that guy. Lots of people, all the homies love Ducky.
Is Ducky, in fact, him?
Ducky could be him, but we know Tim is him based on what we've seen before. However,
Tim is him. Timothy,
we do have some
if you
Tim
will.
fans in the chat as well. If you're a fan of any of these players, make sure show your love because
Make it known.
Make it known.
Because
Make it loud.
these guys, I'll tell you what, these players, it means the world to them to see people in chat supporting them. It really does. And especially these two teams, Berserkers, One Last Dance, they've been playing all day. They're exhausted. They need the energy. Please give them the energy. Big Bean sending that energy straight to the forehead of Exer, but down to 20 HP. That could be very, very no bueno for them. Crazy Mojo taking out the fellow Cypher. Juice with a quick trade with that operator. Fearozen might be spotting that jet pretty soon, but Juice got an op of his own down mid. Also keeping an eye on elbow. Bomb is planted, and there's hardly anyone on site.
Hardly anybody on the side here.
In terms of
Bean,
attack.
though. Well, yeah, attack is going to be trying to play the post plant. Glyph on the flank, though, and Big Bean holding the site. Let's see it happen, though. This is the trades. This is the damage that's possible. Nice suppression. They line up with suppression plus combo. Juice has to bail, and there's no time. Even if they get all the picks here, it's GG. Tim, still going to die, though.
It's fine. They got money now. It's okay. I think they got money now, right? They should. Yeah, everyone's fine. Everyone's got money. Everyone's going to be able to get a buyout. I believe Ducky's going to have to purchase something for DJ here. That is the case, actually. I read that perfectly. But we're going to see an op still up in the hands of Juice. Other than that, straight rifles across the board. Nothing but full shields. We have 5 alts on the board with Tim on the way. That Viper's Pit could be absolute. It could be insane to have on attack. As soon as you get that spike down, pop it up, and you're chilling. You barely even need to play a post plant if you play that Viper's Pit correctly. It could be a game changer here, especially when you're at a 2-round deficit.
Yeah, 2 rounds to go here. Just to catch up to him. And the
Big Bean.
combination.
That's huge.
Juice, he got out. He didn't take any damage. He keeps the op, keeps the full HP, but the armor is lacking. Can be one-tapped by a Phantom if there is one available by these players. Luckily, the attack is just AKs. And Big Bean, clean shot down onto Eggster. And we're seeing what we need. Ducky, ready to rock, ready to roll. Beautiful shock dart. Does a little bit of damage as Juice takes out Glyph. And they are just going for it. Big Bean around the half wall is going to get picked. And Ducky, very happy. This is why people are proud of you. It's DJ shutting out
goodness.
Tim. And this is another clean round. I think we're going to go into game 3 if this continues the buildup. The money is not flowing for these attackers anymore.
No, not after that. They were absolutely shut down. And there was a small moment that I just kind of want to highlight. DJ threw up the Cypher camera and Big Bean went to shoot it. And as they were distracted with that camera, Ducky swung that corner and ripped his head off. And it was gorgeous. I don't know if it was planned. Probably not. I think it just happened, but it was beautiful. And I loved it. It just was so cohesive as a unit. Those two, it was beautiful. But it does look like the attackers, One Last Dance, are going to be pressuring mid this time around with a KO knife that could be absolutely it could be exactly what they need it to be.
Yeah, it could be what is necessary. But Big Bean, you know, you talked about a little bit, needs to have Jet, but I don't think DJ really cares what agent is selected on this player. They're gonna gun him down regardless. Juice is just that guy. That's another pick, but it's finally over. Cookie, Oreo, Yummy, one with the pick, and now it's a 2 versus 2. We got the Viper and an Initiator with a Viper and an Initiator. Pretty even here. Just comes down to who's better, Cookie or Ducky. Both those Initiators just have to make it work. Tim now found an op in his hand. Needs to just get one pick, one potential opening for him.
Just one.
Just one. If he can get this, it's now just, it's leveled, but he whiffs the shot. They know that he has an op and where he is on site, has to start moving around, but that's a clean shot. Tim is him, and they're going straight for it. Needs to find Ducky, and Ducky is going to be finding a bullet to the head. 13 HP, a lucky number remaining for Cookie here.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Tim with the gorgeous headshot onto Juice and then got traded out, or got taken down, I should say. But Cookie was ready and waiting, had the Sheriff in the hand, was able to get the trade. And guess what? Juice is once again able to get that op back up on the board. Juice is currently 11-3. So there is that.
You know, 11-3. Obviously, Juice is the guy. He's just him. Been able to just do such a solid round.
Everyone's him.
Yeah, but obviously
We're
these
distributing
attackers,
that title way too frequently.
we always distribute the title of him, but never the title of how. Now, how are you, Juice? As you've been getting more picks here, and Fearozen is going for it. Clean picks. Glyph is getting one more down. DJ will get one, and now has to get 3 more. Make it a 4K if you want to be clutching the round, if you want to shut down these attackers. And DJ is a solid player. If he gets 1 pick, he does get some info, and that is going to be it. Popping the ultimate, 10 HP to find 2.
Oh,
wow.
At least let your ultimate activate, my guy. That's so unfortunate. He peeked out just barely before that neural theft came into play, and just the timing was not on his side. It didn't help DJ in the fact that they left all their equipment on the other side of the map. The camera was all the way in Hall. I mean, everything got left, and now Juice and Company going to go ahead and... Why is that water so loud? Is that loud for you? Oh my goodness. The beach is such a loud place right now.
Yeah, if it is going to be loud water, it would be the beach. I mean, have you ever thought that waves make
Yeah,
noise?
I know, but like that's really loud. Anyways, Berserker's gonna go ahead, almost forced to pull a timeout here. They've lost 2 rounds in a row. At this point, what's going through their head, Edu?
I think really what's going through the head most rounds here are bullets from the enemies. Yeah, it's not really very consistent here. But what is the plan that they are trying to formulate to get themselves into the next stage of their progression? So many, I just wanted to throw in a bunch of words there. I think they're just saying, hey, let's click on people. To be honest, it comes down to just hitting your shots. And at the same time, B site for the defense has been rather weak. It's been absolutely penetrated by the Jet consistently.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen a lackluster Jet all night. We've seen, what, 5 different players on Jet tonight, and everyone has been above satisfactory. We've seen insane Blade Storm pushes. We've seen insane dashes, Cloudburst, whatever you have. I mean, it's been ridiculous. There hasn't been a bad Jet all night. Not that we would say if there was, but, you know, and just like that, Big Bean, as if hearing me, is going to go ahead and get super aggressive on site. Not going to be able to do anything with it, though. DJ picks up 2. Fearozen on his back, picking up 1 as well. DJ with a 3-piece, 1 versus 3. It's Crazy Mojo.
Crazy Mojo has to get the mojo to really clutch this up, but he's spotted here, and unfortunately for him, he's up against all odds. I love that camera, though, being able to watch mid. However, just because the spike is down does not mean that Crazy Mojo is mentally down. They're ready for this. They just have to find 1, pop the ultimate, and clutch it up. We do have a beautiful crossfire, though. Viper on the right, Sylv on the left, Cypher holding with some angles, and walks right and gets the pick, though. He walked into the line of sight and just got the tap.
We got a kind of a repeat. Kind of a repeat here. 1v2 Cypher ult. This one waited for the neural theft to blink both times. But the Cypher, the aim diff at least comes out. DJ with a 4K is going to get a 5-3 now.
As you said in chat, 50 for sure. But obviously 5-3. You can tell that these players, now that they've been competing for so long, obviously they've been waiting in today for about 7 to 8 hours, and obviously they were playing beforehand. We only got in at the second round, not the first one. So obviously amazing gameplay, and if they want to like, you know, toss some shade to each other, go for it. You know me, I'm always down for tossing the shade, but let's see if who's going to be actually sitting underneath the shade on a nice, beautiful beach after winning $1,000 here.
Honestly, at this point, I think they deserve to throw the whole tree. I mean, we started this at, I think match 1 started around 3:20 Eastern time, and it's currently 10:40 Eastern time. So it's been a long day to say the least. And Berserkers was one of our first, I think our first match, right, of the day. But nonetheless, 3 versus 3 now, a minute on the clock. Fearoz and beautiful head lockage onto the fellow Viper. Crazy Mojo was ready and waiting, but Eggster just barely gets the advantage there, and Fearoz picks up a 3-piece. Viper, go ahead and take your victory lap with your own little 3K. 6-3 now, as Berserkers are definitely gaining a foothold.
Yeah, we did start at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And one thing I will be pointing out for everyone here, we've watched a lot of games. If anything, One Last Dance is the team that we saw second. That is still here. The first game we casted was Final Form versus Cat Made Boys. Both of them got knocked out in the lower bracket, unfortunately, by these teams. I mean, the fact of the matter is, when you try to fight off against One Last Dance, they knock it down, and One Last Dance actually beat Super Monkey Balls. That's why they were down there in the first place. So all of these notes have been combining into this accumulation of players, and they're ready for it. Juice up in mid, just got taken out by Big Bean and has to make it work. 6-3 is the score, and they have no room for error. Fearozen holding down in this site of A, but he's the only one. He does have 2 people watching. Halls and Eggster is going to be watching Tim fall, as they just need to find some more picks here. A 2-pick lead. It's all they need to try to win this back. We do have the spike over on B, and it's just DJ to try to get these picks.
Aldrone coming out, looking for any kind of information. DJ is going to get revealed, gets his head ripped off, just barely not able to get to cover. Ducky covering the flank beautifully, or excuse me, mid beautifully, takes out Big Bean. Eggster, 5 HP, is just about point blank range, takes down Cookie Oreo Yummy. 1, 2 versus 3, it comes down to it. Fearozen trying to spot out these enemies. The information has been given by Sova. They have to play this beautifully.
He's bullying Crazy Mojo.
Oh, he's totally trolling. He's totally trolling.
He is pulling no punches when it came to the util to just constantly throw him around. And, you know, gotta hand it to him. The props are definitely there. But look at what we got here. Defenders taking it and taking the lead of the half. There's no way that OLD can actually bring this half back onto their side. So hopefully they can just secure maybe 5, maybe the last 2 rounds here. But if it goes to 9-3, we've seen 9-3 curses be a thing. But unfortunately, I would say that Breeze is an attack-sided map, and especially when they have 2 duelists to boot. So once we see OLD switch, this is going to Haven. This is going to round 3 if they don't win these last 2.
Castricers.
I said if.
I have a question. So I think either I wrote something wrong in my notes. Okay, wait. The no command comes out, but it doesn't do much. It's still activated, even though Cookie's knocked. But Juice gonna take out Tim nonetheless. Gets traded out by Eggster, who is already on site on the rotate. Glyph now coming from mid. Is gonna find Ducky. 1 versus 2 now. Eggster, so smart with the decoy, just barely causes enough of a distraction for Fearozen to catch him from behind. 8-3. Berserkers going ballistic. Okay, so my question is, in my notes, I might have just wrote down the wrong team, but I have did One Last Dance and Berserkers already face each other on Pearl?
Yes, they did.
They did.
Berserkers actually lost that Pearl match.
13-9.
Yep, 13-9. They got knocked all the way back down and then secured, because that was the final. That was the upper bracket final. Then they got down to the lower bracket final, beat the other team there, and has proven themselves to get to this point. They did beat MTP. That was the people that we previously saw in the lower bracket, and that's why they're here. And DJ proven why he's here as well with that clean shot. Viper now down, but Big Bean is not going to get upstaged. Instead, throw these players downstage before Ducky shuts him up, as this is just a 3 versus 2. Defense needs to retake. Bomb is planted. Fearozen is spotted here, and just has to try to win against these players. Look at that camera angle. The fact that Fearozen is even able to find it is clean. But Glyph,
Glyph,
what a shot!
That was
fall
disgusting.
Down. That man just fell 6 feet farther than he should have. This is perfect for these players, as they just need to keep this momentum.
Ducky's in trouble, man.
Ducky is in trouble. It's the last round of the half, but Ducky is that guy. Glyph jump shot, though, opening it up for Cookie, and the halftime score 8-4.
Bars, but that was this is an interesting half to really I mean, that was kind of insane. It started off with Berserkers with 3 in a row. It was 3 in a row. It looked like there was no hope for OLD, and suddenly they were able to get that plant off. And then the defuse came next round for Berserkers. And then it's just been it's been a bit of a tug of war, but it hasn't been very present. It's been kind of late reactions. Like earlier in the night, we had teams that were giving answers to their enemy team, to the opponents, but 2 rounds after the fact. And now it's kind of repeating history is starting to repeat itself. The half was a little bit messy, but still, I think OLD still has a chance here, just based on the roster alone and the fact that we've seen these guys absolutely rip through their abilities in the best way possible. Big Bean could be in trouble. He is.
Indeed, he is. Now they're going down the attack side. As I said, their team composition is ready for the attack, and that is it. 9-4 off the bat. That round was so fast, I don't even know what they bought. That is how quick everything ended.
Yeah, that was Barry Allen quick. That was very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed, but Berserkers... they want to bring this to a map 3. They do. There's not a bone in my body that I would not bet on the fact that this is turning into their map. They need Haven to come to. It's Haven, right? They need that map to come in. They need it now.
Need this map to come in here if they could seal the deal. The thing about Haven, it's a slow map, but how they like to play it is incredibly aggressive. So hopefully they will be able to do something with that information. Let's see this. Big Bean just has to get that 1 pick. Like this pre-fire here. What a headshot, but it of course only does 145. Juice somehow surviving and ready to rock it. No heals on this team, however, and will be dropping the bigger gun over to Eggster. Very positive play. They're just going to allow Juice to be the entry that they need to be, completely just embodying what it means to be a human force shield and a human flashbang at the same time.
Okay, I don't know how that second one works, but I'm down.
If you jump in front of somebody, they can't see anything else.
That's fair. I'm going to allow it. But Juice now, like you said, 5 HP. They have to get bombed down. Frozen has to get bombed to sight, and unfortunately, he's not able to do it. But Juice is there with a tray with a beautiful headshot. DJ, they're just tic-tac-toeing back and forth, pitter and patter. I don't know what's happening, but it comes down to a 1 versus 1, 15 seconds on the clock. Bomb is down to DJ's right, which is right where Crazy Mojo is going to peek him from, and he's got to get this bomb down now. But Mojo, all he has to do is
oh my God, he sticks
play a little bit of time. He's not able to deny plant. I can't believe that just happened.
Ooh.
But DJ is gonna find Mojo, shut him down. 10-4 at the. I mean, I almost said at the half, but 10-4 is. I mean, come on, Berserkers wants this map.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely not only want the map, they also want to secure my channel points. I yet again have bet on them more channel points than anything else. If we win this, not only will Eggster take a title beyond TikToker, but I will also have even more channel points. Let's see if that is worth it. Also, they do get to compete in the Singularity Series $3,000 tournament coming up in February, as well as like about $1,000 or so, or $700.
Yeah, but that's more of a bonus compared to your
bonus compared to my channel points.
They need your points. They need you to get your points.
I'm glad that they're working with me here, and I'm glad that Eggster is opening the frags here, grabbing Tim away. I mean, Tim just was having a bad day, but what are these picks?
Oh
no
my
one
goodness.
checks their corners. I mean,
it's all night. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's a rookie mistake. You have to check your corners.
Yeah,
you absolutely need to check those.
WM1, man. Have you ever played a video game before? You just hold W and then you go easy, okay? No concern. All right. But with that being said, it is double digits versus half of that. Let's see if this 5-round lead can actually turn in a round for them. Obviously, a few rounds ago, we were seeing a pretty close game regardless, and it always just comes down to which player can get that first pick. Juice has been the entry. He wants to grab this orb. He's getting defended. He gets himself a nice Blade Storm can entry for the team again. he's choosing to go into hallway. Now that is pretty unique. Good that he is rotating away. Don't want to bring the knives in a close quarter combat situation. I like the openness of it to be able to get those pops. And honestly, I love the way Juice plays, being very consistent with only using what they have. And when their economy isn't doing too well, it's kind of down in the dumps, you're going to rely on these ultimates.
Yeah, and that Blade-Storm especially. I mean, 9 times out of 10, you see these jets that they just don't buy, especially like what Juice did. What Juice just did. No buy, just a little bit of armor. My Blade-Storm, it's its own gun, essentially. You get your kill, then you pick up a gun, or...
He accidentally right-clicked!
No.
Oh,
that's upsetting.
That is not what you want to do. This is all falling apart just from that initial mess up. A single button, as I said, ruins the game. But here we go. It's man in the mid, getting the pick, getting the absolute info. They know where he is. He cannot try to take that off. He just barely got it away. It's Cookie. And it's over. That's why you can't sit too still. And it's a thrifty round. That is beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's like every time One Last Dance has any kind of answer, Berserkers just slaps him on the wrist and says, "No, this is our map. You can fight us again next time. You had yours. This is ours." And, they're just so dominant right now. I mean, 11-5. That's one of the lower score lines that we've seen at this point in the game tonight. We had one 13-5 at 13-8. I mean, but this is one of the lower ones.
That is true. But you have to also remember, this is the first time Berserker has been in this position against this team.
Yeah.
They have only lost against OLD. This is a comeback story, and they're going to have to really put in the work there. Crazy Mojo kind of anchoring it down. Spots Juice. We'll get one clean shot onto Ducky. Pops the ultimate for the initial information. Eggster on a triple. Make it a 4K. This is a potential ace for this man. Now, how is he going to be able to clutch it? He does have the ultimate if he wants to use it, but they're going to save that. They just have to find Tim here, and Tim is not him, but out of ammo!
You gotta reload! No! Reload, brother! No!
Oh my goodness, you had ace at your fingertips, but you also only had 3 bullets. That is very rough, and as he says in chat, unlucko. But Tim, dropping in, looking for one. We'll just run out. This actually could be a throw, but it's not because DJ clutches it, and match point advantage now back in the hands of this team.
I mean, that Viper's Pit essentially changed the course of the round. That was absolutely, it was perfect. It was perfect. Now, like the voice lady says, match point, 12-5. Berserkers still very, very dominant. One Last Dance, just they haven't figured out a way to really counter these guys. I mean, it's been 17 rounds of this, and they just haven't figured out a surefire way to put a stop to this. So it's looking like it's going to be Haven. It's looking almost 2020 vision. It's going to be Haven.
All right, Mickey said it, so GG everybody. We can go home now. Big Bean immediately popping off with the knives. Just got 2 kills. You said the game's gonna end, and then they do that. So that's the
6-round comeback right now.
No.
That's what has to happen.
No, they need 7.
Is it 7?
Yeah, 5 plus 7 is 12.
No. Yeah, no.
Wait, did you just
6 plus 6 is 12. 5 plus 6. Oh, okay, you're right. Never mind.
Jesus Christ.
I'm really bad. I'm sorry.
Why did you double down?
That was really bad.
Okay.
I'm bad at math, so I have to break it down in certain ways or else I can't understand it. Anyways, DJ is in a 1v5, and I may be bad at math, but I know that there's a 100% chance that he goes down there. 12-6 now as One Last Dance starting to fight back just a little bit.
Don't bring statistics into this, man. 2020 vision, 100% chance. 5 plus 6 equals 12. What the fuck?
My history's working against me.
Oh my god. Oh, sorry. I think I cussed her. My bad. The family. It's been a day, and anyways, let's look at this. Still 1 round away for the attackers. Eggster seems to be wanting to open it up with his shorty strats. We know that he's able to pop it. Let's find out if it's going to be enough. I like this position. There we go, right up top. But that is a robbery. He was so in that player.
Yeah, I really feel like he did more damage than that. That was kind of, I mean, that's weird. That's weird. I mean, Tim's down to what, 70 HP after that? I really feel like should have tanked a little bit more there, but crazy mojo. Just for a second, I thought that jet was the enemy jet, and I got really concerned about Crazy Mojo's reaction time, but it's okay. And it is going to be a full-on rotate for both teams. Berserkers have been read, they have been weighed, they have been measured, and will they be found wanting is the question.
Alrighty, let's find out if it is enough. Big Bean, clean one tap, ready for a second, gets it with the spray, 5 bullets remaining, and has to somehow make it work. Now 4, but takes a lot of damage. Ducky is that guy. Hopefully they can level the playing field. It's a 2 versus 4. Ultimates are available. Shock darts connecting to nothing, while Ducky's connecting the enemies to the grave sites. Let's see it right here. Big Bean wants to push in, wants to find one more. The shock dart not available. No more remaining for the player. And they have to inch their way through. I like this though. There it is. Ducky now down. DJ gets one, has to go for the wall bang. 5 bullets remaining and puts her back to the enemies.
Oh my goodness.
And they're gonna stab it so hard. G with that round. But now I think we are gonna have to see a save round, a moderate save round, maybe armor sheriff coming out from these attackers. This could be a comeback. They might get that required 6 in a row.
You can't say that.
I mean, I said they only need 6 in a row because it's your math, not mine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oops. I'd feel so bad if they got right to 6. And anyways, one last dance is they're working their asses off here, and you got to give it to them. I mean, they're trying. They're playing aggressive while on defense. They are playing passive while on defense. They've tried everything, and it just is not working. They haven't been able to get a good read on Berserkers, but Mojo getting aggressive towards mid, picks up 1 and dinks the absolute crap out of Juice, is going to be able to finish the kill. That's going to be huge. The fragger, one of the main fraggers for Berserkers, is now gone. Juice is off the board. It's a 3 versus 4. Bomb is making its way to a site where Glyph is ready and waiting.
Yeah, ready and waiting. Eggster ready to rock it, but teleports in front. He does what Eggster does, cracking a few with nothing. That's the kind of gameplay you need to be seeing here. Big B now 3 versus 3. Leading the charge is this Jet, and we need to see if the Jet is able to connect and do some damage. What do you got for Rosen? Grabbing himself gun, but unfortunately peeking around while reloading is only gonna get you picked off. But DJ picking off Big Bean with the clean shot. Now here's the ultimate. Eggster right up close, grabs the pick. That ultimate's not gonna give him the info, and Cookie has to somehow clutch it.
This is it. It's gotta be it. Cookie.
Wow. Cookie is just doing it. Beautiful job, hopefully, for this team. And that's a clutch yet again. 4 rounds, make it 3 for the 6 in total. Nikki, you're so good at jinxing things that...
You know what?
Can you please... You know
leave
what?
me alone.
Give me the incorrect lottery numbers real quick, and I feel very
73,
positive.
4, 26, and 11. I think those are 5, right?
I'm going to look
5
that
numbers?
up. I'm going to look up...
Yeah, somebody clip that.
20.
Somebody clip that. Mark my words, it will be a lottery number one day.
If that is the lottery number, I swear to God.
We're both going to be 70 years old, chilling at our 19th land, and one of us will win the lottery. Guarantee it.
Yeah, well, let's get this going now. We are going to be pushing straight in. Eggster. Like this positioning from him. Being able to get smoked off by his teammate. That honestly cost him the life there. And this is the buy round, so... Clean round. Crazy Mojo takes out DJ. DJ has been quite a heavy hitter in this game, and Ducky cannot see where he is going and gets hit by the truck that is Big Bean.
I feel like the Berserkers can't see where they're going. I just feel like they got to that 12th point and they just haven't been able to pick it back up. They just keep getting shut down. Finally, One Last Dance has a real chance here.
I mean, come on, Mickey. They were going to do it, and you said they were going to get 6 rounds. But anyways, I digress. We are, of course, still happy about the overall course of the game here, because what if it doesn't go to game 3? What if it ends right there? What if it's just GG?
What if our producer's internet goes out and we never get to know?
I don't think their internet's gonna go up.
I hope not. As I say that, everyone's monitors go black. Anyways, Exter looking for a beautiful dimensional drift onto site, looking for a redo of last time, is gonna
That's
collect him, but gets traded. Yes, so 100% worth it. Gets traded out though. Crazy Mojo picks up a 2-piece now. Fear Rosen gonna go ahead and recollect bomb. DJ and Fear Rosen gonna head towards A site. It is. It is. DJ sitting on a sheriff still. So I mean, they're at a bit of a disadvantage.
Pretty clean there. I mean, yes, a disadvantage. However,
weapon-wise, disadvantage. Player-wise, he's fine.
Yeah, player-wise, I mean, man's pretty solid. Glyph though needs to do some more here. He's not friends with Owen anymore. He's friends with himself, and he needs to really just own this. There it is.
Oh my goodness!
Double digits for both teams. They are still ready to go. I am so sorry, chat. We thought that we couldn't bug it anymore. And then Mickey had to go ahead and do that. So now we're here at a timeout. Congratulations.
Yep.
Good job, Mickey.
You know, you should be praising me for my fortune telling abilities, but no, I'm getting bullied. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Hey, man. If you think that you're a fortune teller, okay? That's on you. If I think you're full of it, and these enemies are actually going to be taking it back from match point, OLD can have to thank you. I think they can thank you if they do bring
There's
this back.
been just so many caster curses tonight that they're all canceling each other out right in this moment. So it doesn't matter what we say. It's gonna happen, but it's also simultaneously not gonna happen.
I mean, let's ask Chad. Chad, do you think Mickey has jinxed the game? Every time he said something, that thing either does the opposite or works out so perfectly that it completely botches it. Ben is
come on,
agreeing.
Ben.
Even our observer is agreeing with that. However,
Don't even go here.
Anyway, so timeout is now done. This is the reset time. This is the deep
we didn't
breath
talk about
before
strategy
the
at all.
plunge. Hey, no, all this is a deep breath before the plunge. They have to be able to center themselves and get into this round with confidence. This is the last buy round that they can afford. The fact that they're not saving and instead opting for here, this is it. If they lose it, it's going to OT. That's just GG. But Tim has to hold this down. Already has a little bit of help. This double sentinels. I mean, honestly, Viper, solid control agent combo. And there's the ult. It's the damage, but Juice is actually getting an Eggster with the trade. Now has to keep it going. Eggster double kill. This is the Yor you need. This is the Yor you want. And this is the Yor you got. Eggster, triple kill down. This is almost GG in game 2. They have to finish it off, though. 2 are remaining, and Big Bean has to come up large with a one-tap on a DJ. There goes the Cypher, and here comes the Sova inside of the spawn. Just as to find one, Eggster is going to get spotted, and from the side, it's all up to Big Bean as Glyph falls. 8 HP. And this might just be it. 13 bullets, unlucky number. And that is the end of game 2. And we're going to Haven. Wow.
I am astounded. I am sorry for the amount of curses that we have dealt upon the community.
Hey, I know a few witches if you want to like lift those a bit.
Yeah,
but,
I'm gonna need a what's it called, a hex? No, a hex is bad. What's it called when you get rid of the hex? I don't know. I need one of those though. I mean, players are already telling us they're ready. I think we're gonna take a quick break on production side just to make sure everything's good.
Oh no, even the players want a little break after that. They're sweating bullets for this last game. Now,
yep, they are. They're arguing.
We're going to Haven. There are 3 sites, but only one victor. We will see you guys in 5 minutes at the agent select screen in the chat. Did you think that was going to go that way? Let's find out. See you in a bit. Welcome to the final showdown, the final frontier of everything we have done today. 8.5 hours of non-stop casting, non-stop entertainment at the most amount of energy you've experienced since getting absolutely shocked by that one lamp in your house. This is where you gotta be, and we are here with two wonderful teams. Berserkers versus OLD. You tell me, Mickey, are you excited to see them compete today?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Since we got a Canadian yeah as an answer, we're going to be moving straight into the map of Haven. Haven is, of course, we've talked about it a lot. We've casted it. This is the third time we've casted it. We've casted 13 games just today, and we're ready to rock and roll into the next one. I like what we're seeing here from the attack side. Fade, very strong opening. Breach as well. Comboing Fade and Breach, kind of what you want to be doing on Haven. Look over on the defending side, and there's Eggster. We know what he's gonna do. We already know. So we see some other people as well. This is the game that is making it rain. All they gotta do is work together and finally finish the job. I do really appreciate the fact that we are seeing a Sova on Haven in Ferozen. So Ferozen here, that might just be enough. So let's find out. To do the damage, let's spectate our wonderful observer who's been with us the entire time. Ben, how you feeling? You can't actually say, but you can nod or something, and we'll be good. So let's get in this.
I'm definitely ready for a bit of a skirmish here. Like you said, third time tonight seeing Haven. And it's definitely going to be interesting to say the least, especially because we've already seen one of these teams on this map. So I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Crazy Mojo about to come face to face with the duo here with the fellow Killjoy, and DJ is gonna for now prove a bit of a diff. Eggster pulls out the flash from nowhere, but it doesn't matter. Gets taken out in the middle of it now. Juice face full of dog. Not a good spot for him to be in. Tim with 2 pieces, and the bomb has been planted. Fear Rosen in a 1-on-4, make it a 1-on-3. Beautiful takedown of Cookie, but Tim is there with a 3-piece and a wallbang headshot onto Fear, and it's going to be first in the way of Berserkers.
It is the opening that is making some waves here. Already you can tell that this is a team that wants to just seal the deal, end it. They don't like how the last game ended. OLD needs to work this out. Obviously, are they going to be able to keep up the momentum that they've got? And again, I'm getting tired. I've been casting for 8 hours straight, make it actually around 15 if we count the games previously, but these players, I cannot imagine how your fingers would feel trying to play at the maximum amount of skill, the pixel perfect precision. I mean, arthritis 101 coming out from these guys.
Yeah, fingers definitely in pain. Wrists, I'm sure, are sore. Brains, I'm sure, are sore as well. I mean, after this long, let's say they've been going at it for pushing 10 hours now. I mean, plus I believe the bracket itself started before we even started stream. So these guys have been playing all day. And I mean, the brain, the mental, I'm sure they're exhausted. And but this is it. This is it. It's 1-1 in this series. Whoever takes this map takes the money. They take the place. They take the invitation to Singularity Series in February. And Glyph is definitely wanting to make a stand here, wanting that invitation, wanting that money, wanting to take this map to the bank. Mojo and Company, easy site take for C.
Yeah, taking the map to the bank, and also we're bringing the bank to you. Obviously, communitygaming.io. That's our sponsor for today. If you guys want to join any tournament, they are your go-to. But that aside, let's go back to the gameplay. It's second round, and we got Juice on the flank, trying to just find maybe 1 or 2 here. I do like what we're seeing from Cookie. Anchoring it back. We got Ferozen joined in. Tim is going to get gunned down, and Frozen gets the trade without taking any damage. This could be winnable, especially since defense is slowly getting ticked away, but 3 versus 2 is a very clutchable scenario. They just managed to find their way through. Glyph spots out 1, and Glyph gets it. But that's the end. Second round honestly went pretty well, but unfortunately for a lot of these defenders, they did force up, so they're not going to be able to fully buy unless they do light armor and kind of risk it there.
Yeah, in situations like this, especially when you're on defense at the map disadvantage, if you will, you have to take those risks. Especially like we were seeing earlier, the duelists on this map loved, even on defense, they love to push up towards mid, because taking a risk, getting that information, or even better, kills off of that early aggression is very, very key. It counts for a lot. It counts for quite a bit.
Absolutely. You know, having info kind of makes it so you know where you got to go. And that's the most important part of Valorant. That's why half the round is very little utility usage and instead positioning. And speaking of positioning, we're seeing Crazy Mojo position himself above DJ on the scoreboard and ready to do it again. That is a Killjoy diff, while Tim here is lurking around B. Knows that almost all of these defenders are just pushing from the same side. And if they don't check B, they're going to get gunned down.
Oh, they checked it, but not in time. Tim on the flank.
He had a feeling, but Tim, clean shot, ready for another. And it's over, though. Fearozen is going to get him down. These defenders need this. This is the buy round for defense, and they're getting diffed by Sheriffs. Ducky, though, will get the pick, and now this is looking more favorable for these defenders. And that, I think, seals the deal, unless this could be a clutch of timing. There's no time remaining. They're down. They have to stick it. There's just enough time.
Barely having time.
At
0.8 seconds. Just less than a second. That's heartbreaking for Mojo. That's just so unfortunate to be put in that position, and your only saving grace being a nano swarm, one of which you don't have, and that was the time that you needed, was that second nano swarm, and it was just so upsetting. They weren't able to activate it, weren't able to get them off bomb, and Tim and company finally gonna take one to the knees. And we're going to see rifles across the board, aside from Eggster and Cookie, who are both going to opt out for SMGs. We got a Guardian coming in from DJ, and Fearozen immediately going to get a good amount of info. I mean, he doesn't know how many are there, but the recon bolt was destroyed, so they are going to, it's safe to assume that there is at least one down A long, and that's going to call for a quick rotate, I believe, now, because bullets.
I agree, because bullets, but we also see because arrows, Hunter Fury arrows, shooting off, actually damaging more teammates than enemies. Definitely a flex. You don't need to hit the enemies to understand this is a clutch round for defense here. Big Bean, though, right up close and personal, waiting for anybody to kind of peek him. This is slow motion as Eggster just has to find an opening. Obviously, we do see Juice with a Guardian. Juice with the Guardian has been very consistent so far. And there it is. The info. Eggster 1-for-1 trade by Cookie on the side. Juice is going to get gunned down by a Stinger. And it's just a crossfire. Man. And they're both fired out of this game off of the team. That is beautiful from Glyph.
Glyph picking up a beautiful three-piece there. Now going to bump him up just barely to the top of the scoreboard, 5-1, with Tim right below 5-3. Fearozen, on the other hand, seems to be doing a good amount of work in terms of kills, 6-3. Ducky and company, they need to get up there with them. They're on defense. Kills is the name of your game. Playing time is the name of your game. If you're going to get aggressive, at least make sure you're getting enough information to be able to let your teammates know what's going on after you die. Yeah, but hey, by the way, there's 7 people here. Come over to A, you know?
True. 7 people, definitely a reasonable number of players, and now it's down to 6 because Eggster's dead. Something about Mickey and math just does not fit, but what does fit is the bullets inside of the heads of these defenders. These attackers are so relentless. Crazy Mojo himself just up in the front trying to get any info, and now they can start taking a site. They know that the retake is not really possible with the weapons that they have at arms. So they're just going to have to rely on holding it down. But Rosen with the Sheriff not being able to connect the shots quite yet. And that means this is going to be an incredibly hard retake. I think they just have to die to the bomb here, to be honest with you.
I got to agree, to be honest. I mean, and their economy is not doing too hot. They're going to... The chances are they're going to lose this round just due to equipment. They're at a man disadvantage. I mean, it's going to be hard to bring this one back. But on the other hand, Juice on the flank, might make the difference they need. Ducky whiff after whiff. Unfortunately, Cookie takes him down. Juice to Cookie, Tim to Juice. Now it's Fearoz in a 1 versus 3. Doesn't have any kind of utility. And Big Bean is encroaching on his territory. And that was just some good old-fashioned BM right there.
Oh my god. I mean, if you know what's going to work, it's not BM. That is a fact. You know, what we just saw there was a legitimate play. Hold W, hold left click. I said it before 2 rounds ago, 2 games ago. And Big Bean has proved me right yet again.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but you're right.
Thank you.
It's just so upsetting. It's so upsetting.
Hey, it's not your fault that I'm right. It's my fault that you're wrong. Now, let's get this going as we're going to be moving into the next round. The score currently down by 3. It's Big Bean trying to push in and get another one of those whole WM1 combos.
How do I report a stream for bullying?
Bottom right. Anyways, Juice
Thanks.
now trying to hold this down. We'll be able to spot one.
Oh.
And Juice, the aim, these players, you can tell it's down to just fatigue. That would be something
long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Juice would have been able to hit that at his prime, and unfortunately, at the end and the grand final, a lot of it, you have to remember, a lot of professional players at this peak have endurance that really showcases here. The fact that Eggster is still able to pull off his tricks and tips, that kind of is quite large, but he's Eggster, so he's always going to have that muscle memory down. Shorty in hand, gets the pick, and there we go. Now, 50% of the way to getting this game tied.
Yeah, I mean, Eggster just proving what kind of player he really is. I mean, definitely deserves to be here. All these players deserve to be here. I mean, this is just all day we've seen. I don't think we've seen a single player. Not that we would make it known, but in my head, I haven't seen a single person where I'm like, what are they doing in this rank? Everyone either has incredible strategies or they hit their shots like an insane person, or they it's something. It's something. Everyone that we have seen today deserves to be seen. I mean, these guys come in, they work their butts off, and it shows for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, great game so far to even get to this point. $1,000 is not a prize money to scoff at, especially if a lot of these players are also streamers, you know. This is kind of what they do as a job. So make sure, if you guys don't check out a lot of the players in this lobby, go do that. I know a lot of the people here are probably from their streams as well. But again, we are now going to be seeing it. And as Oxy1 has said, if they get 4, they can win it. And they might be able to for the Team Berserk, but they have to face off against a lot of util. We're seeing Eggster. Nice little piece of util to try to scare him back, and it's just the knives out. Big Bean getting Ferozen down, and defenders are having to book it away, and they will somehow just barely escape that. Knives out as the ultimates are flying. DJ gets the headshot down on Big Bean, avenging Eggster, and hopefully changing the tide of this round. But it's a 2 versus 3, and the util is flowing. There's the pick. DJ gets 1, and done. That is it.
It's just that man disadvantage coming into play. They didn't have enough. It was one diffusing and one trying to hold both angles, and it was just really unfortunate. The plant was just in their favor. Obviously, if you're attacking, you better make sure you have line of sight on the bomb no matter where you're going to sit. It has to be in a spot that is easily recoverable. And right there is perfect proof. The proof is in the pudding, and that pudding tastes a little bitter if you're a fan of One Last Dance, because they're not doing too hot here. They've had just it's 2 to 5. It's not too great, but obviously this is not over yet.
Yeah, it's definitely not over, but this positioning, all sheriffs, all pistol, walking straight down this. Man, this could do it for them if they can just pop it off. That's the goal, and Eggster needs to be making it worth. Flashbang out. Oh, wow, crazy mojo. You can't fool him. I mean, that is just something else. But honestly, Eggster, if you can hear me right now, just walk straight. I don't think that they will fall for it. It's too late and they're tired. But let's see if they're tired enough to clutch it up. 3 versus 3. They do have some better guns, and that's a clean shot by Ducky. Tim getting a little low. 2 versus 3. This is a winnable round, but the bomb is ticking down. They're gonna have to work it out. And that's a clean shot. Tim able to get 1, spots the gun. It's spots a pick, gets it, and kicks him to the curb. Attackers now up by 4.
One enemy remaining.
No, I legitimately think that if Eggster were to do a fake Yoru clone,
Oh,
they
it would have to.
because they've never shot the Yoru clone.
Because he does it so much. That's
Because
the
he does-
I think that's
yeah.
the thought process. He
He's
sends out so
Pavloving
many
them.
clones. They're literally just like, oh, that's a clone. I'm not even going to shoot at it
I
because
know.
the
If
next
he
guy that
pulls
comes out
that
the corner
if he
is going to
pulls
be
out
him.
the Eggster strat, the fake Yoru clone, walking it up and doing the talk with it, I think we might see the funniest moment in this series.
It could be a solid clip. It could be extra. Could even put it on TikTok. So, you know, we make sure we make sure we sound good.
Yeah,
Nonetheless.
maybe sound good, okay?
You gotta sound good.
All right,
Everybody,
Crazy
Crazy
Mojo, up close. Two
Mojo.
people right in front. I
Uh-oh.
like this.
I don't
Good
like it.
discipline. Just
Yep.
has to grab one.
Yep.
Spots it. Clean
Beautiful.
shot. Mojo gets
Oh.
a second. There goes Juice. There goes Frozen. Ducky has to try to scare these players off. And up top is Tim. And
Oh.
Tim is now taken off of the top, right off his noggin. Clean shot. Big Bean also down. Ducky seems to be just doing something different. Eggster diffusing it. Will get it to halfway while Ducky tries to finish it off and bait him out. But attackers do have a lot of util to scare these players back. We do have a little bit of a discrepancy in HP. And Crazy Mojo, who just got 2, is ready for more. That's 1. There
Oh.
is the end. And
Gorgeous.
wow, this game is getting way too close. When it comes to
It really is.
yeah, it's just like each round, it's not like they're losing to a stop. It always comes down to maybe a 2v3, maybe a 1v2, almost over and over again. So what that's telling me is they just need a slight boost to get themselves over the edge. And I think a deep breath before a plunge is what they need. Timeout has begun.
Yep.
Let's take a look at Fade and really find out who is going to be taking the cake here.
I mean, at the moment, obviously, in the advantage is in the favor of Berserkers, just strictly because they're on attack. And obviously, we've been talking about that all night. But in general, One Last Dance is in no way, shape, or form out of this just yet. There's still plenty of game to be had. Even if this ends up being a 10-2 half, I still think OLD has a chance just because they've been so solid tonight. But like we've been talking about, the fatigue could come into play here. It's no joke. I know we've been talking about it a lot, but you don't think about it. The longer you play a game, the longer you do anything, the more exhausted your mind is going to become. And it really does take a toll here. So OLD and Berserkers, both exhausted, and both are just trying their asses off at this moment.
Yeah, I really do think it's kind of funny, though. Imagine telling somebody 20 years ago that you could get physically exhausted competing in a video game.
You'd be like, you mean StarCraft?
Yeah, that's honestly 30 years ago now that I think about it. 20 years ago wasn't
Yeah.
that long ago in the gaming sphere, but this is
Yeah.
a long shot. It's the Hunter's Fury grabbing 1. And Tim is now down. Glyph on the flank. Needs to just try to push in. Shock Dart not going to be able to connect it. And already we're seeing a different team. The deep breath has been taken. The oxygen circulating through the lungs of victory as Crazy
There we go.
Mojo
Oh,
and
no.
Big Bean are shutting it back. But DJ
Woo.
gets it down 3-3. Ducky with the trade. 2 versus 2. Ducky gets another. This could be the win for them. And they're just putting all the util and gets the thrifty. That's what they needed. 2 more to go this half. Can they get to 5-7? That is their goal. That is the pedestal that they are supposed to approach.
You called it, my man. You absolutely called it. They just needed a deep breath. They need to take a step back, figure out what's going wrong. Okay, what are we doing? What can we do to improve it? And that's the simplest way to put that. They just figure out what they're doing wrong and fix it and figure out how they need to adjust it, and they do. And just like that, they come off fresh off of that timeout and immediately start to take back the round. Now they have a good amount of economy, and if they go down this round for some reason, then they still have a little bit of money for that last round.
Yeah, just a smidgen of money as they're working their way through. Eggster, though, will get picked off yet again. Surprisingly, his clone's still alive, but he isn't. Do it. Now, let's see if it's going to be enough here. 4 versus 5. They just have to inch their way yet again. Defense on a little bit of a disadvantage from losing one of their duelists. And Eggster, he's not doing too hot. 5-10. Juice, who is a duelist main, 3-10. This just doesn't seem to be their game confidence-wise. And alrighty, we're seeing an ultimate come out. Glyph, I like that play. He could have stayed on a site and planted the bomb, but he saw and foresaw what was going to happen there. Tim ulting. Oh, looks like the attacker's now hitting up A. Tim's still alive, though. He's definitely used from the shadows to rotate around and maybe find one or two, and boom! There's the two, as I said. Big Bean and Tim rocking it down, and Big Bean, you know, he's new to this team composition, and he doesn't care. The fact that he just popped an ult, he just popped his ult just because he could. That is cruel, unusual punishment.
I mean, I feel like it's honestly, this game has ruined me. Every time I hear the rolling thunder from Breach, I get chills. I just, but again, Berserkers, pretty strong, pretty strong coming in. This obviously, we talked about it, the attacking advantage on this map. Is it going to make that big of a difference next round when we switch over? They're going to be on defense. We'll have to wait and see to really get an idea for it. But I really, at this point, with Big Bean and Tim and Cookie all really doing work in the category of kills, I don't see defense being a real problem for the Berserkers.
I mean, the thing about Berserkers here is they have come back from a 9-3 because they were on defense first and then moved on to a attack. They have done this before. Have they done it against this team? No. Can they do it against this team? Absolutely. It's just about the confidence that they really bring to the table. And the fact of the matter is the confidence exuding from these attackers is taking full advantage of what Haven the map has to offer. But 5 versus 4, we do see a slight advantage in the favor of these defenders. Almost a 4-8 half if they could just keep this momentum and Juice just hold down Garage. He's going to be able to spot out the barrel of the Killjoy, but if you swing this, you are going to be able to get the pick. That's what we're talking about. There goes Tim. Like the TP right up top, and oh, you get read like a book, man. Closed on that chapter, and Eggster now kind of having to solo see. These attackers need to push through Garage. They need to try to get their bread, get this made. Cliff still anchoring back, and it's Ducky getting a double. Beautiful. And Eggster, he's cracking a few and getting Glyph down. That is the half. They got to 4, and as chat said, if they get to 4, they win this game.
And win this game, they just might. They just might. Both these teams, no matter who takes the crown tonight, both of these teams deserve it. Straight up. I mean, the fight that they have been enduring for the past hours, these guys are dedicated to this game, and they are showing us every second how dedicated they really are and how much work they've really put into this game. Everything, whether it's on Berserkers or One Last Dance, everything that happens has some kind of counter effect that's already happening to try to prevent that. It might not always work, but the experience is being shown in the strategy and things like that. And it's so impressive, honestly.
Yeah, incredibly impressive gameplay coming out. Hopefully, they are going to be able to keep it up regardless. This is now the attack side for Berserkers, and One Last Dance is dancing their way. They're happy too, and at that 8 score, getting those 4 points above them. Eggs are already up close personal. Does have a TP back in case he gets into a fight. This is the kind of strategy you want to be seeing from him. We've seen it time and time again. I mean, we casted about 5 games so far with this team, and with these teams, actually, about 4 to 5 games here. Just these two duking it out. So whatever can be said needs to be said about how they work as a team. The split right here, about to hit A. It's all in the post plant.
Yeah, and post plant. Crazy Mojo, or excuse me, DJ is in the, that's a Killjoy's job. It's watching flank and or post plant on the attack. At least to be in your sentinel, you have to be on site with your team, and if you're able to get that done, then good on you. But at the moment, it looks like a lurk might be coming in from DJ as Fearozen and the rest of the team here, the rest of the OLD squad has got bomb planted. Still 10 bodies still up on the roster. Now, that off the back of that fault line, it's going to be a full push towards a site, and that is very close to all she wrote. DJ is going to come in at the last possible second, tries to get them off the bomb, but Glyph is the only one to fall. Cookie picks it up, and it's going to be 9-4 as Berserkers is going to continue their reign of terror.
Yeah, I mean, Berserker's Reign of Terror, you mean? I think that's more to Reign of Fear, constantly being pushed back, and now it's actually the defense who is OLD pushing them back. And here's the thing. 7-9 is the goal here. If it gets to 8-8, no guarantee that they actually take it. It's a real risky round for these players. Big Bean sitting at the top of the defense. Look at what they're about to do. You see this plan? Light armor, Sheriff, 3,000 credits. They're going for an op. They want this game to end.
I mean, I don't blame them. That's honestly, at this point, we've seen Big Bean use the op. It's not the worst strategy to try to get that back in the hands of this Jet main. It's pretty smart, actually. And again, we have DJ very back of towards defending spawn, or towards attacking spawn, ready and waiting. But Tim is going off. He doesn't even want to let me finish my sentence. 4 kills under the belt so far. Potential ace as DJ is making his way downtown. Faces are passing, and he's not homebound because Glyph snags the ace. Oh my goodness, 10-4. Berserkers just keep on stomping.
Anyways, so yeah,
Yes,
double
I'm
digits now
glad you caught
secured
that.
coming out for these players. It really just comes down to how we are seeing Tim and the rest of these defenders be consistent. It's immaculate. It is exactly the kind of damage you need. So honestly, this game, if you don't want to compete in a Mystic event after this, I think I understand. But you should over at communitygaming.io, and let's have some nice fun pushes. Cookie already pushed right the way up. We do have the attack side all grouped together. They finally have been putting themselves back to back. Hopefully not too close where a collateral is an option, but we do have Furzin opening it up with an owl drone, waiting for just the perfect opportunity to strike. Maybe some info. As you know, we are going to be seeing just enough, and it's the bot coming out to try to hold it down. Crazy Mojo, no more turret. 43 seconds on the clock on that. And it just has to be a retake. Big Bean with everybody else from A. 4 players rushing together into Long and Garage as Mojo gets gunned down, and they need to keep this going. Juice now down to Tim. Tim is just a man with the Spectre. That is the Spectre, the Omen, being the god at this game, cracking these players back. And here comes Big Bean pushing up Long, trying to get maybe one. And Ducky, DJ, those people are going to shut it down, the double Ds, with all of the plays. Need to keep it going. We can get it to 5-10. This could be a winnable round, and DJ will finish off this point.
Hard fought fight, but in the end, One Last Dance is the victorious ones and able to stretch out this game just a little bit more, make themselves last a little bit longer. 5-point difference here. They're starting to close that gap just a little bit, but I think I'm not positive here, Edu, but there's like 20% of me that thinks Eggster did the fake teleport thing or fake Yoru clone thing and then teleported, but I'm not 100% sure. I think I might have seen the tail end of it, but I don't know.
I believe what he did was just send it after and use it to distract the turret. Then they took out the turret, went all the way back. He
just teleported near it.
Yeah, he just TP'd away for a little bit of a push. So
okay,
let's see if this is going to be enough. I'm really happy that Crazy Mojo, though, is popping off again. You know, 7-9, not exactly a pop-off, but when you are Killjoy, your job is very limited. And defense Killjoy, significantly better. I'm thinking that they are going to be able to build it back up. But my question to you, Sir Mickey, if this round goes ideal, what is the player that needs to die first from the defense for attack to win?
Well, that one
guy.
Probably.
Yeah, that
probably
guy.
That guy. Big Bean. He's been causing issues left and right. Same as Tim.
Yeah. If he dies first, I think, yeah, you're completely right.
I mean, he's a. Oh.
I thought he
hit. Oh, it's a fake. Fake get crash. DJ
kill.
uses the distraction to pick up a 2-piece. Glyph gets the trade, but Ducky follows it up as well. And now it's just Ducky in a 1 versus 2. Crazy Mojo with all the abilities in the world. Tim, same with the ultimate as well. That from the shadows may be useful here, but I don't know. They could use it to get a little flankage going, but Ducky is going to absolutely burn the eyeballs of Crazy Mojo, and Tim goes down as well. A beautiful 3-piece as Ducky once again is going to keep One Last Dance alive.
Oh my days. Ducky is just performing exactly how he needs to. And I'm really
Exactly like I thought of.
Yeah, Ducky is the person. They got to keep floating. They got to be the buoy of this team, keeping them afloat and keeping
He's
them
quacked, dude.
in this game. Quacked at
Quacked.
the game, and for sure, 100%. But
Would you say he's fly?
I think that the real thing about him, he could be fly, but he always knows when to pick up the bill at the end of the round, and that is the real point there.
His coat is silky smooth. I'm sorry, I can't. I don't know anything about ducks.
You really tried there. I mean, I think he has a lot of.
I was getting something about the internet because webbed feet, but I don't know. But Crazy Mojo not gonna make it count. Ooh, Fear Rosen picks up 2 as well, and just like that, it's 2 bodies left on defense. Cookie all alone, waiting for that breach to come back him up. But I don't know if it's going to happen. Eggster's positioning is going to make this super difficult for them to work together on this. But Cookie somehow connects the darts.
What positioning?
Oh my
They're
goodness.
Dead. Cookie wants to do it again, but can't. Ducky with a slight corner snipe against Glyph.
Oh
down as well.
man.
It's
OLD. They're not backing down, man.
Why would they? With $1,000 on the line, there's a lot worse things you could make me do, okay, than have to play more Valorant. All right, they are ready for this.
The more important than the money, your channel points.
Yes, I did put a lot of channel points on them. Oh, that is true. Also, the free slot into the $3,000 series over at February Mystic Singularity number 3. I casted the second, I casted the first, and I'm going to cast the third with you guys here. So I'm happy to say that I want to see these players compete yet again. I want to see them back in action. I want to see what they're going to be bringing to change things up. But we first have to see if they're actually going to get there. Which team is moving on to the great series in just a few weeks here?
February 10th, 11th, 12th. We've casted that together a couple times, and every time it's just a show, to say the least. It's amazing. You get to see the most insane plays. You get to see some really toxic some knives coming out here and there, but it's fun. It's an awesome event. It's a great place for less known players to come in and really let their talent show. It's a great place to scout players. So again, February 10th, 11th, 12th of come join us, communitygaming.io. But other than that, 40 seconds on the clock as Big Bean is solo, gonna spot out Eggster, gets caught in the Hunter's Fury though. That's so perfect for Fear Rosen. The Nightfall is gonna come as from the shadows did as well.
Do you hear that too?
I do. Yeah,
that is a bug.
Switch observing real quick, I think.
No,
well, I had it fixed and then I went back. Oh my goodness.
A game bug.
It's a V for Valorant. It's calculated. But it's
even
one versus. I don't know what's happening.
What just happened? A rift from. Oh, okay. It's a bug with the Yoru clone. That is what it is. Someone shot it, and with the flash, it just completely broke.
That's wow. I can't believe we caught that. The fact that we caught that on stream.
That is okay. We can blame Eggster for that. He died, and yet it still still happened. So yeah, Eggster, do better next time. Stop breaking the game.
Is it there? Like, is it permanently there now?
I think it's. We gotta give it a name now. This is Fred the Portal.
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Why would you pick a 3-syllable name? We're casters.
Jeffrey.
I want to have to say
3 syllables.
Jeffrey.
Spell
Jeffrey. Anyway.
Oh, Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, then Jeff. How about Jeff? Can we do Jeff?
How about you shut up and watch people die? Oh my god, Eggster, double killing down. This is what we need to see. Let's stay on topic here, as this man is acting like it's hot topic, absolutely being cold-hearted with it. How is he gonna keep going? 3 kills down, 2 to go to ace it. We've seen this happen before. He's been robbed before, swiped from underneath him, but he's going to be bringing this game back.
He's doing this for Jeff.
Sure, doing this for a lot of different things. We've talked about the
money, bragging rights.
Nah, but it's a save round for the defense. They realize, and this is smart, they don't have to do anything. They have so many rounds to just win 2 These players have to win 6.
Yeah, it's
So,
gonna be a journey. It's gonna be an adventure. It's gonna be a climb up a mountain.
Well, technically,
And,
they only have to win 4 now, but it's insanity to see them really be climbing this ladder.
It's also very unfortunate for Berserkers because they've just been kind of chilling in the double digits for a little bit. They got to 10 and they hung out for 3 rounds and they finally got to 11. And then it's swinging right back in the favor of OLD.
In the favor of LLD here, I mean, or
That's not
OLD,
what I said.
I think it might be in the favor of them, as long as they could just get their economy back. And
Yeah.
that's the thing about the game. You know, it's not like Counter-Strike. I was working with Counter-Strike this morning. If you lose a round of Counter-Strike, you're pretty much broke for quite some time unless you're able to pull out an eco round. That's why the Desert Eagle needs to be as powerful as it is. But in this game, you have the option of just waiting it out, getting the money back in your hands, and hopefully being able to use that for the damage. Like the push. Defense doing an okay job not giving any space. A site is open, and DeRozan is looking to get some info down on that. We are seeing another ultimate. It's Eggster rocking in with the dimensional drift.
You should run.
Lockdown coming into play as well. It's 2 ults used for the attackers. Crazy
I'm kind of
Mojo.
surprised that we're seeing the Killjoy ult be used this early. I think post-plant, it might be benefiting them a little bit more. But the shock dart, that's a shocking turn of events. It's Crazy Mojo who's lost his mojo from the wonderful pick by Frozen. Now Ducky has to hold this back, but it's Big Bean walking on, getting the pick. Eggster managed to take the one down and TP away. This is all that they need to keep it going. Frozen just has to find one, just has to pick one off. I like the positioning though. Eggster, flashbang is out. Util is here, and it's just Tim. And Tim is going to be able to get the trade, but where is Eggster? Oh, but they spawn him. Like the play. Oh!
Oh my.
Pixel perfect Eggster. Absolutely.
Oh my.
Scrambling the brains of that Omen.
It was a little gnarly. Oh, it's still Jeff's still there. Yeah, so I are they just intentionally staying away from C site?
I think because of that bug, it's not somewhere you want to really be. They don't know if it's going to impact anything. It's not going away, and Tim's trying to knife it to death.
That's what I was about to ask. Is Tim like, do they see it? I can't. I don't know if the players are
yeah,
seeing it or not.
They're pretty
but
much looking at that. I'm
yeah,
fairly
they're acting
confident
like they
that
are,
can see
but
it.
I don't know. Weird, but it's definitely. I still I'm kind of in shock that we got it on stream. I mean, that was kind of crazy, but either way, 11-9. Berserkers just haven't been able to find a break last couple rounds. But OLD has been looking strong.
I mean, I just want you to remember, Riot is a small indie developer team. Little bugs
You're
like
right.
that happen a little bit of time, you know? You gotta be patient with them.
You gotta let Mojang know. I know what I said.
Berserker doing a decent job here as the attackers to now make the moves back in order. This game definitely can do a solid job of getting into overtime with how close these rounds have been, but it always just comes down to who gets first blood. With the first blood, pushing them away. Without the first blood, it's just going to be a retake that's well earned. Here comes an ult, flashbang out, and it's Eggster able to dodge a lot of the util.
30 seconds left.
Let's see for more. I like where Juice's positioning is. He is up top, waiting for anybody to try to pick him. And Juice has to try to get one. Tim is grabbing it, but Juice not hitting his shots today. Is going to go down. Cookie takes it. Frozen's dead, and it's just Eggster who is able to pick off one, but he has to pick off 5. And the match point advantage is given over. OLD just one away.
Just one away from tying it up, 2 to match point, and of course 3 from just taking the map and the series. 2-1, and this is, I mean, both teams have just been doing such a phenomenal job, and it's just a really nice tug of war going on here. It's now match point 12-9. I mean, you still have to give it to OLD the fact that they've been able to do what they've been doing in the second half, putting up such a fight, and we're just inching closer and closer to this map being over.
Yeah, inching it closer and closer. 3 rounds till OT, 1 round till GG. Whichever comes first, we will celebrate regardless, as this game is at the pinnacle of 2 teams, 2 titans, an unmovable object and an unstoppable force. And I think they might be able to just finally clash one more time and determine who really is taking this here. I love the fact that what we see from the attackers is still team coordination. It's just, again, comes down to those early picks and who is able to carry their own weight.
Again, starting to look like an A push here, where unfortunately for Berserkers, they're going to run into, or excuse me, unfortunately for OLD, they're going to run into Crazy Mojo's crazy Killjoy setup. Double nano swarms on that A ramp. Actually, I think just one with an alarm bot that has been destroyed, so they have no sign that they're already on site. But Mojo, meanwhile, getting aggressive down sewers. Cookie holding that angle, beautiful. The cohesion right now coming out of Berserkers out of absolutely nowhere. Mojo picks up a 3-piece. Cookie's there with the assists. 13-9. Ladies and gentlemen, Berserkers is your Mystic Challenger Series number 8 champions, and they're taking a prize pool and that spot in the Singularity Series next month. What a night.
And the Singularity Series, that has some tier 1 teams. I mean, the last time we casted it, Nearest Airport actually won, I believe, number 2 there. So this is a monumentous occasion for these players. Honestly, an amazing attempt coming out from Berserker, but OLD, they were the last people to dance. And if you're the last one dancing, you're going to be dancing on the graves of your enemies, and they are also, well, raining some money. So we will be seeing OLD at Mystic Singularity Series number 3 with you and me. As long as we're here, we can absolutely have some fun. And I just want to say thank you, everybody, for sticking around. A 9-hour, 4-minute, 33 seconds plus 2 minutes, because you guys have to stream here. And it's just... wow. Thank you to Ben being an observer for that long. One, we just get to sit here staring at a screen and look at a camera every once in a while. Ben is actively pressing buttons for the observing production, always wanting to make sure that we don't get left silent or being able to do stuff. So thank you to production. They did an amazing job. Shout out to Camcom and shout out to I Go by Ben. Amazing people to be working with. Amazing company itself, Mystic here. And also thanks to our sponsor, communitygaming.io. You guys have been an amazing sponsor, just so we can have 1, more eyes on the tournament, 2, more players in the tournament, and 3, more fun to go around. I know that I think one of the main mods of Community Gaming is over Annie Poo. Shout out to her. But shout out to them, I think. But let's see if that is all she wrote for the game here. I mean, Mickey, any final thoughts that you want to say?
I mean, you basically covered it. I mean, tonight has just been an insane. I feel every event that I do with Mystic is just, it gets better and better and better, and the teams get better and better, and the players get better and better. The strategies, I mean, everything, it increases every time, and it's awesome. So again, if you guys want to get involved with any future tournaments, communitygaming.io. I personally want to thank you, Edu, for sitting by my side and putting up with my bad math all night. And obviously production side, Beast, I mean, Mooney, Wilkie, everybody, thank you for having us. We appreciate it. I speak for Edu when I say this is an honor being here every time, and we love it. We absolutely love it. But GG's to everybody. Congratulations to Berserkers. You will be heading into Singularity Series.
No. Berserkers isn't. OLD is. OLD won. Mickey. OLD.
I even wrote it down. I still said it wrong. I gotta go to bed,
math
man.
Can't calculate if the players have won. GG to OLD. As I said,
yes, one last dance.
Dancers.
That's what I said. That's what
they dance. You know what? You're right, Mickey. Thank you for gaslighting me live on air.
Yeah.
Now,
exactly.
let's GG's,
fine.
guys. If you want to be checking out our stuff, if you want me to cast your game, I don't know why, head on over to Twitter at EducateNator right underneath me, or check out Sir Mickey over there. He's got 3 Ys.
Yep.
But thanks for watching. See you guys next time.